After a sudden mysterious virus broke out, the world's population dropped from 7 billion to 1 billion, as if the Doomsday bell had sounded. One day, when I was arguing with someone over a piece of moldy food, my left foot missed a step and I fell from the upstairs. When I opened my eyes, the familiar ceiling came into view and the sound of news broadcasts was in my ears. October 7th? Reborn. I muttered to myself, looking at the date on the TV screen, raising my hand to clench my fist, feeling the power in my palm. My hands and feet were intact, full of strength, as if my body had never experienced the destruction of the end of the world. My heartbeat quickened, and I took a deep breath. Everything in front of me was so real. I had once struggled to survive in the ruins, but now I had returned to 3 months before the zombie virus broke out. At this time, the virus was just a rumor that had not yet attracted attention, and no one knew that it would destroy everything. I shuddered at the thought of the apocalyptic scenes of my last life. I searched through the ruins for rotten food, fought against deformed, huge, and ferocious monsters, and watched human civilization collapse before my own eyes. I thought I would die at the hands of those monsters, but I was reborn the moment I fell from the building. At the age of 25, I am the chairman of 3 listed companies and have hundreds of millions of assets. But I know that these wealth are worthless in the end times. Last time, I squandered them all with my own hands, and this time, I will not let the tragedy happen again. There are only 80 days left. I clench my fists. This time I want to prepare for a rainy day. Just as I was planning how to stockpile supplies, a clear reminder sounded in my mind. Host Rebirth detected, activating the Doomsday base system. System? I was delighted, and the prompts on the screen made me ecstatic. Storage space, gene enhancement potion, black crystal armor. These are all treasures that are hard to come by in the end times. The 50 million cubic meters of storage space is a lifesaver. No more worries about food. I was overwhelmed. In my previous life, I risked my life to search through the ruins for a few bags of moldy food. This time, I want to fill the space with supplies. Seeing the gene enhancement potion in the inventory, I drank it without hesitation. Strong changes immediately surged through my body. My bones and muscles crackled, and my strength rose rapidly. Now I seem to be able to easily break through a concrete wall. To verify this idea, I clicked on the system page information to check. Name, Chun Fong. Strength, 613 overall rating. B-level awakener. I felt the changes in my body, and a cruel smile appeared on my face. With this power, I will not only survive in the apocalypse, but also dominate it. Mr. Chun, are you okay? A soft voice came from the bedside. I turned around suddenly and noticed that Irene was looking at me with a confused face. She is my most trusted housekeeper, and she is just in use right now. Go call Millie, there's something to arrange. I ordered quickly. Soon, Secretary Millie appeared in the room with a stack of documents in her hands. Then Millie said, "Boss, you currently have $20.1 billion in cash available, not including your real estate and other assets." I nodded, handed a card to Irene, and said in a deep voice, "I will give you a list of supplies later. Purchase them according to the list. The sooner the better. Fresh water, rice, steel, meat, every kind of material must be measured in tons. I know that once the end of the world comes, all resources will become scarce, and only by stockpiling materials can we survive in the chaos." Irene and Millie exchanged surprised looks, obviously not understanding my crazy purchasing plan, but they didn't ask any more questions. Million, contact Chuck at Huachi Bank. I want to apply for a large loan, I said calmly. Ah! Millie's eyes widened. I looked at their shocked expressions, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. These two could never imagine that everything I did was to welcome the arrival of the end of the world. I got into the Rolls-Royce. Millie sat in the passenger seat, and the car drove smoothly towards the headquarters of Huachi Bank. The scenery outside the car window quickly receded. Although I am well aware of the approaching doomsday, I know that I must do the things in front of me well. Before the end of the world comes, I need as many resources as possible, and Huachi Bank is a key step in this plan. Millie crossed her legs and skillfully dialed the number of Chuck, the CEO of Huachi. When the other party heard that I was here in person to apply for the loan, he immediately became excited. The car drove south through the bustling streets and soon arrived at Huachi's headquarters on Park Avenue. As soon as the car stopped in front of the bank square, the scene was already decorated with lights and colors, and the scene to welcome me was as extravagant as if the president had arrived. The red carpet was rolled out, and the hostesses lined up neatly, wearing uniforms and black stockings, waiting at the door. The security guard set up a cordon, armed with live ammunition. and the salutes were ready, almost attracting the attention of the entire block. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, and ordinary citizens and business elites were attracted by the spectacle, whispering with curiosity. "Is this the president?" someone exclaimed in a low voice. "Chun Fong, that's Chun Fong." Someone recognized me, and then the crowd around me became agitated. I was used to such a stare, so I calmly got off the car, surrounded by flashing lights and endless greetings. Faced with such a grand occasion, I just smiled and walked straight to the bank building. The salutes were fired, shocking the whole place. As soon as I entered the hall, the neatly arranged etiquette ladies bowed to greet me. President Chuck had already run over, with a big smile on his face, and respectfully led me into the meeting room. President Chuck kept chatting with me along the way and seemed particularly flattering. I didn't pay much attention to him, because I knew that the end of the world was coming, and who would care about these business transactions? When the order collapsed, money would be nothing but a pile of waste paper. My goal today is simple: to get a loan and accumulate enough resources. In the meeting room, several senior executives were already prepared, and the documents were neatly placed on the table. After sitting down, I glanced around and said directly, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get straight to the point." Chuck and his team immediately became nervous. My words obviously put a lot of pressure on them. They knew that I was not an ordinary customer, and missing me would be a huge loss for them. "I want a large loan." I tapped my fingers on the table and said calmly, "How much can you give me?" Chuck smiled cautiously. "Mr. Chun, we will do our best to meet the amount you mentioned." I leaned back in my chair and laughed coldly. 100 billion. Can you afford it? As soon as the words fell, the entire conference room fell silent, and Chuck and his senior executives' faces changed. Although Huachi Bank's market value was not low, it was obviously not an easy task for them to take out a loan of 100 billion. Chuck was stunned for a few seconds, then said with a wry smile, "Mr. Chun, this 100 billion is really 50 billion paid back in 3 months." I lowered my request without waiting for him to continue talking nonsense. Chuck and his team immediately gathered together to discuss in a low voice. Obviously, they were weighing the pros and cons. I stared at them and sneered in my heart. When the end of the world comes, all financial rules will no longer exist, and I have no intention of paying back the money. Using their money to hoard supplies and become the king in the end of the world. This is my goal. A few minutes passed, and the discussion was not going well, so I stood up and said coldly, "Since you can't eat, I'll go to Chase Bank to have a look." Chuck saw me getting up and leaving, and he immediately became anxious and shouted, "Wait a minute, Mr. Chun. 30 billion. The most we can give you is 30 billion. The corners of my mouth rose slightly, knowing that this tactic of playing hard to get it worked. "Okay, let's sign a contract now," I said calmly, confident of winning. "Yes, Mr. Chun, let's go through the procedure now." Chuck breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded. In just 2 hours, 30 billion US dollars appeared in my account. The efficiency of Huachi Bank's payment is amazing. The money came from my mortgage property and an aviation equipment company, and the 3-month term was up. But then, the end of the world will come, and all wealth will become ruins and worthless. And I need to use this short period of time to quickly turn these numbers into materials that can be truly useful in the apocalypse. Now that I have $50 billion in hand, my next stop is Chase Bank. When getting into the Rolls-Royce, Chuck kept bowing and curtsying beside the car, which looked particularly ridiculous. "Mr. Chun, I really hope to have the opportunity to have lunch with you." Chuck reluctantly retreated to the car door with a victorious smile on his face. He obviously thought that this deal would secure his future as president. However, what Chuck didn't know was that he was just a tool for me to extract funds before the end of the world. Soon after, I arrived at Chase Bank. Compared with Huachi, Chase Bank was more impressive, with a magnificent facade and luxurious interior. The etiquette and reception were still respectful, but I had no interest in these empty formalities. In the office, Chase Bank's president, Moses, had the same reaction. When I asked for a loan of 100 billion, he couldn't help but exclaimed, 100 billion? Mr. Chun, are you serious? I snorted coldly, crossed my legs, and said calmly, "If you don't have 100 billion, then I have an alternative plan, 50 billion, mortgage the Longxing Pharmaceutical Company in my hands." Moses was stunned, obviously shocked by the boldness of this deal. The value of Longxing Pharmaceuticals far exceeded 50 billion, which was a sure win for him. As expected, Moses tried to lower the price. "Mr. Chun, the upper limit we can accept is 40 billion, which is really the bottom line. 45 billion. If it doesn't work, I'll find another buyer." I lit a cigar, My tone relaxed but full of oppression. Moses obviously realized that this was his only chance, and finally compromised. Okay, Mr. Chin, 45 billion deal. In just one day, I have raised 75 billion in funds. Together with my original 20 billion, this huge amount of funds of nearly 100 billion will be enough for me to stockpile all the supplies needed for the end of the world. Weapons, equipment, food, and medicine. Everything will become more precious than gold after the end of the world breaks out. Sitting in the car, I casually stroked Millie's thigh with my hand, feeling happy. You performed well today and have made contributions. I will reward you. Millie smiled shyly, then got out of the car and returned to her residence. When I returned to the villa, it was already late, and Irene had already ordered someone to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Boss, I have ordered all the supplies you wanted, including fresh water, rice, steel, etc. It cost a total of 15 million, including the shipping cost. It will be delivered in the early morning. Irene reported while standing beside me. I nodded and continued to enjoy the delicious food on the table, but I felt a little anxious. The money was being spent too slowly. At this rate, the 100 billion I raised would not be able to be exchanged for supplies before the end of the world. But I know that in the end times, any resource will be the key to survival. You did a great job, I said to Irene approvingly, and then added, tomorrow you can find a few more large factories and make sure to purchase all the materials I need as soon as possible. Irene nodded quickly and agreed, her face full of anticipation. She didn't care why these supplies had to be purchased so urgently. What she cared about was getting more praise and love. Back in the study, I turned on the computer and started to list the supplies one by one. Seafood, 10,000 tons. Pork, 10,000 tons. Grains, 30,000 tons. Flour, 30,000 tons. Instant noodles, 300,000 boxes. Canned food, 500,000 boxes. Beef, 5,000 tons. Rice, 50,000 tons. I muttered to myself that these supplies were enough to support the survival of a small town. In the end times, in addition to food, weapons, and construction materials such as steel are also of paramount importance. I must make sure my fortress is strong enough to keep me and my people alive when the end of the world comes. After thinking for a long time, I revised the list again and continued to increase the quantity of supplies, because I know that in the end times, there will never be the word enough. Suddenly, an advertisement popped up on the computer screen. Chun Fong frowned slightly. Usually, these little tricks that interrupted his work would only make him impatient. However, today's title unexpectedly attracted his attention. As if by intuition, he quickly clicked on the advertisement. The screen flashed with news footage. Several high-definition photos showed a very ceremonial scene on the financial street. In the center was a photo of Chun Fong and several elites. The title was shocking. The big capitalist of the Eagle Sauce appeared in the financial street, the highest loan in the history of the bank, and the president welcomed him in tears. In less than 2 hours, news about Chun Feng's loan swept the internet. There was heated discussion on major platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and the comment section had already turned into a chaotic battlefield. Some questioned his intention to buy the entire country. Some laughed at him for being crazy, and some went crazy with envy, cursing the corruption of capital. The screen was filled with all kinds of noisy information, and netizens from all over the world seemed to burst out with countless emotions at the same time. At this time, Chun Feng's expression remained calm, as if these rumors had nothing to do with him. He knew in his heart that all this was just a smokescreen to cover up his real plan. What he was controlling was not just a game of financial numbers, but the last game before the end of the world. Jonathan, the president of Monteray Pharmaceuticals, was staring at the screen anxiously like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Whenever Chun Feng's every move appeared in the news, Jonathan felt very uncomfortable. This is because the company that Jonathan has worked hard to build for many years has been suppressed by Chun Feng's Longshan Pharmaceutical. This time, the 100 billion loan obviously made him smell a bigger crisis. Jonathan's secretary hurried over to report, his face pale. Chun Feng's loan amount was staggering. Longshan Pharmaceuticals had been fully mortgaged, and the 3-month repayment period was incredibly short. Jonathan's suspicions grew deeper and deeper. He knew that Chun Fong would never do it without a purpose. Behind this storm of loan operations, there must be a huge plan hidden, perhaps a capital flight or a secret experiment, or even a prelude to the end of the world. At this moment, Chun Fong had already turned off his computer and ignored the noise from the outside world. The night outside the window was dark, and the air seemed to be filled with the haze of Doomsday. Chun Fong stood up and looked at the unfinished list of supplies on the table. The end of the world, a future he had long known, would completely overturn human civilization, and he was making the final preparations for it. Chun Feng's mind resurfaced with that horrible memory. The day the virus broke out, the world fell into unprecedented chaos. The screams of his neighbors were still ringing in his ears, and those faces that were once familiar to him suddenly became hideous and distorted, turning into mindless zombies. Chun Fong clearly remembered the scene at that time. On the street, the children who were leaving school suddenly turned into monsters chasing flesh and blood. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams were heard everywhere. Chun Fong understood from that time that food would be the key to survival in the future. In the end times, scarcity of materials would lead to moral collapse, and people would fight against each other not only for power, but also for survival. He recalled those terrible scenes. The survivors killed each other for a few pieces of meat, and some people even ate human flesh without hesitation. Chun Feng's hand touched the keyboard again, and he quickly added several categories of supplies to the list: meat, seafood, dry goods, canned goods, and even various grains and seeds. He knew that only by storing enough food could he be invincible in the coming chaos. Chun Fong specially marked the seafood materials: 5,000 tons of large lobsters, king crabs, as well as precious ingredients such as abalone and tuna. These marine resources will become scarce and even difficult to regenerate in the future due to pollution and monster evolution. Chun Fong knew very well that with the arrival of the end of the world, creatures on land and in the ocean were undergoing horrible mutations. The size of those strange fish hidden in the deep sea will exceed human cognition. 1,000-meter-long monsters cruise on the seabed and are occasionally seen gathering near cities, devouring each other to evolve. In the ruins of the city, giant beasts more than 10 meters tall will roam rampant, becoming an irresistible existence for humans. The numbers on the list grew larger and larger, but Chun Feng's heart was unusually calm. He knew that these materials would become hard currency in the future and determine the fate of the survivors. Every purchase was his bet on the future, and what he was betting on was the apocalyptic future he had foreseen. Knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Chun Fong looked away from the list and glanced at the door. He knew that the person coming was extraordinary. The housekeeper, Irene, pushed the door open. A trace of nervousness appeared on her face, holding a phone in her hand. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Chun Feng's home phone system was encrypted layer by layer, and it was impossible for outsiders to call in easily. But now, a strange phone call broke the peace. Chun Fong was alert. He stood beside the table with a cold and sharp gaze. This strange phone call meant that an unknown storm was coming. He realized that the shadow of the end of the world might come faster than he thought. A frivolous male voice came from the other end of the phone, full of arrogance and pride. "Do you know Jerry Tansen from Feng Chao Organization?" This sentence was provocative, as if testing Chun Feng's reaction. Chun Fong was silent for a moment, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of sneer. Of course, he knew that Jerry Tansen, the A-level awakener who rose in the end times, was the leader of the largest underground organization, Feng Chao, in Eagle Sauce Country. In his previous life, Jerry Tansen took advantage of the chaos of the end of the world and used his supernatural powers to quickly expand his power and dominate the area. Jerry's existence is like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Jerry Tansen. Chun Fong repeated the name in a low voice, his tone full of contempt. Since the end of the world, he has seen too many so-called strong people and forces, but in his eyes, they are nothing more than ants that can be crushed at any time. Jerry on the other end of the phone obviously felt Chun Feng's indifference, but he didn't care at all. He smiled more complacently, as if he had taken the initiative. The background of Feng Chao Organization made him have some illusion about Chun Fong, thinking that he could control this overlord. So he put forward his terms without thinking. "Mr. Chun, your cash flow has been a bit rough lately, right? I just happen to have a lot of money on hand, and I want to discuss a business with you. I wonder if you are interested?" Jerry's tone was full of glib words, like a smug clown in front of him, eager to make a fortune from Chun Fong. Hearing this, Chun Fong couldn't help but sneer. He knew very well that this so-called business was just Jerry's plan to take advantage of the situation and extort money with usury. But in Chun Feng's eyes, this impending apocalypse has no future at all. 3 months later, even the state machinery will be unable to take care of itself, and any debt will disappear like the wind. He doesn't mind taking this opportunity to blackmail someone. After all, it's the last madness before the apocalypse. 15 billion? When Jerry reported this number, the contempt in Chun Feng's heart almost overflowed. 15 billion is not enough to buy a few bags of grain in the future doomsday. Chun Fong mocked unceremoniously. 15 billion? Are you wasting my time? Jerry on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that his loan sharking was not taken seriously. But in order to stabilize Chun Fong, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and acted in a flattering manner. Jerry was afraid of Chun Feng's strength and finally chose to compromise. Then, Mr. Chun, please name a price. As long as it's not too exaggerated, money is not a problem. Chun Fong sneered in his heart. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he said coldly, "At least 20 billion. Can you afford it?" Jerry on the other end of the phone was speechless for a moment. He cursed Chun Feng's greed in his heart, but he didn't dare to refuse directly. After thinking for a while, Jerry decided to make this deal at all costs. Feng Chao organization has plenty of money, and Chun Feng's background and strength made him dare not underestimate him. If he can deepen the relationship through this deal, his future power may be able to rise to a higher level. Okay, then let's meet and talk in detail. Jerry suppressed his dissatisfaction and suggested. Chun Fong knew that Jerry had already made all the arrangements, so he readily agreed. See you at the Bapura Hotel at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fong stood by the window, looking at the neon-lit city night scene. Outside, the city was bustling and bustling. The streets were filled with the smell of money and desire, and people were still immersed in the last enjoyment before the end of the world, unaware that the real disaster was imminent. In Chun Feng's mind, the picture of the end of the world became clearer and clearer. The virus was spreading rapidly around the world, and the seemingly harmless flu was quietly evolving into a more deadly biological weapon. Scientists' efforts have made no progress. The development of an antidote has been stuck in trouble, and governments around the world are still deceiving themselves and trying to cover up the facts with lies. But the reality is that an unprecedented horrific disaster is about to break out in the city, and civilization will collapse overnight. Chun Fong took a deep breath, turned around, and walked back to his desk. He tapped the keyboard and added the last item to the list: medicine, weapons, food, and even a large amount of genetic enhancement drugs. Afterwards, Chun Fong handed the printed list to Irene and told her to make sure to purchase all the supplies tomorrow. A trace of worry flashed in Irene's eyes, and she wanted to persuade Chun Fong to take a rest for a while, but she knew that her master's decision would never change easily. Chun Fong simply tidied his clothes, took off his coat, and walked into the bathroom. The water from the shower washed over Chun Feng's resolute body, and his eyes were cold and determined. The end of the world was about to come, and the supplies were gradually in place, and Jerry Tonson's funds were just a small step in his plan. He was not afraid of any threats, and the future battlefield had quietly begun to be laid out. Meanwhile, Jerry Tanson was lying on a luxurious sofa with a smug look on his face. He hugged the woman beside him, drank high-end red wine, and thought about tomorrow's deal. The next morning, when Chun Fong arrived at the Bank of America, the sunlight was shining on him through the glass curtain wall of the building, as if covering him with a halo symbolizing wealth and power. In front of the building, the bank's senior executives had been waiting for a long time. They all had smiles on their faces, and their postures were as respectful as servants ready to bend down and offer gifts at any time. In less than 2 hours, Chun Fong successfully obtained a loan of 27 billion. He walked out of the building with a calm expression, followed by the bank's senior executives, all of whom flattered him enthusiastically and exchanged countless flattering words. They knew very well that this man had become the ruler of the financial market. For this unprecedented loan, Bank of America mobilized all its staff, from the hostess to the president, all of whom were extremely luxurious to show their respect and attention to Chun Fong. The hostesses all wore black uniforms, their long legs wrapped in stockings, and they lined up from the bank door to the roadside. Everyone's eyes followed Chun Fong closely, with secret admiration and desire. They ranged in age from 18 to 30, with different postures, but all of them showed their charm. Chun Fong walked past them with steady steps, his eyes as cold as a knife, as if he was in a low-key concubine selection ceremony. He glanced at the etiquette ladies standing upright, his eyes never lingering for too long. He was already accustomed to such scenes. In his eyes, the flashy appearance and flattering smiles were just decorations for pretentiousness. The president of the bank followed cautiously behind, trying to talk to Chun Fong with a flattering smile. "Mr. Chun, are you satisfied with our service?" The president tried to make his voice sound attentive, but not overly humble. Chun Fong just nodded slightly and responded coldly. "Not bad. The loan issuance speed is much faster than before." The president felt relieved after hearing this. and the smile on his face became even wider. That's good. Mr. Chin, if you have any needs at any time, just contact me directly, and I will open an exclusive channel for you. His tone was flattering, as if he was afraid of missing out on this cash cow in the financial market. Chun Fong did not stay for long, waved his hand casually, and got into the long-awaited Rolls-Royce luxury car. The windows slowly rose, and the noise from the outside world gradually disappeared, and finally only the silence inside the car remained. He leaned back in the seat, his heart at peace. The driver started the engine, and the car slowly drove away from the bank and headed towards Chun Feng's villa. Chun Feng's thoughts were already running fast, and he knew that this 27 billion yuan fund was just the beginning. Including this time, his account balance has reached an astonishing 122 billion US dollars, a figure that is enough to shake the entire financial market and even influence the economic lifeline of a country. However, Chun Fong knew that he didn't need to pay back the money. The end of the world was coming, the financial system was about to collapse, and the debt was just a passing cloud. He had mastered the strategy of making money out of nothing. In the coming months, he will continue to use these funds to accumulate more resources and prepare for the post-apocalyptic world. As the convoy drove to the villa, Chun Fong began to think about his next plan. He had to meet with Jerry Tansen of Fengchao in the evening, and another 20 billion yuan of funds would be in his hands soon. He had already expected that this deal would be an easy harvest. As night fell, the area around the Bapura International Hotel was already covered with layers of security. Jerry Tansen's arrival attracted great attention, and the police and special forces were fully deployed to block off several surrounding blocks. Patrol helicopters hovered in the sky, and every entrance of the hotel was closely guarded by armed police officers. Jerry's influence in the United States is very important, and every time he appears, he is accompanied by a power struggle. The tense atmosphere inside and outside the hotel continued to spread, and all irrelevant personnel were forcibly asked to leave. The wealthy people who once lived in the hotel could only leave with dissatisfaction. Although they did not understand why there would be such a large-scale control, they had no choice but to give in the face of such a scene. At 9 o'clock, Chun Feng's motorcade arrived at the hotel. The motorcade was magnificent, with 18 luxury cars leading the way, showing an unparalleled aura. Chun Fong walked into the hotel under the escort of the elite bodyguards of Longting Security Company. He had a blank expression on his face, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he walked towards the exclusive elevator leading to the top-floor reception room without saying a word. At the same time, the atmosphere in the living room was not calm. Jerry Tansen was furiously kicking a blonde woman who was kneeling on the ground. The woman's body was covered with scars, and her tears had blurred her makeup. She was crying for forgiveness at the top of her lungs. However, Jerry showed no mercy, and each kick was brutal. Just as he was about to strike again, the elevator chime sounded, and the door slowly opened. Jerry immediately stopped his hand, his expression changed, the anger on his face instantly dissipated, and he showed a warm smile. He waved his hand to signal his men to drag the woman away, and greeted Chun Fong with a false friendliness on his face. "Mr. Chin, you're finally here?" Jerry opened his arms, ready to hug, but Chun Feng's cold eyes made him stop. Chun Fong walked into the reception room. His eyes swept across every corner of the room, his expression calm and with a hint of impatience. He waved his hand casually, interrupting Jerry's overly enthusiastic greetings, and got straight to the point. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's talk business." Jerry smiled awkwardly but didn't mind. He knew that the man in front of him had huge resources and wealth, and he wanted to use him. Facing Chun Feng's strength, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Chun Fong sat down, picked up the tea on the table, and scanned the contract on the table while sipping the tea. The thick stack of contract papers silently showed the importance of this deal. Although the interest rate was ridiculously high and even a little unreasonable, Chun Fong didn't care. To him, it was just a piece of waste paper in a world that was about to collapse. After checking the contract, the lawyer reminded Chun Fong in a low voice that the interest was high, but Chun Fong didn't care at all and signed his name with a stroke of the pen. At the moment of signing, Chun Feng's phone vibrated. The secretary walked to his side excitedly and said softly, "Boss, 20 billion has arrived." The moment Chun Fong signed the contract, the long pretended smile on Jerry Tansen's face completely collapsed, revealing a mouthful of big gold teeth, smiling wildly and complacently. Jerry Tansen grabbed the contract impatiently, and after confirming that it was correct, he raised his hand and waved to his subordinates, as if the deal was settled. "Ha, Boss Chen, that's great. The money has been transferred to your account, and the contract is now officially effective. Jerry's facial muscles twitched with laughter, and his eyes were full of viciousness and greed. Jerry Tansen no longer concealed his true nature. The contract had already fallen into his hands, and the next step was for Chun Fong to fulfill the high interest. He was confident in this deal. 3 months later, Chun Fong had to repay the principal and interest anyway. Otherwise, the Feng Chao organization would have plenty of ways to force him to repay the debt. If you can't pay it back in 3 months, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. When Jerry said this, the smile on his face turned grim, as if he was making a bloody threat. He then waved his hand to signal his men. Not far away, a tall and burly black bodyguard grabbed a woman by the hair and dragged her over. The woman was slender, with fair skin. She grabbed the bodyguard's wrist with both hands weakly and screamed, "Let me go, don't touch me." The woman's struggle seemed meaningless against the bodyguard's strength, and her body was thrown to the ground like a rag. The woman tried to get up, but before she could stand firm, Jerry Tansen stepped on her head and pressed her face hard to the floor. The side of her face rubbed against the cold ground, leaving scratches and blood. "See?" Jerry's voice was cold and ruthless, full of the wanton control of power. "This is what happens to those who don't pay me back." The woman struggled helplessly under his feet, her eyes full of despair and fear. She twisted her body desperately, but Jerry's feet pressed her down like a mountain, and she was powerless to resist. Chun Fong watched coldly, but still had a faint smile on his face. He was used to this kind of drama. Killing, threatening, and intimidating were all very common methods for these gang leaders. Even so, Chun Feng's reaction to this woman was different. Her appearance and temperament gave Chun Fong a sense of familiarity. Chun Fong frowned, and countless fragments flashed through his mind. Finally, a name came to his mind: Cornice. He could hardly believe that the humiliated woman in front of him was actually the invincible SS-level elementalist in the apocalypse, codenamed Ghost Queen. In her previous life, Cornice was a legendary figure in the apocalypse, controlling elemental forces that could destroy the world. She had single-handedly wiped out an entire area of zombies and even built her own paradise, Happy Valley. Cornie's strength is almost unmatched, and her indifference and strength make everyone both in awe and fear of her. Chun Fong knew that in the future apocalypse, Connie's would be a powerful person that could not be ignored. But now, she had fallen to this point, imprisoned, and became a plaything at the feet of Jerry Tansen. All of this made Chun Fong have an unprecedented urge to save her. Jerry Tansen seemed to be getting more and more excited at this moment, with an obscene smile spreading across his face. He kicked the woman at his feet and said contemptuously, "Look at you, you can't even pay off your debts, and you still want to die happily?" Jerry Tansen glanced at Chun Fong and said sarcastically, "It's not so easy to get away with this money, Boss Chun. You don't want to follow our old path, do you?" Chun Fong lit a cigarette, took a puff, and responded slowly, "Do you really think I care about your little money?" Jerry Tansen was choked by his words, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Although Chun Feng's momentum made him a little uneasy, the temptation of profit still prevailed. He issued an order again. "Take off her clothes." Following Jerry's order, the bodyguards came forward one after another. The woman struggled even more violently and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Stop, you scumbags, let me go." However, the bodyguard's hands became increasingly violent. At this moment, murderous intent suddenly rose in Chun Feng's eyes, and the bodyguards behind him acted quickly. A lone bodyguard directly pulled out a gun and pointed it at the head of the violent black man. The two sides instantly entered a state of confrontation, the sounds of dozens of guns being loaded intertwined in the air, and the scene was like a taut string, and a conflict could break out at any time. Jerry Tansen was also stunned. He didn't expect Chun Fong to suddenly get angry. "Mr. Chun, are you serious?" Jerry's face darkened, his hands trembled slightly, and there was a little uneasiness in his eyes. Chun Fong slowly stood up, his eyes as cold as a knife, and said in a cold voice, "I'll say it again, put away your ridiculous threats. Don't play such despicable tricks in front of me." Chun Feng's sudden outburst stunned Jerry Tansen instantly. The situation before him was beyond his expectations. A capitalist actually dared to get angry in front of him and even directly threatened him with force? Jerry Tansen is a powerful figure in the American gangs. Whether it is killing people or making money, he is the best. But at this moment, he finds that he is not facing a simple businessman, but an opponent who completely ignores his majesty. "Do you know who you were talking to?" "Mr. Chun." Jerry clenched his teeth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was the leader of the first gang in the United States, and no one dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Chun Fong smiled coldly, not taking him seriously at all, and asked back, "Oh, are you warning me?" There was contempt in his tone, and then he punched the teacup on the table. With this punch, the teacup exploded instantly, and the fragments flew out like bullets. Several black bodyguards didn't even have time to react. Their chests were pierced by the fragments, and they fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. 5 bodies lay on the ground, and the blood quickly formed a pool. Deathly silence instantly enveloped the entire room, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it was suffocating. Jerry Tansun was stunned. The scene in front of him made him completely dumbfounded. 5 bodyguards were easily dealt with in just a few seconds. Chun Fong just smashed a teacup, but it caused such a horrible killing power. Jerry Tansun's legs went limp instantly, and he retreated back into his chair, tremblingly. His body shook uncontrollably, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Jerry knew that his men were simply unable to cope with this kind of power. The man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary rich man. His speed and strength could not be explained by common sense. If he continued to confront him, he might lose his life here. Jerry Tansun immediately came to his senses, and the arrogance in his eyes disappeared without a trace. He knew that he had to admit defeat this time. Otherwise, he would be the next person to fall in a pool of blood. "Sir, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Jerry quickly changed his attitude to a flattering one, raised his hands to show his submission, and his tone was full of the meaning of seeking peace. "Let's talk it out nicely. We can make money in harmony. There's no need to fight and kill." Jerry Tansun shouted at his men, "Put your guns away. Are you looking for death?" Chun Fong also glanced coldly at his bodyguards, raised his hand slightly, and signaled them to put away their guns. The bodyguards on both sides put away their weapons, and the smell of gunpowder in the air temporarily eased. Jerry's face was covered in cold sweat. He tried to stay calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Chun Feng's toughness frightened him. He had never seen a capitalist so strong and ruthless to kill people on his territory. Seeing Jerry give in, Chun Fong sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "Aren't you going to strip that girl's clothes? Why? You don't want to continue?" Jerry shuddered violently and almost jumped up from his chair. No. Excuse me, Master Chun. How could she take off her clothes? It was my men who didn't know the rules just now. Calm down. I'll deal with him right away." Before he finished speaking, Jerry took out his pistol, pointed it at the black bodyguard who was still trembling on the ground, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bodyguard's head exploded instantly. Blood plasma and brains splattered everywhere, and the ground was covered with blood. Connie screamed and immediately crawled away, her terrified eyes filled with despair and fear. Although Jerry Tansun was unwilling, he had to deal with his men himself in order to save his life and his 20 billion loan. The current situation did not allow him to continue to be strong, and fighting and killing would only bring him more trouble. Chun Feng's expression eased a little when he saw this. His goal was to take Connie away, and he didn't intend to create too much trouble here. After all, the key to this transaction was to control the initiative, not to let the situation get out of control. Not far away, Connie's had not yet fully recovered from her shock, but she had already realized that the man in front of her was saving her. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and she gradually felt a long-lost sense of security. Chun Fong said calmly, "Sit down. Since it's just a misunderstanding, let's get on with the business." "Don't worry, I won't lose a penny." Jerry nodded and apologized repeatedly. Yes. I feel relieved with your words. If Boston has any requests, please feel free to ask, and I will definitely do it." Chun Fong smiled faintly, pointed at Connie's who was huddled in the corner, and said calmly, but with unquestionable pressure, "All the accounts of this woman are in my name. Is it not difficult?" Jerry felt relieved and quickly agreed. No problem. Just do as Master Chun says, and the woman's account will be written off." Jerry Tansun was secretly glad that although he lost several of his men, Chun Fong not only did not default on his 20 billion, but also took the initiative to pay off Connie's debt. This was a win-win situation for him. At this time, Connie slowly got up from the ground. When she heard that Chun Fong had paid off her debt, she suddenly felt grateful. She couldn't help but shed tears, but quickly wiped them away, looked up at Chun Fong, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. After signing the contract, Jerry announced in public, "From now on, this woman will be under the disposal of Boss Chun, and her debt has been cleared." Cornice stood up and limped to Chun Fong, her hands trembling a little, but her eyes were more determined. She took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you for saving me, Chun Fong." Chun Fong gently touched her cheek and said in a gentle tone, "Just call me Chun Fong. You are free now. Where do you want to go?" Cornice immediately answered firmly, I will follow you." Chun Fong was a little surprised, but soon nodded and gently put on her coat. "Okay, then you will follow me from now on. At least no one will dare to bully you anymore." Jerry Tansen sat in his seat, watching this scene. His face turned pale, and he wanted to pick up his gun and shoot immediately, but reason told him that he was no match for Chun Fong at the moment, so he could only suppress his anger and silently accept the defeat. Chun Fong left the hotel with Cornice and his bodyguards. Jerry could only sit there angrily, his fists clenched, his eyes full of hatred. After Chun Feng's convoy left, Jerry finally exploded. He snatched the gun from the bodyguard and frantically shot at the corpse on the ground. His roar filled the entire reception room. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Jerry Tansen's roar echoed in the empty hall, accompanied by gunshots and shattering sounds. The whole scene seemed crazy and chaotic. After coming out of the hotel, Connie's followed Chun Fong into the luxurious Rolls-Royce. As the car started slowly, Chun Fong simply ordered, "Go to the villa." Cornice sat beside him cautiously, hardly daring to move. Cornice's hands tightly grasped the torn corner of her clothes, and her eyes occasionally glanced out the window, with everything that happened in the hotel still echoing in her mind. To Connie's, Chun Fong was a strange and mysterious person, but his aura was so strong that she could not ignore him at all. From his cold appearance to the 18-car escort convoy, Connie's felt an unprecedented sense of security. This was the first time that Connie's felt the feeling of being protected. She was a little excited and thought that as long as she followed Chun Fong, she might never be bullied by a villain like Jerry Tansen again in the future. Recalling her fall into the abyss of loan sharking, Cornice couldn't help but shed a few tears, her heart full of regret. She thought that working part-time could pay off her debts, but she didn't expect that there was such a bottomless pit behind it. As tears fell, Cornice secretly glanced at Chun Fong. He looked focused and calm, as if everything that had just happened had not affected him at all. In Connie's opinion, this man not only had a cold appearance and a strong aura, but more importantly, he confronted the gangster boss head-on for her. This made her grateful and gradually developed a little admiration for him. The corners of Cornice's mouth rose unconsciously, and the romantic scenes of heroes saving beauties in TV dramas began to emerge in her mind. In the quiet atmosphere in the car, every move of Chun Fong seemed calm and unhurried. He did not notice the emotional fluctuations of Connie's, and was calculating the gains of this transaction in his mind. 20 billion in hand, plus a SS-level awakener with great potential in the future. Thinking of this, Chun Fong gently touched Connie's head and said in a gentle tone, "We're almost home, don't worry." Chun Feng's action made Connie's body tremble slightly, her heartbeat quickened, and she was so nervous that she couldn't even speak. She could only turn her eyes to the window and pretend to be calm. Her mind was simple, and she didn't dare to get too close to this mysterious and powerful man. The car finally drove into Chun Feng's villa area. At the entrance of the villa, the housekeeper Irene had been waiting for a long time. When she saw the convoy slowly stop, she immediately stepped forward to greet them and said respectfully, "Boss, the first batch of orders you requested has all been put into storage, and the subsequent batches of supplies are also on the way and are expected to arrive soon." Chun Fong nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, very well done." A smile appeared on Irene's face. She was happy to receive Chun Feng's praise. She paved the way for Chun Fong skillfully and waited for instructions at any time. Irene is a person with a strong sense of existence. After following Chun Fong for many years, what she enjoys most is the feeling of being needed and recognized. As long as she can work for Chun Fong, she always goes all out. "Boss, is there anything else I can do?" Irene asked caringly. Chun Fong thought for a moment, then said, "I will handle tomorrow's purchases myself, and you will be responsible for transportation and inventory." "Okay, boss." Irene nodded and took off Chun Feng's coat. At this time, Irene noticed the disheveled Connie standing behind Chun Fong. She looked at the girl curiously. Her torn clothes and frightened eyes showed the disaster she had just experienced. Chun Fong then turned around and glanced at Connie's and said calmly, "She is here to help. Take her to change clothes and clean up." Irene understood immediately, nodded with a smile, then took Connie's hand and led her into the villa. Cornice followed behind Irene, her heart filled with shock. The villa in front of her was too luxurious and too big for her to imagine. The surrounding gardens, fountains, and paths seemed like a scene from a fairy tale. It all made her feel like she was in a dream. Connie's was always amazed at Chun Feng's life, looking around until Irene gently pulled her hand, which brought her back to her senses. Come on, I'll take you to wash up. As night fell, the lights in the villa were bright. Chun Fong had already returned to his study, turned on his computer, and continued to plan the next task. There were still 78 days before the virus outbreak, and he had to go all out and seize every minute and every second. When the end of the world comes, the entire social system of the United States will completely collapse. Transportation, logistics, and air routes will all be paralyzed, and resources will be exhausted overnight. Chun Fong knew all of this, and the current task of stockpiling supplies was still a huge challenge for him. After thinking for a moment, he opened the Dragon Country forum and Douyin. Unexpectedly, the internet is full of hot discussions about Chun Feng's loan of 100 billion yuan. Short video platforms are full of news about Chun Fong, and various hot comments are pouring in. This Chun Fong is a dragon countryman who monopolizes the three major industries of the Eagle Sauce country. He is really amazing. Awesome. Harvest him hard. Chun Fong was touched when he read these comments. After all, he still missed his motherland. He decided to write a short reminder. After all, the end of the world is approaching, and any help he can give to his compatriots is a good thing. Before New Year's Day, I hope everyone will pay attention and try to stock up on food and common supplies in advance. I wish you all the best. After sending this message, Chun Fong also invested $200,000 to ensure that more people can see this message. After doing all this, he finally relaxed a little and exited the webpage. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door. Chun Fong knew who it was without having to guess. He smiled and said, "Come in, don't knock." The door slowly opened, and Cornice walked in wearing a black dress, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and thin strap high heels. She exuded a youthful, yet deliberate sexiness. Chun Fong smiled slightly when he saw her outfit, knowing that she had dressed up specially. Although she walked a little unsteadily and looked a little nervous, her figure and temperament were indeed eye-catching. "Did you choose this outfit yourself?" Chun Fong teased. Cornice blushed slightly and shook her head. "No, the housekeeper said you would like to wear it like this." Chun Fong couldn't help but smile and said softly, "Take off your shoes, or you won't fall." His tone was gentle, but with a hint of teasing. Cornice bit her lip, somewhat reluctantly, but still took off her high heels and stood in front of Chun Fong, looking somewhat uneasy. "Learn more from Irene in the future, and take your time," Chun Fong said lightly, his eyes falling on her smooth and delicate feet. Cornice stood beside Chun Fong, nervous and at a loss, and said softly, "Thank you for saving me, Chun Fong." Chun Fong patted her shoulder and comforted her. "You're welcome. It's all over." He was a little confused. It seemed that Cornice was too eager to throw herself into his arms. Although her eyes were full of gratitude, Chun Fong knew that this girl might have more complicated emotions and intentions. Connie's heart was beating like a drum, and tears were still on her face. She tried to remain calm, but her inner tension was written all over her face. At this moment, Connie's was not only worried that her honey trap would be discovered by Chun Fong, but also afraid that he would directly reject her request. But when she thought of her best friend Zoe, who was in trouble, she could only grit her teeth and take a gamble. I just wanted to thank you." Connie's voice was trembling and uneasy. Chun Fong did not immediately expose her little thoughts, but put his hand on her slender waist and pulled her hard, and Connie's fell into his arms. She did not resist, but felt her body gradually getting hot and her heartbeat speeding up. At this moment, Connie's couldn't tell her feelings at the moment. Was it because she had to compromise in order to save Zoe, or because of her instinctive affection for Chun Fong? Perhaps it was both. Chun Fong could feel her stiffness and nervousness. She closed her eyes tightly, as if she had made up her mind to give herself up. The look of fear and a faint willingness to sacrifice herself made him laugh. Chun Fong was even more interested in such a simple and beautiful girl. He gently explored her skin, feeling her trembling and body fragrance. Just when Chun Fong was about to break through the last line of defense, Connie suddenly burst into tears, pushed Chun Fong away, and collapsed on the sofa by the wall. Her tears flowed freely, and her face was full of shame and helplessness. Chun Fong spread his hands like a gentleman, with a smile on his face, and said jokingly, "Didn't you say you would thank me? Are you regretting it now?" Connie's eyes were filled with shame and regret. Although she had some feelings for Chun Fong, she still couldn't give up everything immediately. She pouted and choked up, I didn't say no thanks." Chun Fong felt even more amused when he saw her reaction. At least, she wasn't the type to compromise easily, which made him appreciate her even more. Chun Fong walked to the sofa and sat down, his tone softened a little. Okay, I don't blame you. But you'd better tell the truth. Is there something wrong? Connie's raised her head. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She knew she had to tell the truth, otherwise Chun Fong would probably lose interest. She took a deep breath, her voice still a little nervous. Actually, I have something to ask you. Chun Fong leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and looked very casual. He knew that Connie's wanted to ask him something, but he was not in a hurry to interrupt her, but let her speak slowly. Can you save my best friend? Connie's lowered her head and whispered, her name is Zoe. Like me, she has a lot of money. Chun Fong frowned and said calmly, Little sister, I'm not doing charity. Corniss's face turned pale in an instant, and she was in a panic. She knew that such a request had almost no appeal to Chun Fong. Who was he? Why should he help her and her friends? She clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, feeling full of self-blame and shame. Just when Connie's felt desperate, Chun Fong asked again, What is the name of the girl you were talking about? Zoe. Corniss answered with a voice that almost held a last bit of hope. When Chun Fong heard this name, he suddenly felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Zoe? It was her! He was very familiar with this name. Zoe, one of the top warriors in the apocalypse, known as the Desert Valkyrie, was actually Connis's best friend. Zoe is an extremely rare divine weapon craftsman in the apocalypse. She has created countless divine weapons that can destroy the world. Her weapons can easily kill a group of zombies within hundreds of meters with one strike, sweeping away all enemies. Her existence is enough to make any force fear her. Unexpectedly, Corniss and Zoe, the two top awakeners, were college students who were also oppressed by loan sharks before the end of the world. Chun Fong made a decision in his heart instantly, but he remained indifferent on the surface. He asked calmly, Do you really want to save her? Yes. Zoe is my best friend. I can't let her die. Connie saw hope, but didn't dare to be too anxious, so she knelt down and begged with tears. Please. If you are willing to help, I will do my best to repay you. My life belongs to you. Corniss's voice gradually became low. Her hands tightly gripped the ground, her heart filled with inferiority and helplessness. Chun Fong was in a good mood when he saw her sincerity. The two top awakeners would become the strongest fighting force under his command in the future, so he would naturally not refuse such an opportunity. Chun Fong smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to help Connie up, and said softly, It's not that serious. Get up. Thank you, Master. I will be yours from now on, and I am willing to do anything for you. Connie still couldn't believe that Chun Fong really agreed. Her eyes were flashing with gratitude and awe. Chun Fong nodded and said slowly, I will arrange a time to rescue her, but this will not happen again. Understand? That's great. Thank you. Connie was so excited that she was at a loss and nodded repeatedly. To express her gratitude, Corniss turned around and poured wine for Chun Fong. She picked up a bottle of high-end red wine on the table and served him excitedly. Her movements seemed clumsy, and even her high heels were a little unstable, but she still tried to be more elegant. Chun Fong looked at her from behind, secretly admiring her. Although this girl lacked experience, she had enough sincerity and potential. When she awakened, she would become an important member of his staff. Together with Zoe, these two people will be a force that cannot be ignored in his future in the apocalypse. But right now, he has more important things to deal with. Okay, no need for wine. Chun Fong said calmly, I have other important things here. You can go back first. Although Connie's was a little disappointed, she knew that every word of Chun Fong was unquestionable. She calmed down and respectfully left. Chun Fong sat back at his desk and continued to plan his stockpiling of supplies. He opened the webpage and browsed the supply channels of various supplies to prepare for the next purchase. Livestock, seeds, weapons, and energy reserves are all essential parts of Chun Feng's plan. As time goes by, his plan gradually takes shape. Chapter 11. Purchase 7,000 tons order. After checking for a whole night, Chun Fong finally had a clear clue. On a stack of printed shopping lists, the first item listed is the freshwater aquatic product purchasing plan. Early in the morning, Chun Fong took a private plane to Michigan, the busiest aquaculture area in the United States. This is the center of the 5 major freshwater lakes, with a developed shipping system and numerous aquaculture bases, including several types of freshwater fish species that Chun Fong needs. Judging from the scale here, it can still meet the purchasing needs of several thousand tons. Oh my God! Mr. Chun, I finally meet you in person. I have heard about your deeds on the internet a long time ago. It is my honor to have you here. Buckman, president of Ogilvy Aquaculture, met with guests in front of the company. He received a call in the morning and was about to hand it over to his servants. But when he heard it was Chun Fong, he could no longer sit still. Because wealthy capital at this level is likely to come to discuss investment or cooperation. Either way, it is a great honor and opportunity for the company. Maybe this will help expand the company's business. The moment Buckman saw Chun Fong, he was very excited, and every look in his eyes was full of eagerness. He didn't even ask too many questions and took Chun Fong directly to his breeding base. Along the way, he also vividly introduced the company's scale and prospects. Chun Fong didn't care about it. He just checked the quality of the seafood. Back in the meeting room, the two of them got straight to the point and started the discussion. Chun Fong handed the list to Buckman. How much do you think you can give for these seafood? Buckman felt unsure when he took the list. Wasn't he here to discuss investment? He asked with a puzzled look. Mr. Chun, what are you doing? I plan to bring some seafood back. Name your price. Buckman lost interest when he heard this. After working so hard for so long, I found out that he was just here to purchase goods. I thought he was something great. He didn't even look at the list and started speaking in official language. We still have requirements for the shipment volume. If it's just a personal purchase issue, I'll arrange for someone to come and talk to you. After saying that, Buckman looked at his watch and wanted to leave impatiently. Chun Fong was a little confused. How come he suddenly changed his expression when he was so flattering just now? This alternating weather is too disgusting. But he didn't tolerate it, and he said on the spot, Are you kidding me about the 7,000-ton business? What kind of cows and horses are worthy of it? Then he stood up and left without even looking at her. However, as soon as Chun Fong got on the elevator, Buckman chased him out with an embarrassed look on his face but then a smile on his face. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant just now. Boss Chun, you misunderstood. Chun Fong also smiled when he saw him suddenly become humble. You want to talk now? Do you think I will agree? He continued to press the elevator's button for floor 1, too lazy to say anything more. Buckman weakly squeezed into the elevator. Even the bodyguards traveling with Chun Fong were looking at him with contempt. No, Boss Chun, please listen to me. At this moment, Buckman's face suddenly turned into panic, fearing that he would miss out on this amazing order. He gritted his teeth and said, How about I send you another 100 tons of seafood? I'll waive all the shipping costs. In just 1 minute, Buckman's mouth was moving like a machine gun, firing nonstop. In the end, Chun Fong was taken to the rest area in the lobby on the first floor. Buckman had used his decades of flattery skills to persuade Chun Fong to surrender. However, Chun Fong was not interested in the 100 tons of aquatic products. He just didn't care about that little thing at all. He just felt that walking like this seemed like he was holding his breath, and it would be more comfortable if he teased him a little more. After all, his sudden arrogance in the conference room just now was indeed a bit unreasonable. Boss Chun, how about we talk about the order we just made? Buckman squatted in front of Chun Feng's sofa, very respectful. Seeing Chun Fong take out a cigarette, he immediately took out his lighter and lit it for him. After observing for a while, Chun Fong tilted his neck and pointed at the gate in the distance. Don't you want to discuss this 7,000-ton business? That depends on your performance. Buckman looked toward the door, but was confused. Nothing much except seeing lots of employees coming in and out. Boss Chun, what are you doing? Go to that door and clean the floor, said Chun Fong. It's a piece of cake. It's not that simple. When Buckman stood up and prepared to leave, Chun Fong added grimly, Use your body to rub it. It's better to roll on the ground and make the ground spotless. Use your chest, belly, pants, and buttocks. After hearing this, Buckman suddenly stopped talking. There seemed to be a flash of anger in his eyes, but he quickly retracted it. He knew that Chun Fong was still angry, but he really had to do it. Who would feel bad about money? What does 7,000 tons mean? If we calculate it by weight, that's $80 million US. This amount of money could buy his entire company. It seems that your sincerity is still not enough. Seeing that he was hesitating, Chun Fong stood up and was about to leave. No. I'll get out of here right now. Buckman stood in front of Chun Fong in panic. Oh, then please, start your performance. Chun Fong curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Buckman took off his suit without saying a word, revealing his white shirt and bulging belly. He walked to the door, fell to the ground with a thud, and then rolled over with a distorted expression. See? It's time for your president to exercise. Chun Fong patted Buckman's secretary, then returned to his seat with his hands in his pockets. He crossed his legs leisurely. "Make a cup of tea. I'm a little thirsty." After hearing this, the secretary immediately frantically found a cup and made tea. "My shoes seem to be a little dusty. Can you take a look?" Chun Fong continued to ask. The secretary took a look and then squatted down. Regardless of whether there was dust or not, he wiped the shoes again. Just like that, she watched her boss rolling around in front of the door while serving Chun Fong. A lot of sweat instantly seeped out of the thin clothes, making them soaked through. Buckman rolled down several times, and his white shirt became gray and covered with footprints. His employees passed by the door from time to time, but they were tactful enough to stay away and pretend not to see them. 10 minutes later, Buckman finally finished the task and wiped the tiles in front of the door spotlessly clean. When I got up, it took me a while to figure out the direction. "Boss Chun, do you want to check it out?" My sincerity is real. Coming back to Chun Feng's side, he continued to smile with his head lowered. "I won't go for the checkup, it's okay." Chun Fong didn't take it seriously and just thought of it as a fart to tease him. I didn't expect Buckman to be so sincere. He caught his farts steadily and looked like he was enjoying it. But being a grown man was not enough to make Chun Fong agree. If this deal can be made, it must be the credit of the female secretary beside Buckman. Her massage technique was indeed superb, and she served Chun Fong so well that he didn't want to leave at all. "Okay, I'll keep my promise. Let's talk business." "Is what Boss Chun said true?" "That's great." Buckman grinned victoriously with excitement and continued to give a thumbs up to the female secretary, who was still massaging Chun Fong behind him. "Have you looked at all the seafood on the list? Give me 1,000 tons of each." "I checked it, and there's no problem." Buckman immediately marked the purchase list with a pen and calculated the amount of fish in several reservoirs. Herring, carp, prawns, perch, sturgeon, trout, salmon. The quantity of these fish required was huge, so all the reserves from various factories had to be mobilized. He has never received such a large order before, and looking at the entire United States, there is probably no one else who dares to do this. Seafood has value only if it is kept fresh. It is obviously not smart to order so much and stockpile it. If the purpose is to sell it, why not just start a company and hire technical personnel, or cooperate with their company? It is obviously not cost-effective for him to buy and then sell in this way from the perspective of cost control. He is one of the top 10 capitalists in the United States. Is there a hole in his head? Forget it. Why bother with it? Just cut him and be done with it. Chapter 12, Spending all the money is a skill. Although Buckman appeared respectful on the surface, he actually expressed contempt for the capitalist practices. "But no matter what, this time I made enough money to last for several years. It was worth it. Boss Chun, we have enough fish, don't worry." Buckman vowed. Chun Fong naturally knew the usual tricks of these businessmen, so he warned. "I will give you the money in installments, but you must ensure the freshness of the seafood. If you find anything dead or sick, you'd better be careful." Buckman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not dare to fool around. After all, it was such a large amount of money, and any mistake in any link might result in not getting the full payment. This is what he fears most. "Don't worry, Mr. Chun. We still have the professionalism to ensure that everything is fresh." "I hope so." After saying that, Chun Fong gestured to the bodyguard behind him. The money arrived soon. A dozen bodyguards wearing sunglasses walked into the hall. They all carried black safes and lined up in front of Buckman. The aura was instantly shocking to the extreme. As Chun Fong gave the order, boxes of US dollars suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone present exclaimed in amazement and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The scene was quite explosive. They had never seen so much money in their lives and felt the extravagance of rich people. "Here is a 20 million deposit. The rest of the money will be given to you after the goods arrive. You can check them all. No rush. I'll leave someone here." As Chun Fong signed his name on the contract, the order was officially completed. Buckman looked at the green dollar and felt a tingling sensation in his heart. 20 million was obtained just like that. It is easy to make money from the rich. Chun Fong was speechless when he saw these white pigs who looked like they had never seen money. Is it just 20 million? Compared to his hundreds of billions in cash, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. However, before they are all exchanged for supplies, they're just a currency with a countdown. There is nothing to be happy about. Send the goods to that address as soon as possible. The sooner the better. I don't want more people to know about this, so you'd better take care of your people. Do you understand what I mean? Before leaving, Chun Fong patted Buckman on the shoulder and reminded him, "Don't worry, I'll remember it." Buckman suppressed his excitement, bent his waist, and obeyed. It was not until he sent Chun Fong into the luxury car and drove away that he finally showed the proper dignity. Pa, what the hell? He took off his dirty shirt and threw it on the ground, then started cursing. Then he walked back with his secretary in his arms, looking excited. Come on, press it for me upstairs later. Today is the third day after my rebirth, and there are still 77 days until the zombie virus breaks out. After leaving the Ogilvy breeding base, Chun Fong continued to go to other bases according to the plan on the list. Time flies by. 3 days later, when he returned to Chunyu, he had already brought back more than a dozen signed contracts. The 200,000 tons of aquatic product purchasing plan has been completed, and the final payment will be made after the transportation arrives. The profits from such a large shipment are staggering, enough to make fisheries throughout Michigan profitable for several years. So even the calculating bosses were willing to waive all shipping costs for Chun Fong. A rough estimate shows that a total of $1 billion was spent today. While everyone was excited about making money from Chun Fong, only Chun Fong was worried about how to spend the real money. Only $1 billion out of $142 billion was spent. Too slow. But today was still successful. At least I made a small step forward in stockpiling supplies, and there is still plenty of time. There are also a lot of vegetables, livestock, munitions, seeds, and heavy metals left, so I think they can all be spent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Conroe Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. The chairman looked haggard, as if he had aged several years. To outsiders, they would think that it was the boss's fault for neglecting his health and focusing on beauty. In fact, everyone inside knew that this was all because of Chun Feng's loan. The entire company has gone through a lot of trouble for this matter, and has been trying to find out the inside story of Chun Feng's loan of 100 billion yuan. Chairman Jonathan did not sleep well and woke up in the middle of the night for several nights in a row. His wife hasn't been cared for several nights. It's crazy. It's really crazy. What on earth are they going to do? 122 billion is more than enough to research cancer drugs. With so many loans, could it be possible that they are researching a cure for the virus? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Has anyone found any valuable information? Jonathan threw away the documents on his desk and roared loudly. The subordinates standing by shrank their heads and trembled in fear. This is the nth time they have been called to the office, but still no one has reported any new progress. Maybe it's because they are old employees and are used to reporting good news but not bad news. They all know the boss's bad temper. But recently there is a new employee who is very dangerous and is stubborn in everything. Fortunately, his subordinates sent him away, otherwise the boss would have to smash another ashtray. Why aren't you talking? You idiot! Jonathan felt better after his tantrum, because it was obviously not his fault. The only one to blame was this group of useless employees. The subordinates all breathed a sigh of relief, and the boss's anger finally subsided. In the silence, the office door was pushed open, and the person no one expected appeared. That new young man is here again, and he's here to take credit, thinking he knows more than others. Boss, I have a clue. Don't you know? That Chun Fong just borrowed 20 billion from Jerry Tansen. He even dared to borrow from gangsters. Isn't he looking for death? As soon as these words came out, Jonathan's anger, which had just been suppressed, was stirred up. How do you know he is seeking death and is prepared? Have no idea. So, did you find out why he took out the loan? No. Then what are you reporting? You don't need to come tomorrow. Get lost. What Jonathan can't stand most is people who come with problems, but no solutions. What's the point of keeping such people? What he wants is the inside story, not useless information that only adds to his troubles. The subordinate standing by also smiled without saying anything, their wisdom of only reporting good news and not bad news clearly revealed. Everyone knows that Chun Fong borrowed 20 billion yuan, but no one dares to mention it. You say others are looking for death, but he is looking for death himself and is walking right into the muzzle of a gun. The newcomer left in disgrace, still feeling extremely surprised when he left. Perhaps it was because the boss didn't recognize his hero. This time, Jonathan could no longer comfort himself with the method of spiritual victory. Now that the problem has been raised, it must be solved. Borrow another 20 billion. He even dares to ask for money from the Fengchao organization. No one will believe Chun Fong if he says he is not planning a big move. 142 billion. Is Longsheng Pharmaceutical going to burn its boats? At this time, Jonathan's head was still a mess, and if he continued like this, he would become a mental patient. It seems that I need to find a time to meet with Chun Fong. This is the quickest way I can think of. Let's see if I can get anything out of it. All of you go down. continue to collect intelligence and report to me at any time. Chapter 13. Alarming Phobler. Since a large amount of funds were mobilized in a short period of time, it has attracted the attention of some monitoring agencies in the United States. Combined with a previous meeting with Fengchao Organization, Chun Feng's name suddenly came into the sight of the Federal Bureau. Washington, Fable Headquarters, Hemishafani Street. Young federal female agent Monteray was presenting relevant PPT data at the podium in the conference room. She collected Chun Feng's financial movements for the past week and pointed to the latest 20 billion yuan loan on the projection board and analyzed it. Such a big capitalist would go to the leader of an underground organization to borrow money? I suspect there is some unspeakable secret here. Why would they go to criminals to borrow money when they already have hundreds of billions of assets? It's obviously irrational. There is only one possibility. That is, it appears to be a loan, but is actually a collusion. That meeting must have resulted in something. In her opinion, 142 billion is not a small amount. If it leaks out, it will definitely have an impact on the country, and we must remain vigilant regardless of whether there is evidence or not. Besides, she urgently needs a major case to show herself. Such an obvious sign of crime is the best opportunity. Although I don't know this man, it's not a good sign for a big capitalist to get involved with a criminal boss. I strongly suggest that this matter should be investigated. This $20 billion transaction is clearly illegal. After saying that, Monteray looked towards his boss' seat. She hoped to get authorization from him to investigate. As long as she gets the secret behind Chun Feng's hundreds of billions of loans, she will have the opportunity to get a higher position. At this point, her team leader had not even spoken when she was ridiculed and questioned by other colleagues in the conference room. Monteray, you know who Chun Fong is, so you dare to investigate him? You can't just move such a huge amount of capital at your will. You are too young. Can you use your brain? Ha ha. I think all her intelligence lies in her beauty. Monteray had expected some opposition, but to have them all laugh at her was too much. Aren't these people just afraid of capital? But they can't just stand there and not do anything. The FBI is no place for a bunch of wimps. In her faith, this is a place to realize your ideals, not just a position. It is a sharp sword that can help her overthrow capital. But even if she fails to do so, she will not let them off easily. Why are you afraid? Shouldn't you fight bravely with me? Or are you afraid of getting in trouble even if I'm right? Kevin, go ahead. Monteray shouted angrily, trying to suppress the unreasonable ridicule. After hearing this, the colleagues' faces immediately turned cold. In their opinion, this woman is a little too idealistic. He has no idea of his own limitations. She thinks those capitalists are stupid toys? And her rhetoric was simply childish. If you dare to investigate him, he will make you disappear. You can't even get evidence, and yet you want to convict them? In the eyes of ordinary people, federal agents are indeed impressive. But in the eyes of capitalists like Chun Fong, it is just a dog that can be slaughtered at will. There was spit flying in the conference room as both sides argued. Monteray was fearless in her beliefs and challenged her colleagues to argue their case. Okay, Monteray, let's not argue. If you have the ability, just go for it. But let's get the investigation documents first. Kevin sat in his seat with disdain and waved his hands to his colleagues. Obviously, most people are not optimistic about the proposal to investigate Chun Fong. Soon, the team leader Rigsun, who was sitting in the main seat, finally spoke. He snorted, and the meeting room immediately became quiet. Monteray sat back in his seat, looking longingly at the gray-haired team leader who was about to retire gloriously. Without his permission, Monteray would not be able to obtain the investigation documents, no matter how hard she tried. Monteray, your courage is worth learning. But some things still need to be done slowly and accumulate more experience. You can't overthrow capital with just passion. You know how big they are? Everything has a process. Don't be impatient. Rigsun warned gently, but his words were full of excuses. But that's normal. How could an officer who has served in Fable for most of his life and is about to retire allow his men to do such a reckless thing? He doesn't want anything to go wrong before retirement. At least it is impossible to authorize her before the next team leader arrives. Apart from being a little rash and youthful, Monteray is pretty cute otherwise. But he is too stubborn and doesn't know how to judge the situation. She naturally understood Rigsun's delaying tactic, but she still persisted with all her might. Sir, I don't think capital is that scary as long as you... Okay, let's stop talking about this. I'll go by myself. Monteray muttered guiltily. As soon as these words came out, Rigsun became furious. He threw the teacup beside him to the ground and shouted, I'm warning you, Monteray. Don't be ungrateful. The meeting is adjourned. Rickson waved his hand and walked straight out the door without giving Monteray any chance to explain. Soon Monteray was the only one left in the meeting room. She pursed her lips and shed a few tears in grievance. Then she covered her head and screamed in anger. Ugly button. After Chun Fong returned to the villa, he went directly to the large underground warehouse in the backyard. The second, third, and fourth batches of supplies will arrive soon. Therefore, all the materials that have been in place previously must be stored in the system's storage space. With a scan of the eyes, everything in sight is instantly moved into the storage space. At this time, only 500,000 cubic meters of the 50 million cubic meters of space are used, which is 100th. Since time is absolutely still in the storage space, whatever is put in can remain in its original state. What you put in is what you will take out. As time goes by, phenomena such as mold, odor, and decay will naturally disappear in the space. It is a portable static space, an absolute doomsday artifact. Boss, I have contacted the Texas ranch you requested. Chun Fong had just finished collecting the supplies when Irene walked in. Okay, I understand. She is still sexy tonight, wearing a black hollow mesh dress, which is looming. As always, she was wearing Chun Feng's favorite black ultra-thin stockings on her legs. When Irene realized that the warehouse had been emptied, she was terrified and thought a theft had occurred. She was ready to call the police immediately, because that was 200,000 tons of supplies. After Chun Feng's manipulation and concealment, Irene still believed it. After all, the capitalist's magical powers are beyond the imagination of a weak girl like her. Then Chun Fong took her away from the warehouse. Chapter 14, The Farmer and the Turkey. An awakener with B-level strength certainly has all-round qualities. Even the housekeeper Irene was amazed at the performance that night. She had never thought that her boss could be so strong as never before. Day 7. Chun Fong went to the ranch in Texas early in the morning. The beef cattle here are the most famous in Eagle sauce, with a stock of 14 million heads, ranking first in the country. Although the number of pork and mutton is not as large as that of beef cattle, the output can still exceed 1 million heads. After getting off the private plane, Chun Fong and a group of security personnel rushed to the agreed farm. On the way, Chun Fong drove a Rolls-Royce convertible and listened to local radio stations and folk songs. Then the fragrance of cow dung, soil, and grass blew in the wind. Looking around, there is a vast plain with a few hills scattered around. The green grassland and the sky complement each other, giving people a feeling of incomparable comfort and relaxation. A moment later, Chun Fong arrived at one of the largest farms. The owner of the venue came to greet us personally and entertained us warmly. Mr. Chun, welcome to the farm. According to your instructions, I called dozens of nearby farmers over. Chun Fong nodded and glanced at the crowd. Then I went to a cool, big wooden house with a group of farmers to discuss the matter. Everyone, I'll keep it short. Right now I need a lot of beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and duck, as well as youngsters. The quantity is quite large. Is there anyone who can meet my demand of 30,000 tons? 30,000 tons for each type of meat. As soon as Chun Fong sat down, he started talking about tens of thousands of tons. The people present were stunned and looked at each other with shock on their faces. Everyone knows that Chun Fong is a super wealthy businessman and would never joke about such things. He said if he wanted to buy it, it must be bought with real money. Various tiny voices came from the crowd, but no one came out to make a decision. At this amount, it would be equivalent to buying all the livestock and poultry on their farms. This is not a business. It's just giving away money. It would be unfair to this rich man if I didn't make a big profit from him. Faced with Chun Feng's huge order, the crowd suddenly fell into a strange silence. They rushed to calculate in their minds the number of their own livestock and the corresponding prices. Chun Fong was indeed surprised by the calmness of these farmers. He thought they were scared silly, but after only 5 minutes, the farmers raised their hands. Mr. Chun, I can provide 5,000 tons of beef. And me, my farm can provide 10,000 tons of lamb. 8,000 tons of chicken should be no problem. Pork, I'll give you 30,000 tons. Beef, 10,000 tons of beef. Duck meat, I have 3,000 tons. The scene was as lively as an auction, with everyone shouting out numbers and prices. An order of over 100,000 tons suddenly hit this place like a bomb, fueling the enthusiasm in people's hearts. They were lucky to be chosen here by Chun Fong. What awaits them immediately is tens of millions of dollars in profits. This is enough for them to stop everything they are doing and have fun for a few years. In the United States, due to supply and demand and technological reasons, the price of meat is very low, and the competition is naturally fierce. Chun Fong simply let them avoid the cruel competition, and he would take as many as they could. How lucky! Mr. Chun is their god, their savior, and they no longer have to worry about their next meal. But it is far from as simple as the farmers think. At this time, the farmer is more like a turkey waiting for the final judgment. When they were still thinking about how to make money on the first level, Chun Fong had already thought of the 18th level and beyond. Don't think that meat is cheap, rotten, and even worse than vegetables now. But in the last days, it is more valuable than gold. Even if it is frozen, it is very scarce, not to mention that what Chun Fong bought are fresh meat animals that are alive and kicking. In that world, anyone who can eat frozen meat is considered the strongest among the strong. Even the leaders who established a shelter could only breed and slaughter them on their own, and the quantity would not exceed 10 tons. When Chun Fong was doing his best, he once built a small shelter, but even then he couldn't eat meat. At most, I'm a little better off than others, with 2 meals a day, which is barely enough to keep me fed and full. Therefore, hundreds of thousands of tons of various fresh meats can call the shots in the end times, no less than a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Half an hour later, Chun Fong signed contracts with the farmers one by one. All the livestock were slaughtered in a quantity of 15,000 tons, and the rest were sold intact. My God, Boss Chun has directly boosted the per capita GDP of our farm. As soon as we come in, we'll sign a $3 billion deal. Let's bow to the rich man. After saying that, the leading farmer stood in front of Chun Fong and bowed 100 degrees, and the others followed suit. It's still the same old rule. Wherever Chun Fong goes, there will be a display of his money ability. He just snapped his fingers, and more than a dozen bodyguards quickly arrived. As the safe was opened, green banknotes appeared again. Here is a 100 million deposit. Don't worry, check it out. I'll pay the balance when the goods arrive. Chun Fong said this in a casual manner as usual and prepared to leave. He smiled faintly and signaled the bodyguard to pour all the money on the table. The people at the scene couldn't keep calm when seeing the huge pile of money. They just lay on the table and sucked it up. Some even imitated the Arab prince's lavish spending, scattering money on their bodies, faces, and throwing it into the air. I have to say, the special smell of the ink on banknotes is really pleasant and intoxicating. Some of them were so excited that they hugged each other, tears welling up in their eyes, and they were so moved that they cried. After the farmers were excited, they regretted to find that Chun Fong had left in a low-key manner. The rich are the rich. They don't care about form at all. If they want to leave, they can just leave without leaving any trace. But the farmers have already made the money, so there is nothing to worry about. What we need to do now is to slaughter half of the livestock as quickly as possible, then load them onto trucks and send them to Choyue. After calming down, the owners gradually realized that the behavior of this capitalist was indeed strange. If so many animals are slaughtered and not sold immediately, they will soon rot. But how can a newly entered capitalist have the confidence to sell so much meat? Even their own sales network cannot sell so much at one time. If he buys it and puts it in the freezer, then this capitalist is not smart enough. It costs money and manpower, and living creatures also need farms and bases to be fed, so it is a thankless operation. Is this really a businessman? Or was it sent by God to give money to these hardworking people? But there is no need to worry about it. The contract has been signed anyway, so there is no point in him regretting it. Today we must not go home until we are drunk. Stop everything you are doing and give yourself a break. That's right. Have fun. Eat to your heart's content. And then go home at night and work overtime with your wife to your heart's content. Ha 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 ha. The farmers continued to joke around as if they were back in their childhood, as happy as children. In fact, this is normal. Even if they rack their brains, they will not understand the world of a reborn person. Chun Fong looked at them as if they were low-level creatures, just like the story of the farmer and the turkey. Chapter 15, A Bunch of Ordinary People's Online Carnival. Just when some media companies in the United States are still racking their brains to create hot topics. Thousands of netizens on the short video platform have turned their attention to an event that has nothing to do with celebrity gossip. What sparked heated discussion was a short video with 300 million views. Inside, a convoy of trucks stretching for several kilometers appeared on the highway at the state border. To ordinary people, this amount of transportation is comparable to the material reserves of a city. However, this is just one of Chun Feng's fleets. Netizens from all over the country were excited and speculated what was inside and where it was being shipped. Of course, they can rule out that it is some kind of relief supplies. Even if a war breaks out or a natural disaster strikes in the United States, such timely assistance will not happen. Rich people save their lives, poor people deserve it. Later, careful netizens found the answer on the back half of the box. Isn't this the logo of the Michigan Seafood Company? Yes, and there are dozens of fishery companies. Where is this being delivered to? It doesn't look like a chain supermarket. No supermarket can possibly stock this amount of seafood. It's terrifying to think about it. Who is hoarding seafood? Are they deliberately trying to drive up the market price of fish? In another video posted later, netizens captured a large truck parked near a detached villa. The convoy almost blocked half of the road and was 2 kilometers long. Thousands of workers unloaded goods into the villa overnight. There is no impenetrable wall in the world of the internet. No matter how low-key Chun Fong was, these purchases were still exposed. The comment section of this video easily exceeded 100,000. Is there no doubt among you all? This is the family of the wealthy capitalist Chun Fong. He is indeed rich enough to rival a country. His villa is comparable to the government building. You're borrowing 100 billion and you're telling me you're buying fish? You're crazy. Capitalists are learning fish farming techniques? The world of the rich is really incomprehensible. Hundreds of thousands of tons of fish can be put in the player's home? You are a master. Oh my God, the villa is so magnificent. Hundreds of thousands of tons of fish for a villa of this level. It's just a drop in the bucket. There are underground fortifications. Chun Feng's hoarding of aquatic products caused a sensation in the city. But most people just watched the fun and it didn't cause any tension. However, people with some assets have already started to follow suit. Although I cannot understand the logic of big capitalists, as a prominent figure, I just follow the trend without thinking. As long as the big brother has meat to eat, the little brother will never go hungry, and if he is lucky, he can even have some soup. After the video went viral, some individual fishery owners began to receive many large orders, all of which were purchases ranging from 10 to 50 tons. Monteray Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. Just as the chairman was watching the beautiful anchor's video, the video that caused a sensation in the city was also pushed to his mobile phone. It's this Chun Fong again. Really, he's everywhere. I give in. These days, he was driven crazy by Chun Feng's loan issue. He could hardly sleep, and his whole head was filled with his shadow. Now even my phone is filled with messages from him. How can I live a good life? What kind of monster is this person? He has tortured him for so many years. Chun Fong has become a thorn in Jonathan's side. If he can't defeat him, his career and ambitions will be completely unrealized. After watching the video, Jonathan frowned. What is going on here? You borrowed hundreds of millions, and you told me you were buying fish? There's something wrong. Could he possibly extract pharmaceutical technology from fish? After thinking about it, Jonathan suddenly flashed an idiom in his mind. He was so excited that he suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "Fuck," making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. At this moment, he jumped up happily, as if he had seen through his old rival's conspiracy. To deal with the dragon people, you have to use dragon logic. It's good to read some Sun Tzu's Art of War. Now everyone's attention is on Chun Feng's villa. It is obvious that this strategy was very successful. According to a speculation, there must be important actions taking place at the Longsheng pharmaceutical base at this time. The chessboard finally moved. After Jonathan figured out the purpose, he immediately gave instructions. Send people to Longsheng Pharmaceuticals' factory to see what they are doing. Yes, boss. The assistant next to him immediately picked up the phone and started notifying. At this moment, Jonathan felt relieved. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the floor-to-ceiling window next to him. Suddenly, I felt that the scenery outside was so beautiful. Chun Fong, you're finally making some moves. He let out a long sigh and sat back in his chair. The bloodshot eyes and dark circles clearly showed his recent condition. If he can get some information this time, then he will be able to know both himself and the enemy when he meets Chun Fong later. When Chun Fong returned to Choyue, he naturally knew about this hot topic that attracted the attention of the entire city. He ordered the empty trucks to leave his villa immediately. However, such a large scale is bound to cause a sensation. Of course, none of this matters anymore. There's no need to hide. As long as no information is revealed, the common people can only watch the fun. After all, hot topics are just like side dishes. At most, they can add some fun to their boring lives. There is no such thing as conspiracy in the world today. Any movement of a certain scale is an open conspiracy known to everyone. The capitalists who control the resources and means of production. What can they do even if their purpose is known to others? However, in Chun Feng's eyes, all the capital of the eagle sauce will be slaughtered because their meat is the fattest. Waiting for the show to begin. Today we spent $3 billion to get meat, and the next step is to stockpile various basic food. When it comes to meat, seasoning is definitely indispensable. Chun Fong has been in Yingjiang for more than 10 years, but he has never been used to the local food, so the chefs hired by his family are all from Longhua. And he is a typical person who loves spicy food. So we have to buy more chili peppers, as well as various peppers and hot sauce products. Soy sauce must also be made in Longhua. You can contact the company every day. Of course, Chun Fong would leave such an important matter to Irene, who understood her best. Seasoning is so important. It is related to your appetite for every meal and your mood for the day. In Chun Feng's opinion, the most wonderful things in the world are eating and sleeping. They must not be perfunctory. Thinking of this, Chun Fong wanted to go back to bed and make love. But it is noon now, so we should put business first and not be careless about supplies. Let's get back to the point. Besides meat, the next thing to reserve hard currency is salt. With the advent of the apocalypse, even seawater and lakes are the focus of pollution, not to mention the extraction of salt. Fresh water is easy to handle. Today's technological products are dazzling, and the filtration technology is still sufficient. You have to buy a few large salt fields in advance so that you don't have to worry about not being able to exchange things when the time comes. Bartering is an effective survival strategy in the end times. Chapter 16, Meet Zoe. In a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Chio, Cornice was dressed in luxurious attire, sitting elegantly on a wooden chair by the window, waiting for her best friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Chun Fong made a phone call, and the other party released the person without any hesitation. She dressed up carefully for the meeting. From Hermes bags to Dior black lace dresses, everything exudes refinement, nobility, and taste. She also wore jewelry accessories from a famous designer around her neck. I have to say that this outfit is extremely ostentatious, and it feels a bit over the top. Anyway, they were all borrowed from the cloakroom in Chun Feng's villa, and it didn't cost any money, so I just filled it up with all the configurations. This whole thing would cost at least $1 million US, which is many times more than the money she borrowed from loan sharks. This was the first time that Connie's went out alone, and she couldn't embarrass her master no matter what. The change in identity gave her unprecedented confidence, and her eyes were full of admiration whenever her master was mentioned. This restaurant is opened by a top chef from the island country, and the main ingredients are high-end seafood sushi. Those who want to eat here must make reservations 2 weeks in advance, and the number of seats is strictly limited. It's not because Connie's likes this place so much, but because Chun Fong decided to let her entertain her best friend here. The hall is antique, and its simple layout is full of dedication to food. The soft music and lighting make people feel comfortable. A moment later, a very low-key woman wearing a mask and a hat appeared outside the glass window. Cornie's best friend finally found this place. She wrapped her face and body tightly, and no one could see her face clearly. Even so, Connie could still recognize her, even if she turned into ashes. Zoe has lost a lot of weight and looks very weak, just like when she was in trouble before. Found it, this should be the place. How could she ask me out in a place like this? Zoe looked at the door anxiously for a long time, and only pushed it open after making sure it was safe. She couldn't believe that her best friend would choose such a place. In her opinion, this is a place that only rich people can enjoy, and even the cheapest drinks cost hundreds of dollars. After entering, it turned out that all the people there were middle-aged people who were either rich or noble. They were chatting and laughing and discussing the delicious food here. She didn't dare to make eye contact with anyone and could only lower her head and look at the address in her hand to confirm it again and again. Zoe, I'm here. Just when Zoe was still feeling extremely inferior about entering this restaurant, Connie waved to her. Normally, Zoe would be able to recognize her at a glance, but today, Connie looked like a noble and wealthy lady. She walked over with a look of shock on her face. Oh my God, where did you get all this? We still owe you money. It's okay, you don't have to pay it back. From now on, you can be as open and honest as I am. Cornice smiled confidently and freely, looking at Zoe's reaction expectantly. Wow, is this true? No need to return it. Did I hear you right? Okay, let me be quiet for a while. Zoe couldn't believe it. She turned her head to the side and re-examined everything in front of her. Soon, hot tears rolled down her eyes. It felt so good to be free again. Thinking of her situation and despair these days, she controlled her urge to find someone to cry to. Since being arrested, my life has been worse than death. I am locked in a dark room every day. Fortunately, Connie found a way to hold back the loan sharks outside. Otherwise, she would have been ruined by those beasts. But all this is thanks to Chun Feng's prominent status. I know you have a lot of questions. You want to know why those people didn't do anything to you and let you go obediently, right? Zoe still has no idea who the mysterious person that Connie's was talking about is. She'd wonder why the loan sharks were so scared. Don't be nervous. Take off your mask and eat something. Anyway, we are free now. We can do whatever we want. After Connie's finished speaking, she ordered 2 set meals prepared by a senior chef, and then the whole table was filled. It's full of exquisite seafood sushi. Try it now. You probably haven't eaten this kind of thing for a long time. I'll talk to you while you eat. Zoe looked at the table full of food, and her mouth moved unconsciously. She took off her mask, revealing her beautiful face. Although she was not wearing any makeup and had scars on her face, it did not affect her overall delicate appearance at all. It gives people a pure and sweet feeling, which is comparable to Corniss's appearance. It's just that Connie's is a little more mature and generous, while Zoe looks more petite and has a fresh Lolita vibe. You know Jerry Tansen, right? He runs a small company that loaned you money at high interest rates. When my master rescued me that day, Jerry Ritterson's legs went limp with fear. This time, the master made a phone call, and they released him immediately. If those people dare to touch you, they will be seeking death. As she spoke, Corniss rested her chin on the table with both hands, looking full of pride and with admiration in her eyes. Who is the master you were talking about? Zoe finished all the sushi on the table in just a few bites, and even sucked the residue on her fingers. She looked at Connie's face carefully, looking for the message she was conveying. Tell me quickly, what's your master's name, and who is he? Zoe urged with a raised corner of her mouth. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. He's the most wonderful man in the world. He is also the toughest person. Well, I am satisfied with every aspect of him. Zoe slapped Connie's hand angrily. Are you going to tell me or not? Why are you so annoying? Okay, let me tell you. His name is Chun Fong. He's a big capitalist, very rich and super handsome. I begged her for a long time before she agreed to save you. You must thank me this time. Zoe listened to her passionate speech and couldn't help but feel fascinated. He really agreed to save me? He's really kind. I really want to meet him. From the moment she entered this high-end restaurant, Zoe could feel the aura and charm of this capitalist. The strength behind Connie's can be seen just from her luxurious outfit. That's easy. I'll take you to see him later. I've already made an agreement with the master. From now on, we are a family. You can serve him with me. Corniss's eyes were full of pride and anticipation. She held Zoe's hand, and tears flowed unconsciously. This time, they no longer have to separate, as if they have returned to the past. When Zoe heard that she was about to meet Chun Fong, her face flushed instantly, and her heart beat faster than ever. This is the famous Mr. Billionaire, and many people are vying to get close to him. Look at you, you're shy. Don't be nervous. Our master is very gentle. As they spoke, the two hugged each other. Then, they started making embarrassing jokes one after another. Chapter 17, Big Change. 2 days passed unknowingly, and all 150,000 tons of meat were stored in the warehouse. There are only 71 days left until the virus breaks out completely. To this day, all the supplies added up to a total of 1 million cubic meters, which is just a small corner of the storage space. It seems that filling it up is a huge project. It has been drizzling since yesterday. The air became humid, and the entire Choiwe was shrouded in a misty vapor. In the morning, Chun Fong and the 3 girls had breakfast and prepared for the next plan. After he called Millie over, the 4 of them stood in front of him. Well, now everyone is here. Aaron, there's something I need to entrust to you, which is the purchase of seasonings and seafood. You have to go to Dragon Country. As he spoke, Chun Fong handed over a few pages of lists. No problem. It's just the transportation and warehousing of goods in the next few days. Irene stepped forward and took the list, hesitantly speaking. Let Cornish do all this. She's been here for so long, it's time for her to do something practical. Irene agreed with a conflicted tone. Maybe it's because I've been spending every night with Chun Fong, and suddenly I'm not used to being separated from him. She always finds ways to attract Chun Fong, but it seems she failed today. It seems that the outfit is not to the boss's liking. Forget it, since the boss has assigned me the task, I must complete it. Maybe he really needs to do it himself. At this moment, Irene's heart was in turmoil. Although she was reluctant, she still took it very seriously. She didn't care at all what her boss was going to do with the stockpiling of supplies, because she understands that the perspective of capitalists is different from that of ordinary people, and they are 2 completely different worlds. There must be a reason for what the boss does. There is nothing wrong in following him loyally. There is no need to be alarmed. Irene left the dining room, and immediately began planning her flight to Dragon Country. Cornus, the two of you will go to the underground warehouse and be responsible for the receipt and registration of the goods. Okay, master. After saying that, Connie's pinched Zoe, who was staring at Chun Fong in a daze, and she soon reacted. Master. Chun Fong couldn't help but smile as he saw them bowing and addressing each other respectfully. Don't bow anymore. It's hard for your body to bear it if you do it every day. There are not so many rules here. Understood, they said in unison. You guys go down. Then the two of them held hands and jumped away. Chun Fong looked at their backs and showed a hint of satisfaction. With two awakened ones in his possession, he felt more confident about the future world. Boss, the contract signing ceremony for the acquisition of Monsanto Seed Company has been arranged. The appointment is at 2 p.m. But there is one more thing. The chairman of Monteray Pharmaceuticals wants to see you. He said he wants to meet an old friend and have a meal. After everyone left, Millie took the itinerary and reported to Chun Fong. Jonathan, is he worthy of having dinner with me? Whenever Chun Fong heard the name Monteray Pharmaceutical, he felt a strong sense of contempt. Although this company ranks second in the pharmaceutical field, the gap between them is like that between the first and the 100th place. This huge gap in strength is meaningless. Although they are said to be second, in fact they are nothing. But he must have been extremely anxious to send out the invitation. Since he's in such a hurry, why not add fuel to the fire? Chun Fong thought about it and said contemptuously, "Tell him that the company is working on a new project recently and doesn't have time to meet." Okay, boss. Still want to have dinner together? These guys are just here to cause trouble. Go away and play in the mud. After a simple packing, Chun Fong boarded a plane to Missouri, his destination being the headquarters of Monsanto. The food will eventually be eaten up. In order to achieve sustainable regeneration, seed sowing and cultivation technology naturally became the focus of Chun Feng's attention. Although Monsanto is notorious, however, its genetically modified crop technology and exported seeds have always held a monopoly in the world, with no one to match it. Unfortunately, its misdeeds and crimes have been condemned by the world, and it is now falling into decline. Relevant laws are also sanctioning and restricting such monopoly operations, and Monsanto is already on the verge of death. Of course, Chun Fong is confident of winning this time. No matter what the rules of today's world are, everything will be reshuffled at the end of the world. After traveling 1,400 kilometers, the plane finally arrived over Missouri. However, the dense clouds and rain along the way did not dissipate, but became even more violent. Cyclones and clouds suddenly gathered in large numbers, causing them to be trapped in the gaps between the clouds for a while. At this time, the entire state of Missouri was shrouded in darkness, and the clouds were like thousands of devils stretching towards the entire city. A huge amount of rain poured down, as if it would submerge the entire state capital. The plane encountered abnormal weather all the way, and the weather department's forecast was completely wrong. Even experienced pilots were terrified when they encountered it for the first time. Fortunately, it landed safely after circling for an hour. Everyone was so frightened that their souls flew away. They faced death and returned to the human world again. Chun Fong, who was sitting in the cabin, couldn't calm down for a long time. I suddenly felt a strong premonition, an ominous sign of impending disaster. It was cloudy and rainy all the way from New York to Missouri. Could it really be that the end of the world is about to happen? Exactly the same, Chun Fong still remembers vividly the heavy rainy season before the Doomsday outbreak. At that time, the United States was deeply mired in various disasters caused by abnormal weather, especially the heavy rainy season that lasted for half a month. At that time, the flood was devastating and large tracts of farmland and manors were submerged. It reaches its peak in autumn, with tornadoes, sandstorms, earthquakes, and extreme cold weather occurring repeatedly. If nothing unexpected happens, these disasters will be repeated one by one in the days to come. This is what later generations believed to be the beginning of the end of the world. It's really scary. We should hurry up. Chun Fong came to his senses, immediately put on his coat, and walked toward the exit. As soon as I got off the plane, I was almost blown off the gangway by the strong wind, and the heavy rain was still falling continuously. At this time, the Monsanto executives who had arrived were already standing outside. They stood in the heavy rain and bad weather, soaked all over, but with smiles on their faces. "Welcome, Mr. Chun. The car has been arranged for you." As Chun Fong got into the special car, the senior executives hurriedly took off their wet coats and followed in their cars. 10 billion is our lowest limit. All patents, genetic modification, seed breeding, and herbicide and insecticide chemical technologies are all available to you. This is our core technology. We really cannot accept any lower price. In the reception hall, a group of senior executives begged desperately. From the initially agreed upon amount of 30 billion, Chun Fong continued to lower the price, and now only 10 billion is left. When Chun Fong was about to speak again, the chairman almost knelt down. He would cause Chun Fong to lower the price unexpectedly, and his blood pressure was really unbearable. Well, 10 billion is about right. Give me all the skills. If you hide anything, I will immediately take back the contract. After saying that, Chun Fong motioned for Millie to take out the contract. The legal advisor on the side agreed to proceed after confirming that everything was correct. Then sign it, and make it quick and don't waste time. The other party then signs and seals the contract, and it officially comes into effect. The senior executives then breathed a sigh of relief. Today, Monsanto can no longer make profits as before and even faces legal action and huge compensation from all over the world. Chun Fong really solved their urgent problem. In their view, this business tycoon who has loans of hundreds of billions is no different, but that wave of price cuts is really disgusting. What a cunning guy. He still cares about that little bit of money even though he has taken the business. Chapter 18, Big Internet Celebrities also come to join in the fun. After leaving the meeting room, Chun Fong went directly to the crop seed research and development base at Monsanto headquarters. According to the acquisition contract, it includes 8 huge seed warehouses, 3 seed research and development and cultivation laboratories covering tens of thousands of square meters, and 20,000 acres of land for experimental planting. The purpose of this time is, of course, the most core seed breeding technology, as well as all scientific research results and patents. As the thick isolation door opened, a gust of cold air suddenly rushed over. Chun Fong walked into the warehouse and saw hundreds of thousands of bags of seeds stacked on the shelves, stretching as far as the eye could see. When one of the bags was opened, high-quality soybean seeds poured out. Although there is a strange smell, one can imagine the scene of these high-yield seeds having a good harvest in the end times. Countless people knelt outside the sturdy fortress and begged Chun Fong for food. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. If you eat it, you have to work for it. The huge project of upgrading the Doomsday fortress depends on them. Some people say that controlling oil is equivalent to controlling all countries. Controlling currency is equivalent to controlling the world. And controlling food is equivalent to controlling the entire human race. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of tons of cultivated seeds in the warehouse, Chun Fong couldn't help but sigh. Is this how to control humans? It may not work now, but in the end times when supplies are scarce and you can starve to death at any time, this is definitely a powerful controlling force and also a powerful cohesive force. Faced with such a huge amount of seeds, it would be a waste of time to rely on transportation. The long transportation across 8 state borders might cause a big disturbance in the city. He simply put it into his personal space. Since he had completely taken over the place, no one would be suspicious. Chun Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he scanned the space here 180 degrees. In the blink of an eye, all the seeds on the shelves were moved into the storage space. At this time, the progress bar of 50 million cubic meters filled in another small space. Then, Chun Fong went to 7 other seed warehouses and collected all the seeds there. There are also 3 large seed laboratories, along with all the equipment and information inside, and all the core secrets are stored. At this point, Chun Fong had accomplished another feat. In the fields of biotechnology and crop breeding, it has directly surpassed the top 10 in the world. After completing all the tasks, Chun Fong boarded the plane back to Chuyo. For safety reasons, Chun Fong chose a military aircraft this time, which has a higher safety factor. But it's still a bit inferior to the president's Air Force One. As Chun Fong became popular on the internet, he also attracted the attention of some internet celebrities. In the age of internet celebrities, it is inevitable to avoid harassment from these people. In order to attract attention, they will touch anyone. After all, after a live broadcast, you can receive gifts worth tens of thousands of US dollars. If you play hard enough, there will be more. As a result, some people have set their sights on Chun Fong, a traffic hotspot, and specially took a plane to Choiwa. Brother Hyperthyroidism is the internet celebrity who wants to ride on the popularity of the platform and has 15 million followers on YouTube. After getting off the plane, Brother Hyperthyroidism took a taxi, and his destination was the villa area where Chun Fong lived. He plans to do an outdoor live broadcast there and perform live activities on the spot. Turning on the live broadcast, he skillfully greeted netizens with his signature loud shouting. As fans told each other, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly soared to 10,000. They frantically posted vulgar comments to celebrate the fact that brother hyperthyroidism was one step closer to seeking death. Fuck, you really dare to come? Are you going to pretend to have your magazine emptied? Get out of here, or you'll be shot to pieces. It's raining heavily in Choa too? What's wrong with this world? Just wait for brother hyperthyroidism to do something. You can't just go into a capitalist house. I think he's just bragging. 20,000 people. Brother hyperthyroidism looked at the number of viewers on the screen, showing his big white teeth excitedly, and facing the audience with his highly recognizable big nostril. Shoo shoo. Sunshine, rainbow, little white horse, tick 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 tick. Excited, he shook his head and sang his favorite song. At this point, the barrage became even crazier, taking the opportunity to insult this black guy, just waiting for the moment when he breaks down and goes crazy. You are a nay-nay nay-nay. Brother and I, brother and I, brother and I. Faced with the mocking netizens, brother hyperthyroidism handled it with ease and used the traditional Chinese skills he learned from the Chinese people to fight back. Sabi, you're a sabi. Sabi. Ward fake, shut your stinky mouth. When the atmosphere was almost set, brother hyperthyroidism got out of the car and strolled around the outskirts of Chun Fong's luxurious villa. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy and did not affect the live broadcast. Then he turned the camera to the side of the road, where hundreds of large trucks carrying goods were parked waiting to enter the villa to unload. This must be the cargo truck team that has been making headlines online. It seems that this trip was not in vain, as I caught a hot opportunity. But it was no longer the previous batch of aquatic products, but some young livestock. Every half an hour, a dozen fully loaded trucks would enter the villa, waiting to be replaced by another batch after they came out. The scene was quite shocking. Brother hyperthyroidism immediately made a shut-up gesture to the camera, telling netizens that he was going to take action. As the camera moves forward, hundreds of large trucks lined up come into view. The back cargo box was full of calves and lambs, crying loudly. I saw brother hyperthyroidism opening the front door of a truck and starting to chat with the driver. Hey man, what's in this truck? Do you mind chatting for a while? Seeing that the driver had no interest in dealing with it, he changed his tone. Fuck, I suspect you have illegal goods in your car. Get off. Brother hyperthyroidism put his right hand behind his waist, made a gesture of drawing a gun, and yelled. The driver was immediately frightened and raised his hands. Hey man, calm down. Where are you from? What's in the car? What are you going to do? Show me your ID. Brother hyperthyroidism imitated Fobler's interrogation tone. He himself had been caught by those police officers many times, so naturally he learned how to do it properly. Don't get excited, I say. These young animals were shipped from the farm in Guawana, Texas. About 20,000 tons have entered the villa, and there are still 135 truckloads of goods, which are the last batch. There is absolutely no illegal goods, as you said. They were all bought by the owner of the villa. After hearing this, the hyperthyroid brother immediately stopped what he was doing, patted the driver, and laughed. Sorry, I was just kidding you. Haha. At this moment, his laughter seemed to be humiliating the driver's IQ. The driver became more and more angry and shook off the hyperthyroid brother's hand. Get away from me, nigger. If you try to touch me again, I will beat you to death. The driver then got in the car and locked the door. Oh my God, did you hear that? It's the Cubs. There are more than 100 cars. What do wealthy people do? Keep pets in their villas? Following the exclamation of brother hyperthyroidism, the live broadcast room instantly became popular and gifts kept bombarding it. Don't want to live anymore? Force a confession from a white person? Keep doing it, it looks good. 666. He didn't even recognize the guy with hyperthyroidism? The driver is not keeping up with the times. The last batch brought into the villa was fish, then meat, and this time it was cubs. Is something really going to happen? If you have a little money, you might as well follow up just in case. A person who works in the pharmaceutical industry is working on agricultural products instead of focusing on technology? That's strange. Have you ever thought about where this villa has the space to store so much goods? Rich people's villas all have underground projects. It even has the function of nuclear explosion, let alone storage of supplies. The pattern is opened. This amount of stockpiling is too terrifying. Is something bad really going to happen? In the live broadcast room, netizens from all over the country started a lively discussion. They were curious about the purpose behind this capitalist. However, most of them are still indifferent spectators, commenting and making comments. However, since this is brother hyperthyroidism's live broadcast room, the style will certainly not stop here. Chapter 19, Monteray sneaks into the villa. If I wasn't on a mission, I would arrest you right now. You dare to impersonate the FBI? Huh. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was pushed to a climax by a barrage of comments. The identity of this person is unknown, but from his tone, he seems to be a staff member of a relevant organization, and his ID shows that he is a female. Ah, brother hyperthyroidism, are you so arrogant? Hurry up and show her how arrogant you are. Don't mess around. If he is really arrested later, we will be in trouble. Brother hyperthyroidism has been in police custody quite frequently lately and is sent to jail by his fans every 2 days. Therefore, he expressed extreme disdain for any comments on the barrage. He has seen many pranks like this. Hey, do you think I will believe your lies? Where is the person who arrested me? Come quickly. You black guys are trying to scare me? Come and catch me, please. Hey, let's talk about something exciting. I'm going to sneak into this villa. Huh? Brother hyperthyroidism let out a crazy shout on the spot and vowed to give it a try. The live broadcast room suddenly started to receive gifts nonstop. This time, brother hyperthyroidism is playing big. If you break into someone's house, you will be shot on the spot. No one dares to do this. It's really amazing. He went to Chun Fong's house to seek death. He must be trying to cheat for the gift. Why don't I believe it? Everyone stay. Let's witness it together. Maybe it's the confidence of his 15 million fans that makes him so crazy. I have to say that his character was established very successfully. Netizens can always find some dark catharsis in his live broadcast room, whether it's his random yelling or all kinds of fancy tricks. But this time it was really unfortunate. The female netizen was indeed a female FBI agent, and he was carrying out reconnaissance mission in a nearby civilian car. Although she said that she was carrying out a mission, in fact, it was just her personal and unauthorized action. Monteray was unable to convince his colleagues and superiors who only knew how to lick the stinky feet of capital. So she could only act first and report later and find evidence on her own so that she could get permission to investigate Chun Fong. Only then will there be a chance of promotion. She doesn't want to continue to be involved with a bunch of rats. Therefore, out of curiosity about Chun Fong and his residence, she paid attention to the live broadcast of this black man. I didn't expect this weirdo to pretend to be a plainclothes policeman. He is really brave. It started to rain heavily outside, and Monteray rolled up the car window. At this time, a figure came over and knocked on the car window a few times. Then suddenly a black face with big nostrils stuck to the glass, almost scaring her to death. Looking again, it was a strange-looking black man. Hey, pretty, can I borrow a place to hide from the rain? Monteray rolled down the car window and then recognized him. She quietly took out the handcuffs and placed them under the seat and replied, Isn't this the big internet celebrity? Come in and sit down. Oh, you know me too. Not only do I know you, I'm also your fan. Monteray smiled with a smile on her face. Brother hyperthyroidism was slightly touched. Since you are a fan, why be polite? So he sat directly in the passenger seat and closed the door. As soon as he sat down, he heard the door being locked, but he didn't care. Hey, beauty, take off your mask and say hello to your fans. Monteray was wearing a tight black outfit and a black mask, looking like a female agent. Although she was wrapped tightly, her big eyes and eyelashes blinking, and the rise and fall of her breathing were too conspicuous. Brother hyperthyroidism suddenly had the urge to turn off the live broadcast. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room has soared to 50,000. It would be a shame if we don't seize this wave of traffic. So he continued to move the phone closer and aimed it at the woman next to him. Put the camera away, or I'll be rude to you. Monteray immediately put her hands in front of the camera and shouted. Seeing the woman's big reaction, he no longer insisted and immediately changed the subject. Tell me, what is the purpose of this rich man? Is he crazy? There are more than 100 cars of Cubs, so there must be thousands of them. There must be some unspeakable secret behind this. When Monteray heard this, she suddenly became interested. Yeah, you were interested too? The hyperthyroid brother did not hide the fact that he wanted to recruit her into the group, so he said righteously, I plan to sneak into this house and find out the truth. As my fan, you should be honored to fight with me. This was exactly what Monteray wanted. It seems that not everyone is willing to flatter capital. Although they dislike black people, they're on the same side on this issue. For better reconnaissance, Monteray doesn't mind bringing in a cannon fodder. So she said, Okay, what are your plans? This place is heavily guarded. You can't just go in. Although I admire your courage, forget it. Monteray intended to arouse his fighting spirit. After all, without training, he would be afraid and restrained. If something goes wrong, both of them will be in trouble. Nah, are you looking down on me? The hyperthyroid guy was so anxious that he blurted out something in Japanese, and his adrenaline surged. It seems that you have never seen my abilities. You will know it later. Follow me, and I will ensure your safe return. After saying that, Brother Hyperthyroidism got out of the car. I saw him wandering around the 100 trucks on the side of the road, and then he approached them and started a conversation with them in a familiar manner. Finally, thanks to his internet celebrity status, he managed to chat with a black driver who knew him. The driver expressed his admiration for him. Of course, they must have made a private PY deal, otherwise the driver wouldn't have taken the risk. When the time was right, Monteray followed him into the back seat of the truck, disguising herself as a recorder and loader. In this way, the two people passed through the layers of blockades of the villa and entered the interior. This is too crazy. Is he really in there? May they return safely, my friend. What are you waiting for? Get some gifts. Are today's female fans so easy to deceive that they can be lured into a villa? As the two entered the villa complex, the live broadcast room was bombarded with gifts as if they were free of charge. Just half an hour after the show started, the show had already received gifts totaling $200,000. The man with hyperthyroidism watched the gifts rise higher and higher, and because of his nature, he started to yell again, "Oh wow." Then came a loud slap from Monteray. "Are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? You beast! Howl, howl, howl." The guy with hyperthyroidism was stunned for a moment and was beaten into silence on the spot. Why? Even his mother doesn't dare to do this to him. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha, I got beaten. Who is this female fan? I want to follow her. Act decisively. Speak calmly. 666. That was a close call. I was almost exposed. Trucks drove to the backyard of the park one after another, and along the way there were various flowers, plants, and shrubs. All netizens were stunned. The villa was even bigger than they had imagined. It is as big as a small manor, and is more than enough to park 10 A380s. The truck drove for about 5 minutes and finally arrived at the entrance of a large underground warehouse. You actually hit me. You want to die? Wooed fake. I have to give it back to you. Otherwise, my face. At this time, Brother Hyperthyroidism had not yet recovered from the slap and was furious. But Monteray didn't give him a chance to speak and whispered, "Shut up, look where this is. Don't want to die?" Brother Hyperthyroidism looked around and realized that he was already in the heart of the villa and his life could be in danger at any time. Chapter 20, Internet Celebrity Dies Violently. Monteray looked at the surrounding environment and sighed that she had finally entered Chun Fong's villa. It seems that the black man's brain is not useless. Without him, she really couldn't get in, but now he is of no use. For now, we can only take one step at a time and avoid being dragged down by him. The security is really tight. There were at least 50 patrolling the road just now. So, what do we do next? Just when the two were still discussing how to sneak into other areas, the alarm in the villa park was suddenly sounded. Then, 10 security guards rushed here and stopped them. "Sorry, we need to re-verify your identity. There is no photo of you in the farm information. Who are you?" The security guard's questioning immediately made hyperthyroidism a little flustered. He immediately pointed at Monteray next to him and said, No, it's her. She said she wanted to sneak in here. It has nothing to do with me, really. I am innocent. You can all see that she was the one who ordered it all." Although hyperthyroidism was panicking, he still took the opportunity to point the camera of his mobile phone at the surroundings. For the live broadcast, he risked everything this time. Monteray looked at the black man with disdain and explained helplessly, "Security brother, calm down and don't listen to his nonsense. We are indeed from a farm. Why don't you check it again? Maybe it's really a misunderstanding," she explained in an extremely gentle voice, hoping that the security guards would relax their vigilance. Right now, we can only delay them and wait for an opportunity to act. Until the very end, it is basic practice to bite off the opponent in one go. However, while Monteray was struggling to hold on in the front, hyperthyroidism was secretly doing a live broadcast in the back. He pointed at Monteray and said it was none of his business while turning the camera of his phone. But netizens did not buy it and continued to fan the flames in the live broadcast room. Hyperthyroidism brother is really bold. He actually pushed the female fan to the front. Haha. Can't you just act like a man and fight? There really is something else inside this villa. This is the first time I've seen it. It's still not exciting enough. Can you make it more realistic? It looks like a script. It's rubbish. It's boring. They're carrying me away right after I entered the villa. This is the worst live broadcast ever. Let's go, it's boring. Don't give him traffic. When Brother Hyperthyroidism saw the black fans flooding his screen with comments, he shook his head in disappointment. But after a few seconds, a wave of restlessness could not help but rush to my head, and I instantly lost my mind and yelled, "Fuck you bunch of shit. Get out of here." A bunch of orphans are yelling, "Go to hell? Call me again? I'll fucking destroy you." Before he could finish venting his anger, the security guard's face tensed, and he immediately pulled out his gun and pointed it at the black man in anger. No, you must be wrong. The man with hyperthyroidism was so scared that he raised his hands on the spot, unable to defend himself. 10 guns were pointed at his head. He couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. He suddenly lost consciousness and ran away. Stop. Do you want to die? Monteray's throat was about to break, but he couldn't stop her. The security personnel did not chase after him. They were as calm as if they were doing a target practice and emptied their magazines. Bang, 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 bang. As the last gunshot ended, Brother Hyperthyroidism died on the road before he could run 30 meters. His entire back was riddled with bullets. The phone also fell into a pool of blood, and he didn't even have time to turn off the live broadcast. Disperse, we have become sinners. What kind of character can't stand verbal violence? My brother with hyperthyroidism died. How tragic. I'd better quit. Serves you right. You dare to break into a capitalist's house. I expected to die. Let's go, it's over. The well-known internet celebrity ended his young life in this way. Monteray closed her eyes, unwilling to face it. This was the first time she had encountered death since she started working as an agent. In order to save her life, she had to take out her FOBL ID to prove her identity. But her fate wasn't much better. She was directly tied up and taken into a small dark room by security personnel. An agent who didn't even have an investigation warrant dared to act on his own and break into the capitalist's residence. Even his superiors couldn't save her. The laws of the United States are meant to serve capital. All I can say is that Monteray chose the wrong person. Everything depends on the villa owner's decision, as he has the final say. The speed of internet communication is amazing. In just a few minutes, the title Jinghao, Gura, Jobalsa, Zartoliger Biasu appeared on the internet. As the story spread, more media followed suit. Hashtag recovering the truth about death from hyperthyroidism. Is it a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Hashtag hyperthyroidism broke into a private house and was shot dead by security on the spot. Hashtag hyperthyroidism live broadcast fake death. The script is realistic, unprecedented. In order to attract attention, all kinds of articles are concocted. In the evening, a military plane landed at the villa. As soon as Chun Fong came down from inside, someone reported to him, "Boss, we just killed an intruder and locked up another one alive. There are a lot of cars parked outside the villa now. Do you want the police and paramedics to come in?" Chun Fong frowned. "Of course. Let them deal with the body quickly." "Okay, I'll do it right away." After getting permission, the paramedics finally carried away Hyperthyroid's body. "It's really unlucky. Shovel that field for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground and fill it up again." Chun Fong walked into the villa and angrily gave orders to his men. "I was in a very good mood, but now it's all ruined by these people. No matter how angry you are, the plan still needs to be carried out in an orderly manner." So Chun Fong instructed the female secretary, who followed him. "Continue to contact the next company regarding the supplies. Don't delay." "Yes, boss." After arranging tomorrow's affairs, he went directly to the small dark room where Monteray was imprisoned. He wanted to see what kind of person was so bold as to break into his territory. "It's all over now. There's no place to cry for help. Is he planning to kidnap you? How could he possibly ask for money? But if he kidnaps me, he will definitely do something. Damn it." At this time, Monteray was tied to an iron stool with her hands behind her back, and she was having wild thoughts. Even though she had been trained by Ferber, she was still afraid. After all, she was just a new agent and had never had any of these experiences. The pitch-dark room was driving her crazy. The more she struggled, the more helpless she felt, which was even more painful than those people laughing at her being childish. My colleagues are right, capital is scary. 10 pistols were turned into sieves just like that. Bang, bang. As a shrill sound rang out, the iron gate was opened and the white light above the head was turned on. Due to the struggle and the closed environment, Monteray's body was soaked with sweat and her hair was messy. She was awkwardly fixed on the stool, with no room for movement. There was still a trace of stubbornness in his helpless eyes, but more of it was bottomless fear. Chun Fong walked straight up to her and stroked her smooth face. "Monteray, Federal Agent Fopler. Wow, so impressive. Who gave you the courage to enter my territory?" Monteray twisted her head angrily and shouted, "Don't touch me. You are illegally detaining me. Beast." Bah! Chapter 21, Negotiations in the Small Black Room. A woman who is determined to show off her ideas is barbaric, and she even uses saliva. She also knew that it was wrong, so she turned her head away guiltily after she finished vomiting. But this has already angered the other party. Chun Fong wiped the dirt off his face and became even more agitated. He slapped her without hesitation and then grabbed her neck. "Illegal detention? Do you think they'll come to rescue you? Where's the search warrant? You're trespassing. Even if I let you die now, they can only watch." Chun Fong curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold and sinister smile. At this time, Monteray was much more obedient, and as she had difficulty breathing, she could only endure it. Although there was a red mark on her face, it did not affect her appearance at all. If you look closely, she is indeed quite pretty. Her face is clear and cool. Her majestic features and small face give people a unique attraction. But there is always an unfathomable mind revealed in his eyes. Obviously, this kind of woman is both tempting and dangerous, and not easy to approach. However, with the confidence gained from meeting so many people, Chun Fong was still confident. I broke into a private house, but don't underestimate the ability of the Federal Bureau. You'd better let me go. After tonight, you'll see who's right and who's wrong." Monteray certainly knew the seriousness of breaking into someone's home. This kind of stupid mistake could ruin her career, and if it is investigated, all her efforts will be in vain. But she was still willing to take a gamble. Maybe this cold-looking man knows nothing at all. Try to scare him. Monteray looked at Chun Fong in fear, her heart almost beating in her throat. The strong man in front of her only needed to exert a little force to break her neck. Chun Fong frowned slightly and sneered. "Really? Then I'll call your boss over and see how he reacts." Ha! Montelay's body twitched violently again, and she struggled. But the harder she struggled, the tighter the ropes became. "Damn it, this isn't working. It seems that I am childish." She was furious, but said nothing, just cursed helplessly in her heart. After a while, the other person's hand finally moved away from her neck, and she could breathe freely. But the annoying thing is that Chun Feng's hands didn't stop at all. "Don't touch me, be careful." Although it was extremely embarrassing to be fondled, it didn't seem that uncomfortable. Monteray deliberately used verbal provocation, hoping that the other party would become more aggressive. She didn't know what was wrong with her. After being touched by Chun Fong a few times, she began to feel excited. Maybe it's the lack of oxygen to the brain that caused mild hallucinations. "What are you talking about? I need to be careful when I untie the rope for you." "You are exaggerating." Chun Fong laughed out loud in surprise. How could such a woman be so sensitive? But her figure is very plump, a typical European and American feature. Especially when wearing such a tight and seductive bodysuit, you will sweat profusely and your body will be exposed everywhere. Fortunately, Chun Fong had amazing self-control and was unable to do as she wished. "Why did you let me go? Why didn't you pinch me? You want me to die?" Chun Fong saw that she was talking nonsense and was also drunk, so he slapped her again. "Cheer. You think I don't dare? How shameless." Monteray lay on the ground, covering her burning face, and fell silent. When she was still studying at Jean's school, she frequently came into contact with some unique criminal cases. It's like Stockholm Syndrome. The hostages and criminals who were kidnapped eventually developed a strange attachment to each other. If Chun Fong hadn't locked her in a dark room and slapped her twice, she wouldn't have felt so strongly. Now she is even more certain that she must have that complex, perhaps caused by her experiences since childhood. "Okay, just stay here. Wait for your boss to come and pick us up. I'll see how he explains it to me." A piece of trash Phobler dares to sneak into my territory to investigate? If he doesn't explain himself clearly, he will lose his job. After hearing these words, Triss was so scared that she slapped her head and regretted it very much. If the investigation process really begins, her life will be over. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. "Chun Fong, please don't hand me over. As long as you don't tell anyone about this, I'll give you anything in return." She paused and continued. What do you think of my figure?" Then she threw a wink and posed seductively on the ground. "Things have come to this point, and I have no choice but to give it my all. Besides, as long as she stays lurking beside Chun Fong for a long time, she won't be afraid of not being able to find any flaws. Although undercover is not her forte, it is not difficult to give it up for the first time, as long as he is willing to keep me by his side. Once she gets the evidence of loan crime, she will be able to turn things around. Damn it, You are such a bitch. Chun Fong cursed rudely after taking a quick look. Yes, I am a bitch. What do you think? Come on. Monteray continued to induce. She no longer cared about anyone's opinion. Since it had come to this point, there was no need to be respectful. Even if Chun Fong slapped her a few more times, she would never resist. As Monteray stepped up the stakes, the moves became bolder. After several rounds, Chun Fong was still touched by her. He was filled with rage like a lion and full of strength. If I don't kill you right here, then I will. As soon as Chun Fong finished speaking, various rhythmic sounds came from the small dark room. Then, in the next hour, Chun Fong showed Monteray his amazing B-level strength. This was also the most unforgettable thing in Monteray's life. Her bones were about to fall apart. After finishing his work, Chun Fong left the dark room. He ordered his men standing outside, "Go, help her out and arrange a room for her." Monteray finally no longer had to be treated like a prisoner. After leaving the small dark room, she was carried into a large, warm room decorated in pink. The soft bed made her extremely excited, but she couldn't walk these days. Her thighs, which she was so proud of, were covered in bruises. Coupled with the frequent convulsions, I now have no strength at all. What kind of devil is this Chun Fong? People who live with him must be very happy, right? Damn it, what am I imagining? Monteray, you are here to be an undercover agent, not to enjoy yourself. She knocked her head to remind herself. Just when Monteray was extremely happy, Chun Fong walked in after changing his clothes. I will not pursue the matter of you trespassing for the time being. You can return to Fabul after your injuries are healed. Ah, you wanted to go back? I'm yours, and you're telling me this. Monteray was so shocked and angry that she almost fell off the bed. You used your body to exchange just to keep your job, didn't you? Isn't this all what you wanted? You got your job, what else do you want? I'm telling you, don't push your luck. Chun Fong was also puzzled. Women are really greedy. They want this and that. Yes, I want everything. I'll go to Fabul during the day, and I'll stay at your house at night. Eat your food, live your house, play your games, and make you mad. In order to prevent Chun Fong from getting suspicious, Monteray acted like a rogue on the spot. You have to pay to live here. What do you have to give me? Chun Fong shook his head and didn't want to pay attention. I do. Don't forget, I'm Agent Forbes. Do you really think I'm useless? Think about it carefully. Monteray looked into Chun Feng's eyes expectantly. That's true. We'll talk about it later, depending on my mood. Chun Feng's face was full of helplessness. A phobia was nothing. She was really daydreaming. But it's rare to argue with her. After arranging the servants, Chun Fong left. Chapter 22, Arms Preparation. The next day, news about death due to hyperthyroidism continued to ferment online. Chun Fong was lying on the sofa in the study, browsing his phone leisurely. When he saw the live broadcast of hyperthyroidism going to the villa before his death, he was not moved at all. It's like it's not happening to me. Not only that, he also joked and commented anonymously below the video. I heard that the owner of this house is very powerful. He is a famous internet celebrity and he can kill anyone he wants. How terrifying. By the way, where's the female fan with him? She's pretty sexy. Chun Fong just said a few words, but he didn't expect the netizens to actually reply. You are too low. You don't even know Chun Fong? He's one of the top 10 big investors in the Eagle Sauce. I even had dinner with him. Wow, that's amazing. That's nothing. I've also attended parties at his villa, haha. The more he talks, the more outrageous it becomes, as if it were true. Watching the netizens bragging, Chun Fong couldn't help but laugh. It was true that everyone wanted to get some credit from him. The girl you mentioned was probably caught by Chun Fong himself for interrogation. Her headlights are so big. I'm so greedy. When Chun Fong saw the netizens looking at him with envy, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. But that comment is indeed pertinent, and I give it a thumbs up. The headlights are indeed big and soft enough. Let those people be jealous, since you have become his mount anyway. After scrolling through the videos and reading the comments, it's nothing more than a few points being debated back and forth. Some take it from a legal perspective, saying that those who trespass into private homes must bear the consequences. Some people feel indignant for hyperthyroidism, saying that he died for exposing the ugliness of capital and that he is a hero. Others express sympathy, saying that the child was so pitiful, dying before the age of 20. The most bizarre thing is those who called Chun Fong inhumane and exaggerated and slandered him in various ways. If we continue to condone this, it will definitely develop into cyber violence against him. Contact the CEO of the social platform and have these trolls banned permanently. Okay, boss. I'll record it. As a person who has no shortage of means, of course I won't indulge these keyboard warriors. You can ban anyone you want and clear out whoever needs to be cleared out. By the way, boss, there was a group of reporters who wanted to interview you, but I refused without hesitation. Mamillion reported to Chun Fong proudly. Having followed Chun Fong for so long, she naturally knew his temper and didn't even need to wait for him to say anything. Million, you are becoming more and more sensible. Your salary will be doubled this month. Okay, boss, you're really cool, Trojan. Millie was so happy that she hugged Chun Feng's neck and started to do it to him. Go away, let's talk business. What's the situation with the supplies? Chun Fong gently pushed her away and asked. Millie stood up quickly, pulled up her stockings, and then picked up her notebook to report. Boss, the condiments that Irene ordered from Longwa have been negotiated, with a total price of 1 billion. Now Haitian company is increasing its production capacity overnight. As for salt, we have acquired a salt company and bought 5 million tons of salt produced there for a total price of 5 billion. Chun Fong sat on the sofa, touched his chin, and said with satisfaction, well, the supplies are advancing steadily, which is good. According to the schedule, I should be able to spend almost all of it by the last day. He thought for a while and continued to instruct. You should also hurry up and buy fresh vegetables and fruits. If you really don't know how to buy, just choose the more expensive ones. Buy boldly. You can make decisions on some minor matters, and I will delegate some of the power to you. But you must complete the tasks assigned to you conscientiously. Millie nodded as she stared at Chun Fong intently, especially at the lip print she left on his lips. It's such a blessing to follow such a boss. Not only can you make endless money, but you will also have a lot of face and people will respect you wherever you go. The most important thing is that you will become younger and younger and live more and more healthily. I don't want to find another husband at all. What are you talking about? Don't you have a notebook? Write it down word for word. In order to improve efficiency, Chun Fong also arranged other large warehouses in various locations. If all the supplies were transported to the villa, it would become too big a target and might cause a lot of trouble. The internet celebrity died today, but what about tomorrow? Thinking of such a large inventory of supplies, Chun Fong had to prepare for post-apocalyptic security threats. The mountains of supplies must be guarded by sufficient armed forces. Right now, everyone in the United States knows that he is hoarding goods, and at the end of the world, he will definitely become the #1 target of all forces. Therefore, the procurement of arms is also a top priority. There will be more enemies than you think. The reason is simple. Those companies that become Chun Feng's source of supplies will definitely point their spearheads at him in the end of the world. After all, in 3 months, Chun Fong had taken away most of their flesh, and the money he gave them had become worthless. At this time, Chun Fong looked at the date. There are still 70 days before the virus breaks out completely, so there is still time. It's time to move on to a new phase of purchasing planning. The Doomsday Fortress requires sufficient energy to maintain operation, and coal and oil are the most basic and also the largest purchased ones. What remains are a large number of hot weapons and cold weapons, which are important bargaining chips at the end of the world. Then he instructed Millie again. Go contact Lockheed Martin later and tell them I want to buy arms. Let's see what time is convenient. Also, you can start purchasing coal and oil at the same time. These lists are clearly listed. Print a few more copies. After saying this, Monteray was stunned. It makes sense to buy fruits, vegetables, or other food as a refuge. But this arms fire? Boss, you mean the army, the arms? The kind you hold in your hand and hit. Sorry, I'm stupid. I want to confirm. Monteray couldn't believe her ears. She had never seen such words on the list. You can say that, but it's not limited to that. Chun Fong also laughed as he watched her gesticulating with her hands in a silly manner, as she couldn't understand anything. Oh, I understand. But, don't ask buts. Have you written it down? If you have, just do as you were told. Don't ask so many questions. Monteray is still confused. She could only guess that a war was about to break out. After all, with her boss connections, it wouldn't be difficult to get first-hand information. Oh no, I don't want to think about it. It is better to do the tasks assigned by your boss seriously. There is no need to worry about it. Monteray's head was blank for a moment. Then he turned and left the study. In the United States, buying weapons is a common occurrence. Therefore, many people were lucky enough to survive the outbreak of the virus, and there were small stocks of weapons and ammunition in various places. But it is only suitable for the coordinated operations of a few people. It cannot be gathered into a large scale and will not last long. With dozens of guns, you can build a small shelter and fight zombies. If there are hundreds of them, then you won't have to worry about being hungry. You can go to other places to rob and build a bigger fortress. But Chun Feng's ambition goes beyond this. Since it is arms, it must involve weapons in all aspects. The gun is only the smallest unit. There are also various vehicle-mounted systems, high-precision sniper rifles, or cannons with large-scale killing capabilities. Chapter 23. Alarming the Deputy Director. Watsonton Fable Headquarters. The hyperthyroidism death incident that was hotly discussed online miraculously spread to the headquarters building. It wasn't just the death of a black man that made the investigation bureau feel guilty and start taking it seriously. Instead, the face of Rigson's subordinate, a trainee female agent, appeared in the video. At an emergency internal investigation team meeting, this video circulating online made everyone present drop their jaws. Even the team leader himself was so angry that he almost had sudden bleeding on the spot. He had long expected that Monteray would ruin his plans sooner or later, but this happened too suddenly. Damn it. How dare you go there without a search warrant? Idiot. I can't go anywhere. I have to offend Mr. Chun. That's good. Everyone in the headquarters knows about it. Rikson was about to retire and could have retired with honors galore. Now it has been tarnished by a stupid woman. What a bunch of rubbish. Didn't anyone try to stop them? They're all just eating dry food. You want to die, but you have to drag me down with you. Damn it. Bang bang. Everyone in the conference room bowed their heads and kept silent. The only sounds in the silence were Rigson's roar and the sound of the tea sets breaking. After smashing the teacup, he smashed the documents. After smashing the documents, he kicked the tables and chairs. This outburst almost caught up with the amount of exercise he had done in half a year. The purpose of holding this meeting is to warn the newcomers of the same period and to find ways to make up for the mistakes made by Monteray. He still has a few months left before retirement, and he has to clean up this damn woman's ass. Otherwise, not only him, but also the deputy director will be brought down and forced to beg on the streets. The video was hotly discussed online for 2 days. The man with hyperthyroidism died, but the woman who appeared with him became a new topic. No one knows whether she was captured and imprisoned or secretly executed, and netizens prefer to believe that she escaped. Because in their eyes, Chun Fong is a symbol of the devil. In the video, Monteray was wearing a black mask and netizens did not recognize her as an agent. But this face made everyone at the Phobal headquarters sweat, as no one did not recognize her. This naive woman has caused trouble for the FBI again, and this time it's a big disaster. Monteray has been missing for 2 days, and everyone in the bureau is worried about it. But because it involves Chun Fong, no one dares to come forward. After a while, Rigson vented his anger and finally sat back in his chair quietly. It's time to think of ways to make up for it. It's really tricky. Team leader, I think we should report Monteray's disappearance. After all, the disappearance of an agent is no small matter. We can use the Monteray incident to get an investigation warrant and then expose Chun Feng's secret. A newcomer suggested immediately when he saw Rigson calm down. Fuck, are you crazy? You think the situation isn't serious enough? Monteray is already a negative example, and you still don't understand? You have a pig head. Do we care about an excuse to investigate Chun Fong? Rigson had just calmed down when he was angered by this brainless person again, but he no longer had the energy to beat him up. He had no choice but to continue emphasizing. We should not touch the capitalist Chun Fong. Whether he is guilty or not, he is not guilty at all. Do you understand? He's not pursuing us, which is already giving us a way out. But you're still pursuing him? Are you crazy? At this moment, Rigson was thinking about how to take advantage of this opportunity to apologize to Chun Fong. As long as he doesn't hold the investigation team responsible and doesn't make public the fact that Phobler acted on his own and trespassed into his territory, it will be fine. To put it mildly, this incident is an act of trespassing. To put it more seriously, it is a blatant provocation to capital. To offend them is to go to jail, and even the deputy director has to be in awe of him. There are many powerful people at the top who rely on capital for many things. To anger them is to destroy their own rice bowl. If he really gets serious, he can force anyone to step down. Even a small person like Fable is not enough for him to overthrow. A bunch of kids only care about justice, and they have no idea about the protection umbrellas and interest conflicts involved. Then we don't care about her life or death. She is also our agent, the young man asked puzzledly. Rigson didn't want to say anything more. He had the same brain as Monteray. At least Monteray is pretty, and that alone will give her a wider future than this young man. Thinking of this, Rigson became lustful again. He had been coveting Monteray for a long time, but he had not found an excuse. You think I'm not worried about her safety? I'm more worried than any of you. Where Monteray is, only Chun Fong knows. Okay, you don't need to talk anymore. Stop making me angry and go back to your seat. Rickson was quite good at talking nonsense, and the newcomer's resentment was immediately dispelled. He believed that Rickson would be responsible for his subordinates and would find a way to find Monteray. Speaking of being worried, that's the truth. I'm just worried about the young and beautiful female agent. Snap. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open with great force. Rickson was so frightened that he immediately stood up and cursed. Who the hell is so unreasonable? Don't you know where the conference room is? But the words are not finished yet. A middle-aged man with eagle-like eyes and a strong body walked in with a gloomy face. The momentum of the newcomer instantly crushed everyone. More than a dozen team members were so shocked that they dared not speak and stood up unconsciously. Deputy Director Liu? Deputy Director Liu, why are you here? Rickson immediately put away his anger and said apologetically. He immediately pulled out his chair to make room for the deputy director and then gave the order. Everyone salute! Luther ignored everyone else and walked straight towards Rickson, then punched him hard. Blood immediately oozes out of the corner of Rickson's mouth. He wipes it with his hand. Deputy Director, what are you doing? Don't understand? Then I'll hit you again to make you sober. He threw another heavy punch, using Rickson as a punching bag. As his feet changed and his body dodged, Luther performed the butterfly step unique to boxing, just like in his usual training. It is hard to imagine that a deputy director in such a high position of power can be so agile, and his boxing skills are a textbook example. Every step and combination of punches was coherent and in place, hitting Rickson's effective parts. Get up and fight with me. Stand up. With just 3 or 2 strikes, Ray Ludd knocked him to the ground. Rickson's face was red and swollen, and blood was flowing. Do you understand? Have you thought it through? Who asked you to investigate Chun Fong? Are you tired of living? Monteray is yours, right? It's a foregone conclusion that she appears in the video. Now you've given me an opportunity to take advantage of you. I wonder how you'll explain yourself. The team members present were too frightened to step forward to stop it, and they all lowered their heads and could not bear to watch. Even if they were combined, they might not be Luther's opponent, not to mention that this was the deputy director, the big boss of the entire fable. But what they don't know is, like Luther and Rickson, he is facing an important turning point in his career. The only difference is that Rickson is retiring with honor, while Luther is about to be promoted to director. Having offended Mr. Chin this time, his future is bound to be difficult. He has made a big enemy for no reason before even taking office. It's hard to say whether he can continue to serve. Not beating Rickson to death is the least of the problems, but it only brings discredit to the FBI. Rickson was already lying on the ground in a daze, but Luther was still not satisfied and kicked him again. This kick almost killed Rickson, and he begged for mercy loudly. Deputy Director, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I will give Chun Fong an explanation. I am sincere. I know I was wrong. Luther put away his fists and feet, patted his soiled clothes. Remember, if this isn't handled properly, both you and I will be in trouble. Yes. I hope you realize the seriousness of this matter. If you want to retire well and get a full pension. This sentence frightened Rickson so much that he quickly agreed. Don't worry, Deputy Director. I will never cause any trouble for you. I will definitely clean up my mess and do my job well. Luther smiled contemptuously and left in a hurry. Chapter 24, a 30 billion military purchase. In just 2 hours, Millie had completed all the tasks assigned by Chun Fong. Everything that needed to be ordered and conveyed was delivered without missing a word. She reported complacently. Boss, I have an appointment for you. Lockheed Corporation has agreed to have a meeting with you this afternoon. But time is tight because the Ministry of Defense is also asking them for weapons. Chun Fong sat on the sofa and said with satisfaction, Very good. You are getting more and more capable. After all, you are still my secretary. Chun Fong thought about it and realized that time was indeed a problem. There are only a little over 2 months left. It may be too late. According to Lockheed's factory allocation, an estimated 80% will be given priority to the Department of Defense. So even if we get the weapons, it may take a long time from production to delivery. It is not realistic to place an order and have it made immediately. Ministry of National Defense. Chun Fong touched his chin, thought for a moment, and replied. Then go talk to them this afternoon, and you go tell the captain about the itinerary. Okay, the lunch I ordered for you will be ready soon. You can get up right after eating. Chun Fong patted Miriam's thigh with satisfaction. I'd say you're sensible, go ahead. Then he went to the table and printed out the prepared military procurement list. After dinner, the group boarded a private plane. Many days have passed, and the rain is still falling, sometimes heavy and sometimes light. Serious natural disasters have hit various states in the United States one after another. However, Chun Fong had already been mentally prepared for these things, and as long as they did not affect the plan, he did not need to pay any attention to them. Boss, a satellite call just came from the Fable headquarters, saying it's Monteray's boss, and he wants to meet with you. He said he wanted to apologize to you or something. Chun Fong laughed when he heard it. It seems that these Fables can't sit still anymore. If I guess correctly, it's because of Monteray's trespassing. Although the issue has been resolved privately with Monteray, the outward dignity cannot be lost. Reply to him. If you are not the director, you don't have to harass me. Others are not qualified to do so. Okay, boss. 2 hours later, Chun Fong arrived in Maryland. Lockheed Martin is a world-renowned aerospace manufacturer. However, he is also famous for another identity, the world's largest arms manufacturer. He provides 50% of the strategic cutting-edge weapons manufacturing for the United States and is an important force in the United States' dominance in the world. Not only in the country, today his business has expanded into all areas of military equipment, accounting for half of the world's weapons manufacturing and production. As long as they have money, they can meet any needs of their customers. Such a high-profile company has now rolled out a large red carpet to welcome its first arms deal with Chun Fong. The company's chairman and president, Marilyn, was waiting in front of the building early, looking expectant and excited. Soon, the welcoming car sent to greet them led Chun Feng's convoy into the front of the building. Mr. Chun, there is a saying in Longwa that seeing is believing. I am very honored to meet you today. As soon as Chun Fong got off the car, he was warmly received by Marilyn. She used the Chinese language she had just learned as her opening remarks, which showed her care and attention. Then she personally led Chun Fong into the company. I poured you some hot tea. We can talk slowly, just as if it were a chat between friends. Entering the office is like entering her private space, with no outsiders except the two of them. Arms are like other things. They involve many sensitive issues, so naturally the fewer people involved, the better. But there is some reason why this strong woman can expand her business all over the world. Both the etiquette and the respect shown were appropriate. Unlike other companies with strong purpose, which are either fawning and flattering or arrogant and contemptuous, Marilyn was well-dressed and spoke in a steady and unhurried manner, and always have a conversation with the other party on the same level, neither belittling nor praising them. All of this demonstrates the confidence and pattern of a strong military-industrial enterprise. Chun Fong sat in her exclusive office, drinking tea, feeling very comfortable and chatting about anything. I have to say that companies run by women have a unique style. I envy young capitalists for their courage and determination. It seems you have your own big business to run? Chun Fong naturally knew what she was referring to. A loan of hundreds of billions couldn't be a small matter. Moreover, she also paid attention to Chun Feng's movements and knew some basic information. Now that we've come to this, I won't beat around the bush. Chun Fong took a sip of tea and continued. You know, I have a loaning security company. It is currently being expanded, and I plan to upgrade it to a private military company. So a large number of weapons are needed to support basic operations. Marilyn nodded. This is a pretty good military purchase. I think it's okay. She calculated that this would at least amount to tens of billions of orders, which would mean considerable profits. Just as Marilyn was thinking, Chun Fong handed over a nearly 10-page military procurement list. After Marilyn took it, she couldn't believe what she saw. This was a procurement budget comparable to that of the Ministry of Defense. The paper lists the types and quantities of various weapons, covering all kinds of individual combat weapons. There are military uniforms, bulletproof vests, helmets, night vision goggles, scopes, binoculars, military first aid kits, rifles, pistols, sniper rifles, grenades, individual mines, anti-tank guns, light machine guns, field knives, drones, portable rockets, infrared missiles, and huge quantities of bullets of various calibers. Although they are all light equipment, according to the above quantity estimates, the order will not be less than 30 billion. Marilyn's heart started pounding. She was both excited and shocked. This order of magnitude is enough to equip 5 main divisions. Based on the calculation that a division has 15,000 people, that would be a total of 75,000 people. This is more than the combined strength of Blackwater and Wagner. Mr. Chun, how many people are there in your security company now? So much equipment is a bit scary. Marilyn asked in confusion. Chun Fong saw her somewhat horrified expression and replied calmly. There aren't many people, but these weapons are related to the company's future plans, so it's not convenient to talk more. My budget is 30 billion, to see if you can give it to me, and that's it. Seeing Chun Fong frowning, Marilyn immediately put away her curiosity and stopped asking questions. She naturally understood the rules of business, since it did not involve national security or the leakage of advanced weapons. This arms sale will probably go through, but she still felt incredible about Chun Feng's huge military purchase. Is this the courage of a big capitalist? If he succeeds, it will be the most powerful and largest private military company in the United States. Not only that, it will also have great military value all over the world, and even in third countries. But this was just a good wish, and Marilyn couldn't believe that a young man could do such a thing. None of this matters. Let's just secure this order first. Yes, of course I can. We are in the arms business. As long as the money is in place, we can meet any requirements of the buyer. You can rest assured. Marilyn answered in the affirmative and immediately called her accounting assistant and handed over the 10-page military procurement list. Please wait a moment. We can give you an accurate quotation within half an hour. Chun Fong nodded and picked up a cigar. He then asked, I need these equipment delivered within 2 months. It's not something high-tech. If you can't do it within 2 months, I'll give half of my share to other companies. After saying this, Marilyn immediately looked embarrassed. She stroked her hair and stammered. Boss Chun, you need it so urgently. I'm afraid it will take 2 months. Half a year. Do you think it will work? We'll go all out. Half a year, isn't this a joke? This country is gone in half a year, and they are still accelerating. Chun Fong said resolutely. Okay, you can cut my list in half. Is that possible? Marilyn was heartbroken as she watched the loss of $15 billion approaching. After repeated ideological struggles, she finally succumbed to the temptation of 30 billion and sent a reply email to the Ministry of National Defense. Then she gritted her teeth and said firmly, Don't worry, I will definitely take this big order. We at Lockheed Martin have the ability to do so. It's great. I like people who are great. These 30 billion are yours. Marilyn was suddenly at a loss. The feeling of regaining what she had lost was so wonderful. As the greatest sacrifice, she postponed all military purchases by the Ministry of Defense. Therefore, all Lockheed factories will work at full capacity to produce weapons for Chun Fong. Chapter 25, Strange Monteray. Chairman, the full price of the weapons has been calculated, including all the ammunition, a total of 30.7 billion US dollars. Well, go down. Marilyn took a look and handed a roll of bills to Chun Fong. Mr. Chun, do you think 30.7 billion is acceptable? Okay, I won't give you less money, and I hope you can deliver on time. Don't worry, with all factories running and inventory in stock, 2 months is enough. Then we have a pleasant cooperation. After the two parties signed the contract, Chun Fong promptly paid 1/10 of the deposit. At this point, the arms purchase was successfully completed. With the farewell of a group of senior executives, Chun Fong boarded a private plane. This time she cut Marilyn hard. In my memory, Marilyn in the last days was also an outstanding awakener. Relying on her excellent military-industrial system, she established a large shelter in Maryland. It even resisted multiple large-scale attacks by zombies, and it can be said that it was able to handle it with ease. But this time, Chun Fong emptied out all her inventory. Who says she is the top in the military industry? How can I become her without cutting her off? If you don't cut her off, how can you establish a force in the last days? Chun Fong doesn't want to live a life without food, weapons, or resources. It's hard to think about it. He doesn't even know how he survived at that time. I pick up garbage in the ruins to eat every day. When I encounter zombies, I can only use the iron hook to swing them one by one. Most of the time, I choose to run away. There is nothing I can do. Now that I have a new life, I will definitely kill whoever is stronger. This is the most basic operation. Boss, Fable just called again. Millie reported shortly after Chun Fong sat down. She gently pressed Chun Feng's shoulder and waited for further instructions. Didn't I tell you not to let them harass you? Aren't those people annoying? But this time the other party claimed to be the deputy director, named Luther. Oh, then keep going. When I heard that he was the deputy director, I became a little interested. Luther said that he wanted to bring the team leader who made the mistake here to apologize. Let's see if you have time. Chun Fong took out a can of coffee, raised his sleeves, and replied. Then asked them to come over. We have time in the afternoon, so we can just settle this matter. It's really infuriating that a small Fable dared to attack his territory. No matter who they are or for what purpose, As long as they have this idea, they deserve to die. If we don't teach them a lesson, similar things will probably happen again in the future. Besides, the current public opinion is not friendly to us. With a little incitement, there are still people who are willing to take the risk. Hyperthyroidism is the first one. It was almost evening when Chun Fong returned to the villa. As soon as I got off the plane, Monteray ran to the runway next to the villa to greet me. Even without her police uniform, Monteray still has the temperament of a young lady. Looking at her noble and light gauze dress, it must have been taken from her closet at home. Who can blame Chun Fong for having so many mates? There are 7 or 8 in the dressing room and cloakroom alone. There are all kinds of OL clothes, cosplay clothes, make clothes, lace suspender hip-hugging onesies, short skirts, stockings, and wedding dresses. Chun Fong, you are finally here. You kept me waiting. Guess what I prepared for you? Monteray happily hugged him, but soon restrained herself as there were so many people watching. What have you prepared? If nothing's wrong, don't make a fuss. Your leg is healed so quickly. Chun Fong was speechless. It was just one time, and he conquered her? Or has she been corrupted by the luxurious material conditions here and no longer wants to work hard? Guess. Monteray looked at Chun Fong expectantly. Guess what? Go home. We have something important to discuss. Chun Fong was not interested because he still had to deal with those 2 clowns from Fable later. But as soon as he walked into the hall, he saw a table full of hot dishes. Monteray then leaned close to Chun Feng's ear and whispered softly, "Try it. I did it. I prepared this especially for you." Chun Fong continued to walk to the table and smelled it. A spicy smell instantly hit his nose, and he really wanted to eat it. Looking at this table full of red and green peppers, I couldn't help but feel nervous. This girl also knows that he likes spicy food? That's amazing. Then she thought again that wasn't right. Most likely, it was Irene who told her. Where's Irene? Should we call those girls over to eat as well? Chun Fong asked, looking at the empty hall. They've already eaten, and now they're busy stocking up with you. I don't know what else to do, so I just made this table. You must be hungry. Come eat something. Monteray bit her lower lip, feeling very unsure. After all, she was learning on the job. Chun Fong took 2 bites and then spit it out, which scared Monteray. Why? Not to your taste. What the hell is this? The emoji isn't even dissolved. The peppers aren't cooked, and the meat still tastes fishy. As he said that, Chun Fong threw away his chopsticks, picked up the water on the table, and drank it madly. Seeing Chun Feng's distorted expression, Monteray was so embarrassed that she covered her eyes with her hands and almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. Failed performance bad. Okay, throw all these dishes away later. Now let me tell you something important. After wiping his mouth, Chun Fong immediately moved away from the table of food and sat back in the sofa area in the living room. Monteray followed obediently and stood aside with her head down, feeling a little lost. She found that apart from doing some simple things, she really couldn't do anything well, and she was often scolded by Rig-san and Fable. Even those colleagues made fun of her IQ every day. If she wasn't so pretty, Rig-san would have fired her. After all, Mercer can still be useful in many special situations. Chun Fong saw that she was unhappy, so he said, "Do you want to make up for your mistake? If you do this well, I'll let you learn some cooking skills." "Okay, what do you want me to do?" Monteray said happily, changing her previous disappointed look. "Rig-san and your deputy director will be here soon. I plan to teach them a lesson. Do you want to cooperate with me?" "Ah, they're coming? That's it. They're going to fire me." When she heard that her 2 superiors were coming, Monteray immediately became timid. "As long as I don't pursue Fable, they probably won't fire you. At most you'll get scolded and have to write a self-criticism." Chun Fong stood up, touched her cheek, and spoke in a condescending manner. Then he put his hands in his pockets and looked into the distance and thought, "Okay then, what do you want me to do?" Monteray agreed without hesitation. "What great opportunity. You won't get fired and you can teach your hateful boss a lesson at the same time." So she waited for Chun Feng's next instructions. "The key is to let them know that you have just been imprisoned by me, and then they are here to take you back. You can show pain and anger." After saying that, Chun Fong sat back on the sofa arrogantly and lit a cigarette. "That's easy. I was like this the first day I came to the villa. If you want me to act more realistically, then just hit me and make my face red." As she spoke, Monteray suddenly knelt on the carpet and lifted up one of Chun Feng's hands with a dazed look. When she heard the word imprisonment, her eyes became empty. She vaguely remembered that afternoon in the small dark room, the afternoon when she was tortured to death by Chun Fong. It seemed that the mention of forcing her made her particularly excited, as if it had hit the most sensitive spot in her heart. What? Do you want me to beat you again? Yes, so I can act like it. Hit me. At this moment, Monteray seemed to have switched to a certain mode in an instant and became like a bitch. This is such a contrast. She is completely different from the young lady she was before. Chun Fong could no longer tell which one was the real her. Perhaps the devil in Monteray's heart has just been developed. Chapter 26, Counterattack Successful. Okay. Thank you very much. Without your message, I really don't know what to do. Yes. Rigson, and I will be there right away. We won't take up too much of his time. Luther was so excited that he was incoherent. He was finally allowed to enter Chun Feng's villa. It wasn't until this call came that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This shows that there is still room for recovery. If they're not even given a chance to apologize, their official careers will be completely ruined. Never take chances. Capital is difficult to transfer and appoint personnel in a federal agency. As long as they want, a monkey can become the director. Similarly, the director could easily ban it, let alone him, the deputy director. Soon, the two took a plane to Choyao, then changed to a car. However, there were indeed quite a few trucks stuck on the road heading towards a villa. It seems that this is even more exaggerated than the video circulating on the internet. As we got closer to the villa, the number of trucks increased, and there was no end in sight. It took them half an hour to drive the short 5 kilometers. When we finally got into the villa, the two were searched alive 3 times. Even their underwear was not spared. Enter the park. The roads were filled with patrol security guards carrying M16A4 rifles, with guards every 5 steps, and all of them were well trained. As experienced agents, they naturally understood that this kind of alternating light and dark sentry arrangement was comparable to the level of the White House. The entire villa complex is sealed like an iron barrel, airtight. Normally, they can go anywhere without any obstacles, right? But here, even the deputy director could hardly move and couldn't even bring in a sharp object. It is conceivable how much of a shock Chun Fong was caused by the incident of trespassing into the territory. Deputy Director, will Chun Fong let us go? This opportunity is very precious. If we perform well, there shouldn't be any problems. In front of the villa, the two of them nervously adjusted their clothes, fearing that anything wrong would cause Chun Feng's disgust. After taking a deep breath, they finally pushed the door open and entered. But soon, he was shocked by the scene before him. In the luxurious living room, Monteray was tied and kneeling on the ground, her body covered with scars and her cheeks red. When she saw her boss coming in, she couldn't help but pray. Team leader, save me. I can't stand it these days. There's not a day that goes by where I don't want to escape. Why did you come now? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Damn Chun Fong, he dared to tie me up, teach him a lesson. Seeing that Monteray had so boldly offended Chun Fong, Rigson immediately shouted angrily. Shut your stinky mouth. Don't you think things are not chaotic enough? He wanted to rush up and beat her up, but when he saw Chun Fong sitting not far away, he had to put away his anger. Boss Chun, it's my subordinates who are ignorant. The deputy director and I came here to apologize to you. Don't worry about it. Yes, that woman is really not that good, calm down. After approaching, the two of them immediately smiled and apologized in various ways, as if they had met their ancestors. Chun Fong stood up coldly, grabbed Montelli's hair, and slapped her face. These are your men? You, Phobal, are so brave to break into my house. Seeing Chun Feng's anger, Luther was so scared that he immediately stepped forward and bowed to apologize. Boss Chun, calm down. This was definitely not our idea, but I promise it won't happen again. If this one hasn't been resolved yet, can you guarantee it for the next one? Then Chun Fong kicked Monteray again. It hurts? The kick made her fall to the ground, and she screamed in pain. Even so, the two men had no intention of helping her, and instead acted indifferent. Yes, it's me who deserves to die. I am willing to accept any punishment this time. Luther smiled and tried to please Chun Fong while kicking Monteray. Fuck you, you're still being stubborn. Now apologize to Master Chun. Although the words were harsh, Luther knew that the more dirty and harsh the words were, the more they could dispel Chun Feng's anger. Rigson also looked contemptuous. He walked up to Monteray and cursed. You are so stupid. I have repeatedly stressed it, but you just wouldn't listen. You deserve it. You think you can mess with Boss Chin? You should thank him for not killing you. You should call him Dad. At this moment, Monteray truly felt unprecedented helplessness and frustration. Although it was just a play with Chun Fong, but I have completely seen the true faces of my superiors, and I also know my position in their hearts. Extremely disappointed. She was a formal employee of Fable, but no one dared to speak for her, or even offer her the slightest comfort. Is Phobler really the Phobler in her mind, or has he never been one from the beginning? Monteray began to waver, not daring to face it, and could only ask herself over and over again. She even began to doubt the belief she had when she first joined Fopol. Is the righteous Phobler really righteous? And are the ugly capitalists really ugly? That's enough. Just tell me how to solve it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Seeing that the two were still shirking their responsibilities, Chun Fong said impatiently. Luther also immediately looked back and glared at Rigson. Then Rigson stood up and said solemnly, "It's like this, Boss Chun. The deputy director and I have unanimously decided to officially fire Monteray. To warn those who have second thoughts about you, from now on, anyone who disrespects you will suffer the same fate." Chun Fong closed his eyes. He really didn't expect this result. Although the result of the handling is beneficial to him according to common sense, it does serve as a warning to others. But I always feel that there is something wrong in my heart. How could you fire me? Ah! Suddenly, Monteray screamed at the top of her lungs. This news instantly shattered the last bit of faith in her heart. She shouted, hoping to let out all her frustration and anger. She was still thinking of lurking beside Chun Fong and turning the tables once she got the evidence. Now thinking about it, this is so ridiculous. They're just a bunch of cowards who will deceive their superiors and hide the truth even if they have evidence. I can only blame myself for being too naive. Haha. Idiot, if I don't fire you, will you get into even bigger trouble? Forget it, you're not suitable for the FBI. Rigson continued to prick Monteray's nerves without mercy. By the way, you're not without merits. You're pretty sexy, and you won't starve to death anyway. Shut up, that's too much. Monteray cried. What happened before was enough to hurt her, but this sentence was clearly a naked insult. If I don't resist, she will look down on me for the rest of her life. Don't blame me for being rude. Mind your own business. Monteray warned calmly, but her eyes were bloodshot with anger. Oh, are you teaching me a lesson? You're still acting arrogant even in this state. Slut. At this moment, Rigson had completely disregarded his image and revealed his bestial nature. He had long coveted Monteray's beauty, but had never been able to obtain it, even with obvious hints. Since the unspoken rule doesn't work, just slander her. Anyway, I have already been dismissed and am no longer his subordinate, so I can say whatever I want. Rigson, have you ever tried it? Looking at Grayson, who was nearly 60 years old, Chun Fong asked curiously. He's tasted poop? I won't let him even touch my hands. Although Monteray overreacted, clarification must be made when necessary. Now that Fobol can no longer be relied upon, Chun Fong is her only support. Chun Fong heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It seemed that not everyone could get Monteray. With that kind of stubbornness, she might even bite off the old man's fingers. When Chun Fong was about to tease him a few times and then let them go, Monteray exploded. They all say she is stupid, she is foolish. This time, she must impress her two superiors. Then she began to shout, "You cunning old fellow, I'm going to expose you. If you dare to fire me, you'll have to pay the price." Chun Fong, don't believe their slander. I would never break into your house, no matter how brave I am. How could a qualified agent make such a low-level mistake? Without the instructions of my superiors, I would never dare to do that. A team leader, a deputy director, lured me into sneaking into your house and acting as a spy. They said they would promote me and give me a Medal of Honor once they got the secret of your 100 billion yuan loan. As soon as these words came out, Rigson and Luther were so frightened that their faces turned green, and they immediately explained. Tinkin, boss, don't believe this bitch. She must be crazy. It's totally unfounded. Without waiting for the two to continue explaining, Chun Feng's face darkened instantly, and he roared with overwhelming momentum. Kneel down. I was wondering what was wrong. But you two actually dared to use a knife on me? Luther was completely dumbfounded and couldn't even wash it clean. It's really not what she said. Chun Fong had already lost his patience at this point, and he grabbed Luther by the collar and raised his hand. I'm talking to you, clown. Kneel down. Chapter 27. Deputy Director Phobler was carried away. I'm talking about you, clown. Kneel down. Then Chun Fong pushed his hand, and Luther flew 4 or 5 meters away and fell to the ground. At this moment, Luther's face was distorted with pain, and he looked confused and embarrassed. He didn't expect Chun Feng's strength to be so great, and he was completely unable to resist it. And you, Rigson, kneel down. Yes, I kneel. Seeing that the deputy director was defeated and dared not speak, he immediately knelt down tremblingly, not daring to hesitate for a moment. You think I'm weak? But even a rabbit will bite when it gets angry. If it's done, it's your credit. If it's exposed, it's my fault. Ugh. Monteray was secretly glancing at Chun Feng's reaction while fanning the flames, wanting only to kill the two beasts who had fired her. Since Phobler can never go back, he might as well treat Chun Fong as his master. If he can learn some cooking skills, Chun Fong, don't listen to them. I've caused them so much trouble. Okay, shut up. The three people were chattering, making Chun Feng's head hurt. Oh. Monteray immediately covered her mouth. Seeing her two superiors kneeling in front of Chun Fong, she was so happy that she almost couldn't express it in words. Things were developing just as she expected. It would depend on how Chun Fong would teach them a lesson. Do you want me to slap you? Or do you want to do it yourself? Chun Fong looked at the two of them with a cold gaze. I'll fan it myself. No need to trouble you, Luther said fearfully. He had just experienced Chun Feng's strength. If he were really slapped, his face would probably be concave. It's easier to fan yourself. Well, let's start with 200. I need to hear the sound, otherwise it doesn't count. Monteray will count next to me, and call me when she's done. Chun Fong returned to the sofa, picked up a bottle of French brandy from 1788 on the table, poured a small glass, and then lay back on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. Snap, snap, snap. Well, the voice is too soft. Speak louder. Chun Fong took a sip of wine and said with a frown. Snap, snap, snap. This is fine. Go ahead, connect it up. Following the rhythm of pa pa pa, Chun Feng's inner anger dissipated bit by bit. 11, 12, 13, 14, 13, 14, 14. Can you count? There are 17 now. Are you slapping me? It was so soft that even Boss Chun couldn't hear it. 15, 16, 16, 17. Monteray turned to look at Chun Fong, who was lying on the sofa, and said loudly. Afraid that Chun Fong would get angry again, the two of them had to continue slapping themselves on the mouth according to Montelli's counting, once on the left and once on the right. 10 minutes passed. 100, 101, 102, 103. 20 minutes passed. 149, 150, 150, 150. The two men fought until they were exhausted, and the blows became lighter and slower. When Chun Fong woke up, the fight was not over yet, but their faces were swollen like they had been stung by countless wasps. Only Monteray knew that the two of them had fought more than 500 times in the past 30 minutes. But if you listen to the sound, only 150 people will be satisfied. She must be fair to her two superiors. Come on, what are you doing eating? How many are left? Chun Fong sat up and finished the rest of the wine, saying impatiently, There are 50 left. Monteray narrowed his eyes and felt a little reluctant, but still told the truth. You don't have to fight those 50. I'll do it. When Luther heard this, he was so scared that he shouted weakly, Boss Chun, let me go, please. He no longer had any extra strength and was only supported by his remaining desire to survive. Chun Fong stood up and walked over slowly. He ignored Luther's pleas and threw his hand around like he was playing golf. Suddenly, Luther's face turned white as if it was embedded in his body. It took a few seconds for the blood color and swelling to return. But his face had lost its elasticity and became extremely loose, with blood flowing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. One could clearly feel his facial nerves twitching violently, and a series of physiological reactions followed. This was much more powerful than 50 slaps, and Luther almost fainted. Monteray was extremely shocked watching from the side. Only then did she realize how powerful Chun Fong was. Compared to what happened in that small dark room, the violence inflicted on her was much gentler. What they didn't know was that Chun Fong only used 20% of the strength he used just now. If he had used 30%, he would probably have been able to beat the other person's face to pieces. It's your turn, Rick's son. No, I'm going to die. I'm almost 60, and I can't take it anymore. Pa! With a heavy slap in the face, Rig's son fainted on the spot. But it's a good thing, otherwise it would be so painful. Monteray, who ordered you to come to the villa, Luther or Rig's son? Chun Fong turned to look at Monteray and asked coldly. Monteray covered her eyes with her hands, lowered her head and said evasively, It's Rig's son. Then Chun Fong lifted up the almost fainted Luther from the ground and ordered, Listen carefully. I don't want this person to come back to work in Fable tomorrow. I can forgive your position, but you must manage your subordinates well in the future. If it happens again, I will kill you. Also, you'd better suppress the negative opinions about me outside, so as not to affect my mood. Luther used up all his strength to reply, I will do as you say. Thank you for not killing me." Before he could finish his words, he fell to the ground in unbearable pain. At this point, the matter was finally settled, and the two were carried away on stretchers by the medical staff who arrived. "Just go wherever you need to go." Chun Fong untied Montelli's rope, yawned, and returned to the sofa feeling a little sleepy. "I can't leave. If I leave, they will definitely find a way to retaliate. What does it have to do with me? Everyone has their own destiny." Chun Fong stretched lazily, looking indifferent. "Besides, you've already promised me that you'll teach me cooking as long as I cooperate with you in the acting. Besides, Fable doesn't want me anymore, so I won't leave." After the ropes were untied, Monteray regained her normal personality. Although her face was slapped with several marks and her body was bruised all over by Chun Feng's kicks, she just liked it. "I just like Chun Feng's fierce look. Moreover, beating others is one kind of cruelty, but beating himself is another kind of cruelty. They're different." At this moment, Monteray was like a masochist who always wanted to make trouble in front of Chun Fong. "You did that to me just to lurk around me, didn't you? Am I still keeping you as a spy? Go away. I want to go to bed. It's already late." Chun Fong waved his hand, stood up, and prepared to go to his room. "I've been fired, so what's the point of being a spy? Hey, you don't seem to have had dinner. Let me give you something to eat. Don't go to sleep. Wait for me." Chun Fong walked towards the bedroom without looking back, ignoring everything. However, in Monteray's view, as long as he is not driven away forcefully, it means that he still has a chance to perform. "Yes, I will definitely impress him." Looking at Chun Feng's broad back as he left, Monteray had an indescribable sense of security. Even being bullied by this person might be a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 28. Is he a man or a god? Over the past 5 days, due to abnormal weather, half of the country has been hit by continuous heavy rains, with an average daily rainfall of more than 200 millimeters. Recently, many states and counties have experienced abnormal cyclones, hurricanes, and rainstorms and lightning weather, which have caused hundreds of deaths and tens of thousands of missing persons, and hundreds of thousands of hectares of farmland have been flooded. Hurricane Ayla, which occurs once every 200 years, hit Pennsylvania, New York, and Jersey, causing heavy rainstorms. Following the camera, you can see that streets and houses are destroyed and flooded everywhere. The 20 subway lines in New York were once shut down. Early in the morning, Chun Fong turned on the TV. Several channels were reporting on the unusually long rain disaster. What's funny is that some people actually hid in the basement, but when the flood came, they were all drowned. This kind of heavy rain is indeed rare for the American people, and they have never even popularized the relevant knowledge. But for Chun Fong, these were already expected and did not have much impact on him. Where the disaster hit, where the losses were severe, and how many people died, none of this has anything to do with Chun Fong. But it also constantly reminds him that the end of the world is really coming. After turning off the TV, Chun Fong returned to his desk and lit a cigar. It's finally here. It's even more brutal after the rainy season. Everything is just beginning. He was filled with emotion, as everything that had happened in his previous life was slowly happening again in this one. The heavy rainy season will last for a full 10 days, followed by large-scale power and water outages, transportation disruptions, farmland reductions, and soaring prices. According to the expected scenario, more extreme weather will occur in the future. After the rainy season comes the extremely cold ice season. By then, the temperature will drop to 60 degrees below freezing. Such a temperature is obviously not suitable for human survival. According to data from the previous life, there were millions of people who froze to death in Eagle Sauce alone. But think about it. In a country where the average temperature is between 7 degrees Celsius and 19 degrees Celsius, if the temperature suddenly drops to minus 60 degrees Celsius, it would be really incredible if only 1 million people were frozen to death. The number of frail and sickly elderly people alone is much higher than this number. It is obvious that the authorities are concealing the truth. Let's stock up on supplies. The next person to freeze to death is not me. Thinking of this, Chun Fong felt inexplicably cold. He snuffed out his cigarette and immediately called his secretary. "How is the progress of the coal I asked you to purchase?" Millie reported with a notebook in her hand. "According to the current progress, we have collected 3 million tons of coal, and the follow-up is still in progress." "Yes, this is an important supply. We must hurry up and can't stop. Coal will be consumed every day in the end times, and the demand is huge, whether it is for heating in the ice season or the basic consumption of the Doomsday fortress. Based on the calculation of 3 million tons, a primary fortress can be used for 40 to 50 years. But the fortress needs to be constantly expanded and upgraded, and the personnel and scale will naturally grow in a step-by-step manner. So we must keep mining until the day of Doomsday, until we can no longer mine. At most, 20 million tons should be available, and at worst 15 million tons is a must. Millie highlighted the key points in her notebook and recorded every word her boss said in detail. At first, Millie was surprised by her boss's strange behavior. But after following him for a while, I realized that the boss was really amazing and had great foresight. This was exactly what Irene had said to her. She said that the world that capitalists see is different from that seen by ordinary people, and the amount of information they see is like the degree of two-dimensionality and three-dimensionality. Millie thought this was absolutely right. Who could have foreseen the bad weather and the consequences it would cause at first? Now food production has decreased everywhere. Transportation has been disrupted and prices have soared, but the boss has already stockpiled a lot of food at the first opportunity. Although some materials are still unclear, such as coal and weapons, food and grain have been confirmed. But the strange thing is, the boss did not take advantage of the disaster to sell these, but continued to stockpile them in large quantities. This is also what Millie and most netizens are most confused about. Chun Fong saw that Millie looked a little strange and was in a daze, so he asked with concern, "You didn't get enough rest. Why don't you go back and rest first? I'll let Irene come over to take over." Seeing that the boss was a little unhappy, Millie quickly replied truthfully, "No, it's just some public opinion on the internet. I was just imagining it." Millie shook her head and regained her composure. "Oh, what distracted you so much?" Chun Fong hadn't paid attention to anything on the internet for a long time, so he was still quite curious, so he turned on the computer. Following Millie's clicks, a bunch of random hot search topics soon appeared. Hashtag continuous heavy rains in the Eagle Country destroyed farmland hashtag. Hashtag livestock breeding and planting industries have reduced production hashtag. Hashtag abnormal weather and the secret of capitalist Chun Fong hashtag. Hashtag with skyrocketing prices, Chun Fong may become the biggest winner. Hashtag. Hashtag is he a god or a man? Hashtag. Boss, you're famous on the internet again. Chun Fong found it funny as soon as he saw it, as if the whole Eagle sauce would not be able to eat if they didn't report on him. They kept circling around him all day long. He smiled and shook his head, drumming his fingers on the table. "How about I contact the platform and have it handled?" Millie asked, seeing that her boss seemed to be thinking about something. "No need, just click and take a look." Chun Fong pointed to the screen. Then Millie clicked on one of the topics. "My thousands of acres of pasture are flooded, and my 8,000 cows have no grass to eat. If the rain continues, we will really face bankruptcy. The same is true for my farmland. It is basically impossible to harvest much food. No wonder the price is rising so fast. Spinach here is almost $13. Is this going to keep us alive?" The internet has been in an uproar over people's livelihood issues, with many people complaining. Some people are eager to take to the streets and loot, since $0 shopping is everywhere. Immediately afterwards, Chun Fong clicked on another, even more popular topic. "Oh my God, haven't you discovered the magic of Mr. Chun? Those who followed him to stock up have become millionaires now. I am haha. It's great to be rich. I can get a celebrity model every day. Alas, I drive a Rolls Royce. This is what a rich man's life is like. Friends, when are you going to sell it? Or should we be patient for a while? Maybe the price will go up. Chun Fong is simply our God. Does he really have the ability to predict the future? Forget it, there is no God in this world. Hurry up and sell it. The experts have said that the transportation will catch up soon, and by then we won't even be able to drink the soup. Don't follow blindly. Chun Fong, that idiot, didn't even sell it. Are you waiting for it to get moldy and maggoty? Which expert? I'll go and take a look. The market is changing so fast now." Chun Fong was also drunk, watching these flies buzzing around. But the situation still needed to be opened up. Public opinion could not be suppressed, so he just let it fly for a while. There will be more freak weather before the apocalypse, and this is just the beginning. By then, no matter what kind of crappy experts they are, they will be self-contradictory, and the people will fall into endless panic. Humans are insignificant in the face of natural disasters, and Chun Fong is only slightly better. What is truly terrifying is the end of the world and the zombies that can evolve under the virus. Chapter 29. Start building the Doomsday chariot. 5 days later, the extreme rainy season that lasted for 10 days has finally come to an end. The clouds in the sky are particularly white under the sunlight. It's like going through a brand new baptism, getting rid of all the dark and foul air. The entire Choiwa city finally returned to its long-lost peace. 10 days of lightning and thunderstorms almost caused many people to suffer from mental illness. Last night was the first good night's sleep they had had in 10 days. When I got up, even my pillow and my head were wet, with marks of saliva all over them. The flood in the city gradually receded, and water-soaked cars could be seen everywhere on the road. It is reported that more than 10,000 repair workers are urgently repairing infrastructure across the state. Even so, roads and communications were slow to recover. The inflated prices have not dropped much, but they are indeed lower than in previous days. There are still various discussions about Chun Fong on the internet, and the heat remains high. But netizens are like headless flies, with their opinions jumping back and forth and wavering. 5 days ago, people were still praising Chun Fong as a god, as if they were hugging God's thigh. But now that the rain has stopped, everyone is complaining and starting to criticize and praise others again. A social platform. I kept persuading you at the beginning. What are you regretting now? I've already sold off my supplies at high prices. Why are you still hoarding them? Alas, it's not much to sell it now. It would be good to break even and make 20% profit. Haha, you should have listened to the experts earlier. That's right, you should listen more to what experts say and not just rely on one thing. Chun Feng's brain must be burnt out. He's still stockpiling goods. Maybe he's just letting off steam. If you don't have his size, it's best not to follow him. It's very confusing. Chun Fong just treated these remarks as a joke. I mainly watch it to get to know the latest developments, that's all. There are only 63 days left until the end of the world. The first batch of weapons produced began to arrive. Faced with these arms, new ideas emerged in Chun Feng's mind. In the end times, in addition to staying in a safe and reliable fortress, you also have to go out to complete other looting missions. Because resources are always a huge problem facing survivors. It is decreasing day by day, and the corresponding competition will become more and more bloody and cruel. In order to gain a better foothold in the end times by seizing resources, forces will swallow up each other and become larger entities. So Chun Fong also had to adapt to the cruel competition. In addition to upgrading the fortress, you also have to go out to plunder and annex in order to expand your own size. This is when a tool like the Doomsday chariot comes in handy. Each force will build its own chariot, which is the most effective attack vehicle against zombies and enemies. Outside the shelter, the tank is the only mobile fortress you can rely on. At least it is much safer than the flesh and blood body. To this end, Chun Fong immediately contacted the Yamit Super Factory in Illinois and his old friend Hertog, and informed him of his schedule for the afternoon. Otherwise, we are old friends. Respond to friends' calls anytime and anywhere, and seamlessly connect with Chun Feng's visit arrangements. Soon, Chun Fong boarded a private plane to Illinois. In fact, Chun Fong is not very interested in giant mining dump trucks like Caterpillar 797, because it has little use except for transporting or between large mines, and all roads cannot bear its size and weight. It was not until the doomsday of the previous life that Chun Fong realized the value of modifying this giant truck. Someone used it to defeat an entire city's zombie army. In the last days, its huge size has become an incomparable advantage. The world's largest dump truck weighs 288 tons, is 15 meters long, 7.7 meters high, and 9.75 meters wide. To use a vivid metaphor, this volume is equivalent to a 3-story building of 418 square meters. It is particularly appropriate to call it a mobile fortress. With a 4,000 horsepower 20-cylinder diesel engine, it can be said to have the power to move mountains. The destructive power of the wheels is more intuitive. Each wheel weighs 5.3 tons and has a diameter of 4 meters. Who can withstand such a crushing force in the end times? If the dump truck is fully loaded with oil sands, the entire truck will weigh more than 600 tons. I am afraid that the cement roads will collapse wherever it goes. With this weight, it can still run 67 kilometers per kilometer, which is absolutely invincible in the early days of the apocalypse. Of course, the whole car must undergo a large-scale modification. The initial defense is definitely not good enough. Not only do they need to install bulletproof glass, but they also have to weld various attack components such as machine gun sawtooth cutting systems onto the chassis. This thing is much more useful than tanks and heavy armored vehicles. Whether it is the 5-meter high driving vision or the 2-meter high chassis height, the passability is impeccable. 2 hours later, Chun Fong arrived in Illinois on a private jet and was personally received by Caterpillar chairman and CEO Hertog. Hey Chun Fong, you're still the same, handsome, charming and calm. What? When did you learn to flatter? No, it's been a while. Distance makes beauty. It's better not to. I'm a little panicked. Chun Fong suddenly felt something tight behind him and said uncomfortably. Hertog is a well-known entrepreneur in Chun Feng's circle. His company has long been ranked first among the top 50 engineering equipment companies in the world. Such a strong company CEO should look like a strong man, but the reality is somewhat different. To use an appropriate description, it can be said that she is feminine and valiant, tall and beautiful, with clear eyebrows and eyes, and is extremely charming. But he is a very righteous person. Only a familiar friend like Chun Fong would not misunderstand that he has other tendencies. But there are always people who put certain labels on him, perhaps because of his figure and skincare. In fact, he has a family and they are happy. However, he said he was used to the strange looks. After all, as a businessman, he had to accept all kinds of people. However, due to his superior strength and talent in engineering design, many bigwigs still need him for help. I was wondering why my eyelids have been twitching recently. It turns out that you, a customer, are coming. How many units do you plan to order? Try it first, and then discuss it if you're satisfied. Chun Fong patted him on the shoulder, looking very mysterious. That's all. The two old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time talked and laughed all the way to the super factory at the company's headquarters. The factory covers an area of 1.4 million square meters and employs more than 100,000 workers in production and assembly. Caterpillar has 6 factories of this size in New York, which are used to manufacture various modules of the Caterpillar 797. This headquarters factory park also has a huge and open field test field, which simulates the various sandy and rocky terrains in the mining area. Generally, newly developed engineering vehicles will be driven here for intensive testing after assembly, and can be put into mass production after passing the test. Hertog brought Chun Fong to the top of the empty quarry. It is a giant open-pit mine that spirals downward with various slopes and terrains, restoring the complex environment of the mining area on a 1-to-1 scale. The entrance where Chun Fong was standing was a flat piece of land used for parking. This open space is more than 50,000 square meters, which can easily accommodate hundreds of 797 dump trucks. At this time, there was a Caterpillar 797F dump truck parked in the venue, and not far away there were nearly 200 private cars that were about to explode. Not only were there civilian bridge vehicles, but also ordinary trucks, pickup trucks, military armored vehicles, and even old tanks. Well, I'm generous enough for an old friend's gift, right? Hertog said proudly, pointing to the pile of private cars in the distance. Oh my God, you're just like me, it's so exaggerated. Chun Fong was shocked and quite surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a spectacular scene. But this is just a visual impact. There will be something even more exciting happening later. Get in the car and experience the Caterpillar 797 passing the sexual violence test. Chapter 30, Take Off. Let's go for a drive? Hertog asked, pointing at a Caterpillar truck in the distance. Of course, they are all here. Chun Fong walked over without any hesitation, and when he got closer, he really felt a creepy and oppressive feeling. The sunlight hit it obliquely, forming a huge black shadow on the ground. Chun Fong looked up and saw it standing there like a huge haunted house. Chun Fong, who was 1.8 meters tall, walked under the chassis like an ant. The huge tires with 2 in front and 4 in the rear were like 4-meter-wide pillars inserted into the ground, supporting this nearly 300-ton guy. The ground under and around the tires has sunk much lower than the surrounding flat surface due to the pressure of hundreds of tons. Standing under the tire did look small, fragile, and vulnerable. Chun Fong was not even half its height. This tire was specially customized by Michelin. It is also the strongest and largest radial tire in the world. It is strong enough to bear 150 tons of weight and can easily handle even the worst road conditions. Hertog followed behind Chun Fong and introduced slowly. Chun Fong touched the texture and crown with deep grooves and shook his head with emotion. Isn't this the most ideal, zombie-smashing car? Hertog held a handkerchief to his nose, seeming to be somewhat uncomfortable with the strong smell of rubber and engine oil. After looking at the rock-solid frame and chassis, he urged, "Friend, let's go up. The smell is quite strong here." "Ha! Then go ahead, I want to open it and take a look." Chun Fong walked out of the chassis and went up to the 5-meter high cab level via the escalator in front of the vehicle. The cab is quite luxurious inside, with a simple black and white leather center console and gear lever. 2 soft engineering chairs come into view. Sitting on them feels like they're growing on your back, fitting perfectly and being so comfortable that you don't feel anything. Although the whole space is a bit narrow and there are only 2 seats. But if the entire 9-meter wide driving deck is converted into a small safe house, It can easily accommodate 5 people. With the addition of air conditioning system, entertainment system, and automatic driving system, you can enjoy a different kind of car sex at the end of the world. There were hordes of zombies outside and happy humans inside. They could only watch through the bulletproof glass and could do nothing. Then, turn on the DJ music with heavy reverberation. Turn on the colored lights and spotlights. Sit on the spring-loaded sofa chair and sway back and forth. Here, the key. Boom! As the key was inserted and the button was pressed, the 4,000 horsepower engine roared like thunder, and various monitoring computers and oil pressure gauges began to operate. Although it is a diesel engine weighing 20 tons, its response speed is still very strong. With just a slight step, the whole behemoth can be moved easily. I have to say that the sound insulation effect of the cab is really good. There is only a little engine noise when starting, and no noise from outside can be heard at other times. The wide field of view at a height of 5 meters allows you to easily see what is happening several kilometers away, and the densely packed cars really look like ants. Chun Fong was about to suffer from claustrophobia after seeing this. Hertog, what are you going to do with those cars? Hertog then replied proudly, it all depends on your mood. Just make it up as you like. Don't you want to see the power of this nearly 300-ton thing of mine? After saying that, Hertog picked up the walkie-talkie and gave an order, and 20 or 30 workers in the distance quickly drove 50 private cars in front of Chun Feng's truck. They lined up the cars end to end in 5 rows, like speed bumps on the road, across 100 meters ahead. Then place it again after an interval of 100 meters, and then place it again after an interval of 100 meters. Chun Fong widened his eyes, unable to believe that a businessman would be so extravagant as to use a real car for testing. He asked, is this how you normally test your car? Ha, didn't I prepare this specially for you? Usually, it is done in a virtual obstacle course on the computer, which is nothing like this kind of shocking effect. You want to drive it for fun, so why don't I put some real cars here? Come and try it, Hertog quickly explained with pride. After saying that, he turned on the air circulation system and sat back in his chair. Immediately, a message came from the intercom on the dashboard. Boss, the car has been placed and can be tested. Okay. Following Hertog's reply, Chun Fong immediately started this giant steel machine. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the sky, and immediately smoke and black smoke billowed up. Since he was playing with Chun Fong, of course he stepped on the accelerator hard without any gentleness. The whole cab was vibrating, and the horsepower was at maximum. Fuck this push on my back! Chun Feng's face instantly lit up with excitement, and he was shocked beyond words. Such a huge thing can still give you a feeling of being pushed on the back. Isn't that awesome? In just a few seconds, the huge dump truck rolled over the first obstacle of 50 small cars. Immediately, various explosions were heard, as if a car was running over broken glass. All kinds of small and violent sounds came one after another. The car did not stop, but went straight over the second obstacle. As the speed increased, the movement was different this time. The car on the edge of the tire could not withstand the rapid compression and exploded and burned on the spot, then bounced into the air in all directions. Like a tomato being stomped on, the entire thing exploded radially into the air. Fuck, it's like fireworks. This is too. Seeing dozens of cars exploding into the air with flames shooting up into the sky, Chun Fong was so excited that he was incoherent on the spot. Thick smoke billowed from a height of 20 to 30 meters, and debris, slag, parts, and iron blocks flew everywhere. Then it fell from the sky like a curtain of rain. Chun Fong, you were too cruel. I don't feel bad for those small cars, but looking at this 5 million giant dump truck, it has hurt a bit. Hertog watched the oil pressure gauges and computer monitoring values closely and said anxiously, "Don't worry, old friend. As long as I am satisfied with this car, I won't let you lose money." Chun Fong shouted excitedly, without releasing his foot on the accelerator. As if addicted, he rushed directly towards the third blocking line of defense. This time the blocking array is composed of some armored vehicles, old tanks, and Hummers, and is extremely strong. Because of the huge inertia, the car speed has increased to an astonishing 70 miles per hour, and the car rushed forward like a beast. Bang, dong dong. Because of the speed and recoil, the entire car flew nearly 30 meters and soared more than 2 meters above the ground. When he fell, his center of gravity tilted severely. Just when Chun Fong was about to flip over, the incredible suspension system absorbed and cushioned the entire weight of the car smoothly, allowing it to land smoothly. The whole process was extremely smooth, without any violent shaking, just like a dragonfly skimming the water. The nearly 300-ton steel behemoth soared 2 meters into the air, which can indeed be described as taking off. The sturdy armored vehicles and Humvees were bent and deformed as if they were half sunk into the ground. The tank suffered minor damage, but was either injured or disabled. The turret was separated from the front by the impact and was directly scrapped. After the huge dump truck stopped, it raised a huge cloud of dust over a straight distance of nearly 1 kilometer. If they hadn't known about the test in advance, the staff standing several kilometers away would have thought it was a sandstorm. Chapter 31. Get the design drawings. Chun Fong and Hertog walked down the escalator from the truck, and a strong smell of burning hit their noses. The scene in the distance looked like a car graveyard, with columns of smoke rising up. Looking at the truck again, the edges and the front air intake grill have been deformed and damaged. The tires have withstood the test. As expected of a custom-made tire costing $100,000, the carbon content should be quite high. After getting out of the car, Chun Fong recalled the entire driving experience and had a clear grasp of the car's performance. Obviously, the power system is the highlight of the entire car, so the focus of the modification can be placed on the front of the car. The main method is collision and crushing. Electric protective nets can be installed on the sides, and reserved running positions can be set up. The second is the car's excessive weight. Then the lifting range of the suspension system can be expanded 3 times, and spikes and electric saws can be welded on the chassis. This allows the vehicle to use its solid chassis as a hammer, piercing enemies and armor as it moves downward. Chun Fong walked around the 797 truck and said with satisfaction after seeing that the damage to the truck was almost zero, "This truck is okay. Let's talk about the price." When Hertog heard this, everything became clear to him instantly. "I used to feel bad about this car and that pile of junk, but now I don't have to worry at all. No matter what, Chun Feng's order quantity will not be less than 30. Anyway, his old friend's projects have always been very large. He clapped his hands excitedly and said, "I knew you wouldn't let me down. Let's go to the office and talk slowly. It's dirty here." Immediately, Hertog used the intercom to call the Cadillac limousine that was on standby in the distance. The group left the scene. Staff also entered the site one after another to pick up the pile of scrap cars. In the office, Chun Fong asked directly about the price. "Name a price. I plan to buy more this time." Hertog was not ambiguous and directly lowered the price to the lowest. "That's great. I'll give you a price of $5 million. The 797F is our latest improved model. We also have cheaper ones, but this one is more powerful and equipped with advanced autonomous driving technology." Chun Fong nodded and calculated in his mind. He knew that 100 vehicles would not be enough if he wanted to create a crushing situation. After all, he was not the only one in the apocalypse. 200 vehicles would be enough to suppress the enemy, but we also need to consider reducing the existing stock, so we need 300 vehicles. At least 200 vehicles must be kept in reserve for damaged parts, repairs, and replacements. 500 cars would be enough to clear out his inventory. By then, no one else would be able to get such cars for modification. The price of 500W can't go any lower, my friend. If it goes any lower, it will be like giving it away for free. Seeing Chun Fong thinking, Hertog became a little nervous. After all, the relationship between the two was like that, and he could only accept the price cut. 500. I won't give you a lower price, so don't sell yourself pitiful. Just when Hertog was extremely frightened, Chun Fong spoke on the spot. The 500 vehicles were directly used to buy his inventory of several years. I was originally worried about how to sell it, but now Chun Fong sold it out in just 1 second. "Dad, can you be more aggressive? This is $2.5 billion. Hertog was stunned and almost called out the word "dad" out loud. He had never encountered such a good thing in his life. He made $2.5 billion without any effort. "You go out first." Hertog immediately called the employees out, fearing that he would lose face in front of his subordinates. "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Chun Fong saw that he was worried and absent-minded, and thought that he was unhappy. Hertog only put down his airs and was shocked after the employees left the office. "Of course, my friend. I'm a little overwhelmed right now. Oh my God. What can I say? As a friend, you are really kind." Chun Fong was actually shocked by his reaction. It was only $2.5 billion. So what? He didn't know about the 30 billion arms order. If he knew, wouldn't he be terrified? "Don't say anything. I have something else to ask you. Let's settle this first. Has the contract been drafted?" "Once it is drafted, I will sign and stamp it." Chun Fong urged impatiently. He didn't want to waste time on regrets. Yes. I'll print it out on the computer right away." Hertog turned on the computer and started typing away, and then a dozen pages of contracts were printed out. Would you like to take a look? If there is no problem, we will. Chun Fong grabbed the contract and signed his name and stamped it with the official seal without even bothering to read it. The 2.5 billion order was finally finalized, and the next step was to ship the car to his aerospace assembly plan according to the contract. But Hertog was still a little curious. Why did he buy so many cars? Based on the scale, even the world's largest mining area only needs 50 vehicles. If we follow Chun Feng's 797 trucks, wouldn't that mean he owns 10 large mines? Oh my God, I hope it's a gold mine. For businessmen, the most taboo thing is to ask about the customer's information, but as a friend, Hertog couldn't help but test it. Boss Chin, you must have a gold mine. You bought so much at once. This is a secret. It's not that I can't tell you, but the time is not right yet, Chun Fong said thoughtfully. Hertog is one of the few friends that Chun Fong can trust in the United States, so of course he is still very concerned about his safety. However, it is not the time to tell him about the Doomsday news. Once it is leaked, the whole Eagle sauce will cause riots. By then, it will be impossible to continue stockpiling supplies. Okay, let's leave it at that. Just in time, you can draw me a modification blueprint. Chun Fong pointed to the drawing computer on his desk and said, "Oh, what do you want me to do?" Hertog suddenly became interested. When it comes to engineering drawing, that is his strong point, and he also has his own insights in the field of design. You have the base map of that giant truck, so modify for me based on it. Chun Fong motioned for him to open the drawing, then brought a chair and sat next to him. I have an idea, which is to modify the entire vehicle with weapons. You can imagine the zombie world in the movie. I need a car that can be equipped with weapons, can be protected, and can be driven at will. Chun Fong gestured in front of the computer screen, as if he had a complete idea, and he talked nonstop. The chassis is designed as a complete alloy steel plate, on which various steel nail barbs and electric saw bases are drilled and welded. I need to strengthen the suspension system for catapult and rappelling. In order to ensure the overall strength of the vehicle body, titanium alloy metal frames are installed in areas that are susceptible to impact. For example, in the front of the vehicle, in the cab, and on both sides. Especially on the front of the vehicle, we need to add sharp impact objects, cutting wheels, and steel forks. The roof and rear of the vehicle can be used as the output location for hot weapons, such as machine guns, howitzers, rockets, etc. Hertog seldom spoke. He listened to Chun Feng's ideas while making drastic changes to the 797 vehicle frame. The cab, chassis, front, sides, and important fire output points have been redesigned, trying to realize all of Chun Feng's requirements on the drawings. After close communication and repeated discussions, the two finally completed the design of the drawings after 2 hours. Chun Fong rolled up the nearly 1 meter long blueprint and thanked him. Your drawing skills have improved again, not bad. After hugging each other, they shook hands, said some words of concern, and prepared to leave. Send my 500 vehicles to my assembly workshop as soon as possible. They are waiting to be modified. Of course, it won't be delayed. Don't worry. Although Chun Fong said that the car was used to shoot a movie, Hertog knew that this was definitely not a simple matter. However, he believed that his old friend would not harm him, and hoped that his worries were unnecessary. After the two separated, Chun Fong boarded the plane back to Choiwa. Million, please contact the workshop manager of our aerospace company. I'll be there soon. Okay, boss. Chapter 32. Seize the military secrets and seal them completely. Longfei Aerospace Company has been operating in Yingjiang for 5 years and was founded by Chun Fong. The business it carries includes aviation equipment parts and OEM production of high-end aircraft, covering both civilian and military use. The company is the market leader in special aviation equipment parts developed in-house. The orders came from the Department of Defense, Boeing, Raytheon, and Lockheed Martin. Relying on its monopoly on these parts, it has obtained aircraft manufacturing orders from various arms companies and the Ministry of Defense, and has snatched a small piece of the pie in the arms trading market. This company laid a solid foundation for Chun Feng's capital path, and he successively entered the fields of electronic technology and biopharmaceuticals. Longfei mainly undertakes the assembly and OEM of some F-22 from Lockheed and C-5 transport aircraft from Boeing, as well as the production of drones and armed helicopters from other companies. Chun Fong would naturally make use of Longfei, who possessed abundant resources and technology, to prepare for the impending Doomsday. Back in Choiwa, Chun Fong continued to divide the work and assign complicated stockpiling tasks to Irene, Connie's, Zoe, and Monteray. These women have indeed gradually become Chun Feng's irreplaceable helpers. They are highly obedient, and do not envy each other or compete for favor. The important secret is that Chun Fong will treat them equally, and of course he will also ensure non-infringement in the allocation of their respective responsibilities. Irene is the chief housekeeper in the villa, and sometimes Chun Fong has to listen to her, such as 3 meals a day, clothing and accessories for going out, and daily management of the villa. Connie and Zoe are in charge of the warehouse, and will be Chun Feng's right-hand men in the future. After all, both of them are super powerful awakeners. Monteray is quite special. She is very slave-like, so she is a good plaything for Chun Fong. Of course, Millie couldn't forget. He has followed Chun Fong since he founded the company. He is very capable in business and time management, which makes him a better secretary than a secretary. After Chun Fong returned to the villa and arranged the tasks, he immediately headed for his Longfei Aerospace company. Vice President Nelson led a team to greet guests in front of the company. The moment Chun Fong got out of his car, a group of senior executives burst into warm applause. This was the first time the chairman had returned in half a month. Nelson's eyes were red with excitement from the moment he received the call. The news said that the boss mortgaged the company, and I thought he really didn't want them anymore. Coupled with various negative opinions on the internet, the company has experienced several employee vacillations. If Nielsen had not suppressed them, an estimated 10,000 senior talents will leave the company. Now that the loan has been recovered, I believe the boss will inject new funds into the company and start it over again. Boss, you're finally back. You must have been very busy recently. I see you've lost weight. Nelson hugged Chun Fong and said with concern, "It's okay, but you are the one who has had a hard time." Chun Fong patted Nelson sympathetically as he walked towards the company's meeting room. No, isn't that what should be done? I, the vice president, feel at ease when you come here. Oh, how is the company doing lately? There's no big problem. It's just the order from the Ministry of National Defense in the first half of the year. Before he finished speaking, Chun Fong interrupted and said, "Let's not discuss this for now. I have something important to give you." As they spoke, the group entered the meeting room. After all the senior executives and engineers were seated, Chun Fong unfolded the more than 1-meter-long design drawing on the projector. "I have 2 things to do today. Let me tell you the first one first. I will inject some more funds into the company, and I hope everyone will work together to transform this giant mining car. This is the prototype, and this is the modified one. The dimensions and notes are all marked." Several senior engineers below adjusted their glasses and followed Chun Feng's laser pen as it moved on the projection board. It's simple to look at. Compared to building an airplane, this is more than 10 times simpler, but the task of modifying 500 vehicles is still quite arduous. See if there are any problems. If not, we can start preparations immediately. The vehicles will arrive in the next 2 days. After saying that, Chun Fong sat back in his seat and waited for others to speak. "Boss, I have questions." Nelson was a little timid, but as the company's vice president, he had to tell the truth, so he raised his hand. "Explain. Based on our company's capabilities, these 500 vehicles may need to be delayed." "What do you mean?" Chun Fong spread his hands. Seeing that his boss knew very little about the company, Nelson further explained. "We have completed 80% of the Ministry of Defense orders that came in the first half of the year and will be delivered soon, so all of us are rushing to catch up, and there is no room for manpower. If the customers of these 500 cars are not in a hurry, I will just move them back a bit. First come, first served." Bang! "This is my own plan. First come, first served?" Chun Fong slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, "You must get it done within 2 months. When these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. They looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. How is it possible to do this? 500 Type 797 mining trucks? Even Nelson, who never caused trouble for his boss, was stunned. Even if he wanted to share his boss's worries, he had no idea what to do. The company simply does not have the ability to meet the deadlines for 2 orders at the same time. You can only choose one of the Ministry of Defense's order and the mining truck modification. Otherwise, neither of them can be completed. This is inevitable." "Nelson, how much of the Ministry of Defense order has been completed?" Chun Fong asked. "As of today, we have completed 15 F-22 fighters, 10 B-1B bombers, and 10 C-5 transport aircraft. We have 3,000 tons of missiles in stock." "Okay, let's stop discussing this. I know what you were thinking, so I will announce the second thing next." Chun Fong nodded, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then continued. "From now on, stop all orders from the Ministry of National Defense, seal up all fighter planes and C-5 transport planes, and do not allow them to leave the warehouse without my instructions. Now shift all your attention to modifying the 500 mining cars. Do it tonight, immediately. The senior executives and engineers below were all surprised and even more incredulous, and began to discuss in a low voice. What is the boss trying to do? You dare to confiscate the weapons of the Ministry of Defense? Who knows? The boss has been acting strange lately. First he mortgaged the company, then he bought supplies crazily in various states, and now he's modifying tanks. Is he really going to arm himself to revolutionize? I advise you to be careful with your words and save your job first. Fight the country. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Amen? Bang! Bang! And Jing, we just do whatever the boss tells us to do. Why are there so many things to do? Seeing Chun Fong frowning, Nelson immediately slammed the table and shouted angrily. For him, the boss has his reasons for doing whatever he does, and as long as the salary, bonus, and benefits are not reduced by a cent, there is no reason for him to comment behind the scenes. Chun Fong didn't say anything. He didn't need to explain any decision. If they were willing to do it, they could do it. If they didn't want to, they could leave. Okay, this is the purpose of my coming here today. Everyone go back and get enough rest. We will start working as soon as the car arrives. The meeting is adjourned. After saying this, Chun Fong left the meeting room. Nelson followed him out. Boss, don't be angry. I promise to complete the modification of 500 mining trucks within 2 months. Chun Fong smiled and shook his head, saying with satisfaction, That's more like it, but you have to keep it a secret and don't let it leak out. Don't feel any pressure. I'll take care of the Ministry of National Defense. Just do your job well. Nelson let out a long sigh. Okay, boss. All up to you. Then Chun Fong got in the car back to the villa. Of course he would seize those military aircraft. With ready-made fighter planes, it would be a waste not to take them. After the end of the world comes, we will fully accept it and use it for ourselves. Chapter 33. Do you like a K-47? Available now. Please support. The transportation of Caterpillar 797F began on the night Chun Fong left. Even if they're broken down and transported on the road, they're still a huge thing. The disassembled parts are a 30-ton frame, a 20-ton engine, a 7-ton gearbox, a 45-ton cargo box, and 6 5-ton Michelin tires. Finally, there is the cab that integrates all the circuits and pipelines. 6 parts require 6 transport trucks, and 500 Caterpillars mean 3,000 parts, so at least 3,000 large transport trucks are needed. With such a huge number, Chun Fong discussed with Hertog for a long time before determining the covert transportation route and schedule. Even if you choose a less crowded suburban road at noon or in the evening, many people will stop, but these are nothing. What is most annoying is the media with a keen sense of smell, which broadcast and reported the entire event live, as no exception this time. The next morning, the news of the transportation of the giant minecart has spread throughout the streets and alleys and is known to the whole city. Although they have been dismantled into parts, many people who have worked in the mining area have already guessed it. Ordinary engineering vehicles are not surprising, and the large number of them can indeed become a hot spot. But such a long-lasting, heated discussion in the city is nothing more than a label attached to Chun Fong. Hashtag engineering vehicles enter the Longfei Aerospace Company factory area. Is it bankruptcy or groundbreaking for expansion? Hashtag Chun Capital bought the world's largest mining truck. What is the purpose? Let's take a closer look. Hashtag the 20-kilometer transport convoy was staged again. It was not food or livestock, but a bunch of steel monsters. Hashtag I'm awesome. How about I follow up? Who can understand this trend? You're crazy. You're going to buy a machine worth $5 million? Still following? Don't you use your brain? You just bought it for fun. What's the point of investigating it? Did you discover gold on your land? It's hard to say. There are hundreds of mining trucks. There must be some secret. Chun Fong looked at his phone and decided to continue stockpiling since there was no problem. He is not interested in online public opinion, but in order to monitor bad signs in real time, he still pays attention to the wind direction outside. After all, every one of your movements is exposed to other people's eyes, and some actions that are too obvious will still distract the audience's attention. Stock up on food, acquire seed companies, buy aquatic products, import meat and livestock. This time, the construction vehicle should not attract any attention, and as long as the confidentiality agreement within the company remains in place, there will be no trouble. The purchase of weapons was not disclosed, and Lockheed did a good job of keeping it secret. Million, that weapon has arrived in several batches. Boss, let me take a look. Millie jumped down from the sofa, picked up the notebook on the table, and looked at it. Boss, this is the 3rd batch, and the ones delivered are M16 and AK-47. Oh, come up and continue to massage me. My back has been a little sore lately. Really, boss? Then I'll give you a massage. I've learned massage techniques before. Putting down the notebook, Millie returned to her seat. Does it hurt? Maybe you've been moving around too much. Let me give you a massage. A little bit, but your technique is indeed a little higher, yes. Chun Fong lay on the sofa, thinking about the weapons comfortably again. Compared to the sophisticated M16, Chun Fong prefers the fierce Ka-47. It is simple and crude, and has a strong recoil when fired, but as long as the gun is well controlled, the power of its own charge will be reflected. The Ma-16 is a small caliber bullet, more suitable for medium and long-range precision shooting, but also has higher maintenance requirements. It has a stable trajectory, long range, and high accuracy in hitting the center of the target. If the effect is ideal, the enemy can be shot into a sieve at a distance of 500 meters. The AK-47 requires courage. You can shoot by feeling without aiming at a distance of 100 to 200 meters. This is what a real man should be like. Its close-range killing effect is not as simple as just turning a person into a sieve. Instead, it can create special effects like hitting a watermelon with blood and flesh splattering. The key is to adapt to extremely harsh environments and give people a sufficient sense of security. Let's go to the warehouse and check the weapons. Chun Fong walked out of the study room contentedly and soon arrived at the underground warehouse in the backyard of the villa. When Chun Fong entered, he saw Connie and Zoe sleeping beside a wooden box with the marked inventory list in their hands. Behind them were nearly 1,000 boxes of M16 and AK-47 rifles that had just been delivered. The slightly shorter box is the AK-47. Chun Fong is naturally very familiar with the size of guns. In order to cope with the end of the world, it is necessary to specialize in studying the characteristics of some weapons. Chun Fong kicked open the bolts of the two boxes, took out two guns from the haystack inside, held them in his hands, and looked at them. One is long and the other is short. One is light and the other is heavy. The grip feels pretty similar, which is pretty good. Click, click, boom. Chun Fong bent his hand, pulled the bolt to load the gun, turned off the safety, and pulled the trigger in one go. The crisp sound of metal collision rang in his ears. At this moment, no sound could make Chun Fong more happy than pulling the trigger. In the end times, even pistols are being snapped up like crazy, let alone this kind of automatic rifle. Thinking of how frustrated he was at that time, Chun Fong became furious. If he hadn't had a gun, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed, smashing things around with a rusty iron hook. Moreover, they can only deal with zombies that are without hands and feet and are half dead. In most cases, they can only run or hide. He can only pick up leftover and spoiled food. If he had a gun, he would have gone to rob long ago. Why is he still wandering around? Holding two guns like this, he's like Big Brother in the end times. He will be surrounded by a few younger brothers who run errands for him, and he will build a small shelter to hide in. Now you can easily own tens of thousands of them. Then you can easily expand the size of your shelter. With guns, why would you worry about not being able to find people to fight for you? But, although hot weapons can save lives to a certain extent, in the later stages, their power may not be enough. Boss, you're here. Excuse me. Next to the box, two cute girls woke up. Seeing Chun Fong coming to check the weapons in person, they both looked ashamed. They stood in front of Chun Fong with their heads down, as if they had done something wrong, and said nothing. You guys go and have a rest. You must be very tired these past few days. Go ahead. At this point, the two of them still didn't dare to move, and they felt even more guilty. The toes in black stockings were awkwardly digging into shoes, and they pinched each other's backs and secretly blamed each other. Million, take them to rest and ask Irene to take over. Then Millie led the two girls out of the warehouse. But then again, thermal weapons were indeed restricted in the later stages, at least for those advanced zombies that have evolved through several levels. This is also a law that goes against common sense that Chun Fong discovered in the end times. But think about it, the early survivors were all using guns to save their lives. Although shooting feels fun for a while, the zombies will evolve over time. As the devouring continues to accumulate, the armor and disgusting scales evolved by the zombies can actually absorb the energy of thermal weapons. The more you hit it, the stronger it becomes. The more you bombard it, the more it expands. On the contrary, some cold weapons, after being enchanted and crafted by magic weapon craftsmen, possess a lethality that is incomparable to hot weapons. Of course, these only appear in the later stages of the divine weapon craftsman's awakening. In the early stage, the main confrontation is still with primary zombies and hot weapons. Chapter 34. only a few items left to stock up. Chun Fong finished checking the guns and was about to leave when Irene just happened to arrive at the warehouse. Chun Fong. I saw Zoe's eyes were full of tears when she returned. Was she mean to them? Irene slowly approached Chun Fong and asked in a very mature and gentle tone. No, I want them to go back and rest. It's not good to sleep in the warehouse. The guards outside are still on duty day and night. Chun Fong looked speechless, but he felt much more relieved when he saw Irene coming over. For so many years, she has been the one running the household, and there has never been any mistake. She can be said to be the person Chun Fong trusts the most. Okay, I'll guard for them. Little girls get tired easily and are thin-skinned. That's normal. Go ahead. Irene took the inventory list from Chun Fong with a smile, then went to the box to continue checking. Back in the study, Chun Fong turned on his computer and reviewed all the supplies. I looked at the system storage space, and it was only 1/10 full. But it is also a huge number of materials, adding up to 5 million tons of materials. The coal and weapons are not yet fully in place, and the Doomsday vehicle is still being transformed. If we add 20 million tons of coal, nearly half of the storage space will be used up, which is 21 million cubic meters. Energy really consumes space. Vegetables, fruits, aquatic products, meat, and livestock are only a small part of the total. Now we have seeds, grain, meat, seasonings, salt, and coal. In terms of arms, there are 5 million guns of various types, 500 million rounds of various types of ammunition, 15 fighters, 10 bombers, 10 transport planes, 20,000 surface-to-air missiles of various types, 5 million anti-tank and anti-personnel mines of various types. All ammunition combined also accounts for the largest share. Together with arms, they take up about 3 million cubic meters. 21 million plus 3 million, so it's 24 million. It is unrealistic to fill the remaining 26 million cubic meters before the end of the world, so we can only buy the most needed and urgent ones first. For example, heavy metals are needed to upgrade the fortress, and oil is needed for various fuel engines. Military pickup trucks, motorcycles, and Hummer military vehicles are essential for mobile field warfare, as well as cold weapons for dealing with advanced zombies and alien beasts. These are all things you need to buy next. The other small items can be stockpiled after the end of the world. Once the armed forces are established, they can be looted at will. There is more than 50 billion yuan of funds at present, which is more than enough to buy these. Chun Fong knew very well that once the Doomsday Fortress button in the system was pressed, the ground would be broken immediately and a magnificent fortification would be automatically built. This was irreversible. Therefore, at least two conditions must be met. One is that supplies have been prepared, and the other is that Doomsday is about to come. You can't ruin a good hand of cards for yourself. The next step is to purchase a plan for cold weapons. Chun Fong tapped on the keyboard, searching, arranging, and calculating on the computer. Mo Dao, Tang Hung Dao, Long Quan Sword, Nepalese Saber, Damascus Knife, Military Dagger, Military Shovel, Hand Axe, Military Crossbow, Indian Eagle Claw Knife, Three-Edge Bayonet, Butterfly Knife, Swiss Army Knife, Nunchaku, Hand Grappling Hook, Kimin Chopper, Nine-Tooth Rake. Chun Fong still likes the Tang Sword, Nepal Sword, Nunchaku, and Military Crossbow very much, and he will practice these separately when the time comes. The ultimate power of cold weapons still needs to be combined with the elemental enchantment of the magic weapon craftsman, but the integration of elements requires probability and luck. It also depends on the quality of the sword blank. Of course, there are rules to follow, such as building in specific weather. Some are made after a wet rain, and some are made during a thunderstorm. The more special the weather, the better the quality. Chun Fong had only heard about these, and as for what to do specifically, it depended on Zoe's performance. She was the one who could awaken the divine weapon craftsman after the end of the world. Probability is needed to create a fine product. If quality is not available, quantity can be used to make up for it. How can one fine product be produced out of 1,000 weapons? No matter how many fine products can be produced, we should first buy 100,000 weapons of each type. Millions of weapons will not cost much. Just a headache. Chun Fong listed the weapons casually, including different types of cold weapons from many countries. So do we have to fly so many weapons to different countries one by one to negotiate? How troublesome. If you only buy a single type and a single manufacturer, how do you know which weapon will be better? Talking on the phone is even worse. If the other party fools you and gives you only rubbish quality weapons, and you can't produce many quality ones, then the only thing you can do is to surpass him. After thinking it over, Chun Fong decided that he could only talk to them one by one. It might be better if I mobilized those women to go at the same time. Then there would be 6 people, including myself. Thinking that it was almost noon, so Chun Fong printed out the list and instructed. Miya, tell those guys to come downstairs to eat together. I have something to discuss. Okay, boss. Millie took the folder from Chun Fong and walked out the door. At the dining table, Chun Fong finished 2 bowls of rice without realizing it and had a good appetite. Monteray, who was sitting opposite, bit her fork and looked at him expectantly. She had waited for a long time and finally received Chun Feng's praise. Not bad, today's dish is good. Monta's cooking skills have improved compared to last time. At this time, the other 4 women at the table didn't eat much because they didn't like chili. Monteray is still courageous. She starts eating chili peppers for the sake of her cooking skills, and probably also to better understand Chun Feng's appetite. As long as she had a skill, she could stay here and follow Chun Fong. This was what many women dreamed of, and she did it. After the meal, Chun Fong slowly announced the plan to purchase 1 million weapons, and also raised some questions and ideas. As soon as he finished speaking, except for Zoe, the other 4 people were extremely surprised. Oh my god, cold weapons? Millie was confused. Her boss had just bought hot weapons, and now he started buying cold weapons. What was going on? If food is used to deal with natural disasters and arms are used to deal with man-made disasters, then what can cold weapons do? The world is dominated by hot weapons, so where is the room for cold weapons? If you want to collect them, you won't collect millions of them. Monteray worked at Fable and knew that agents also trained with small daggers and grappling hooks. But those large knives have no practical value in reality. When people see you are aggressive, they will just pull out their guns. Moreover, the number of these weapons exceeds that of a country's army, which doesn't make sense. Connie's looked around, totally confused as to why these people were so stunned. Just do whatever the boss tells you to do. If you can figure it out, can't everyone be a boss? Well, let me ask you, can you please let me handle this? I can handle it. While others were still guessing, Zoe stood up confidently. Are you alone? Chun Fong asked. Yes, I am enough alone. Facing such a huge amount of cold weapons, Zoe didn't know where she got the confidence from. But there was an inexplicable sense of intimacy, as if those cold weapons were waiting for her salvation. Chun Fong thought about it and felt that it was not impossible to give it to her. After all, she was the owner of those weapons and the one who infused souls into those weapons. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Let me tell you first, you must not buy inferior products. You must find a big and famous factory, the original generations of craftsmen, and the original casting place. I didn't expect that Zoe would take on such a troublesome task, which just freed up her time to do other things. Chapter 35, Taking an Unconventional Approach. Zoe, Connie's, you two are in this together, so let's do this together. Aaron, give her a card for purchasing supplies later and let her go buy it. After saying that, Chun Fong left the dining table. Millie handed the list to Zoe and followed Chun Fong upstairs. Here, this is a Centurion secondary card. Although the boss says you can use it as you like, you still have to be smart when buying things. That way the boss will like it, okay? Irene handed a black and gold card to Zoe and instructed. She still had some doubts about the girl's ability to do things. After all, how could one person handle such a large purchase volume? But since it's the boss's instruction, just let her do it. There's nothing to worry about. Well, thank you, Sister Irene. I will definitely live up to your expectations and complete the tasks assigned by the boss. Then go and get busy. Irene nodded. Then Zoe pulled Connie's upstairs, holding the express package she had just received in one hand. As usual, Irene ordered the servants to clear the dishes and knives and forks on the table, and Monteray also wiped the table carefully. She has been working very carefully these days because she is new to the job and is the type who works very hard. I was used to being so reckless and Fable, so I was not used to being suddenly restricted here. The main purpose is to film the rules in the villa. After all, this is a big family, and everyone has their own position. Only when she saw Chun Fong did she dare to let her heart run free. I even fantasized about being rude in front of him, making mistakes, and then being taught a lesson by him in a rude manner. Chun Fong returned to the study room, ate and drank his fill, then lay on the sofa and started browsing his phone. While swiping the screen, I suddenly saw an app that I hadn't opened for a long time, and Douyin was written below it. I remember that half a month ago, he specially published a prediction and invested $200,000 in it. I don't know what the situation is now. As the software was opened, a barrage of comments and private messages followed. The only update he posted received 1 million comments, and the number of likes and reposts exceeded 10 million. Over 1 billion views. How many times has this been popular? Is it so exaggerated? Only half a month. The number of active users on Dragon Country's social platforms is truly incomparable and unique in the world. Although there are 1 million comments in the comment section, Chun Fong can see the attitudes of netizens from several highly praised and low-rated comments. What are the capitalists advocating again? Driving up prices? The people are already suffering enough. This comment received 100,000 likes. It must be fake. How can this get 10 million hits? 80,000 likes. It is said that there are floods everywhere in the United States and the weather is abnormal, but everything is fine here, and the country is peaceful, and the people are safe. 70,000 likes. You really don't look at the internet. Chun Fong himself is stockpiling goods. 21,000 likes. Stock up, maybe something is really wrong. 20,000 likes. Seeing this, Chun Fong shook his head helplessly. Bad predictions like this are somewhat taboo in Dragon Country, and there is indeed no direct evidence to prove it. However, in a special environment like Dragon Country, those who believe will be obsessed, and those who don't believe will feel confused. Before the end of the world really comes, who would believe such a prophecy? Such inexplicable remarks will only be interpreted as conspiracy. That's normal. If it weren't for his rebirth, even Chun Fong himself wouldn't dare to believe it. In fact, before he posted this update, he didn't expect anyone to believe it. But there are more or less people who believe in it, especially the elderly. It's like no matter how absurd the scam is, there are people who believe it because it hits people's greed and luck. Based on this alone, Chun Fong is certain that this development will benefit many dragon people, especially those who shout the loudest, maybe completely opposite in private than they appear. Isn't that human nature? Thinking of this, Chun Fong immediately invested another 200,000 US dollars in this post, hoping to continue to spread it. Zoe's room. Are you crazy? The boss is already having a headache from purchasing millions of cold weapons. How are you going to solve this problem? Connie's held the list in her hand, her face filled with horror. She was terrified. They had just started living this kind of life, and now they were in trouble again. It's okay. You don't know the magical country of Dragon Country. You can buy anything there. Zoe has spent some time in Dragon Country and is particularly impressed by the online shopping and logistics conditions there. But Connie's was confused when she heard this. She didn't know what Zoe was talking about. And what did this have to do with weapons? No matter where they buy, they need people to negotiate with. And they have to negotiate one by one. For them who have never been involved in negotiations, how can they negotiate well and avoid buying weapons of inferior quality? Connie's was almost going crazy sitting on the bed, but Zoe was lying on the bed leisurely, unpacking the package and crossing her legs casually. She suddenly sat up and asked, "Do my JK shoes look good with white stockings and a mini skirt? I also bought a red and white Lolita princess dress. It's not expensive, only about 100 yuan. Connie's was also drunk and rolled her eyes. "My dear, let's talk about weapons. Aren't you worried? Weapons, oh. Weapons are easy to get. Did you know that Longwa has an online shopping platform called Taobao? There are also Jingdong and Pink Sixy. We can buy it on there." Zoe put the small leather shoes into the shoebox, then picked up her phone to demonstrate. You may not understand that online shopping in Longwa allows you to buy things from all over the world. The key is that the logistics are well developed, and everything is done in one go. "Did you buy your shoes and skirt there too?" Connie's asked in surprise. "Of course, it's so cheap. If they are weapons, how can we tell whether they are good or bad? We don't understand these things." Connie's was not only confused, she also felt that Zoe was a little too much. The boss carefully entrusted the matter to her, but she was so careless. Isn't this the end? Now that the matter has been agreed upon. Don't worry, I will buy samples from various companies for inspection first. I can feel their tempering process just by touching it. This is unique to me, Zoe explained. Connie's believed this because she found that she had the same special feature, being very sensitive to certain elements and feeling that they were like part of the body. But no matter how she tried to convince herself, Connie's couldn't believe that Zoe would use such a risky way to complete her boss's task. "I always feel that things are too weird. Normally the boss would negotiate the purchase of supplies in person and would fly there in person. As a dragon citizen, he himself never shops online. Is Zoe really going to kill her master with all her punches? Things have come to this point, and Connie's can only hope for luck, but if the boss knew, he would be furious. Hey, don't think too much. Let's act quickly." Okay. Connie's took out her cell phone woodenly and frantically clicked on the cold weapons on the shopping cart according to Zoe's instructions. The two of them took for mobile phones and bought samples from different stores on different platforms. Chapter 36, Being Monitored Again. Since handing over the cold weapon purchasing plan to Zoe and Connie's, Chun Fong has been working nonstop to complete the new purchasing plan. There are 5,000 Kawasaki off-road motorcycles, 5,000 high-mobility Hummer military vehicles, and 5,000 armored pickup trucks. In just 2 days, all the goods have arrived, with a total cost of $5.3 billion. Every time he spent a large sum of money, Chun Fong felt full of security, and his fear of the future was reduced a little. There are 60 days left until the apocalypse. This is easy for those who are not aware. But this became very tormenting for Chun Fong, as he was always worried that something was missing or that it was not sufficient. Because the scene of death is right in front of you. Whether you can survive that day safely depends on your own choices, and every step is crucial to saving your life. No one can withstand the destructive power of nature. It's easy to destroy a city, a mountain, or even collapse a country. Despite having the system, Chun Fong, as an eyewitness, still felt the powerlessness and insignificance. This is the only survivable planet. No matter what it becomes, humans can only adapt to it. Chun Fong has always been very anxious. This is a spontaneous life instinct and has nothing to do with whether he is fully prepared or not. If nothing unexpected happens, we will enter a new disaster in 2 weeks, an ice season with temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius. After the ice season, there was an extreme heat wave with temperatures above 60 degrees. The water on the surface will evaporate very quickly, and the riverbeds of the Great Lakes will be exposed and cracked. Polar glaciers and inland permafrost melted rapidly during this period, and a large number of viruses spread around the world along underground rivers and ocean currents. Whether ancient or alien, the virus will break free of the ice and rapidly multiply on the planet, searching for a host. At this point, the ecosystem has changed drastically and Doomsday has arrived. At that time, mankind will face life and death, and the world will quickly be ruled by strange beasts and zombies. Thinking of this, Chun Fong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At that time, he can only seek to protect himself first. Maybe he will become stronger. If this happens, he will slowly repair the broken world. Chun Fong came to his senses and sat up from the sofa. Every noon, he has a short break, followed by daily shopping in the afternoon. Million, how's the cold weapon department doing? Where are Zoe and the others? Chun Fong lit a cigarette and woke up from his sleepiness. Boss, they seem to be very busy. A few trucks just came in. They should be inspecting the goods there. Well, it looks like it's progressing steadily, which is good. Although progress seems slow, it involves several countries, and 5 days should be enough for them. Storehouse. Will the boss blame us if he finds out we did this? Connie's asked as she pried open the wooden box of weapons that had just been unloaded. As long as the result is good, I won't blame you, even though the process is a bit of a waste of money. Zoe smiled mischievously, then took out the Tang sword wrapped in paper from the box. This is the sample of the 231st box of weapons. Zoe spent 2 days picking and choosing and selected 20 boxes of weapons from 8 manufacturers. They are all the finest sword blanks, which have followed a strict casting process. The remaining 200 boxes can be thrown away completely. Zoe can easily recreate the entire process of iron formation by just touching it, as if she was there in person. Some are made by generations of craftsmen, and after thousands of trials and tribulations. Some are mechanically stamped in batches, while others are forged in small workshops. Although weapons made by experienced craftsmen can be of the highest quality, the control of firing temperature and quality is not very stable, and the output rate is very low. Compared with large industrialized military factories, weapons are generally stable at above average levels, and the inventory is sufficient for large-scale purchases. This box of weapons from Longquan Town can be classified as top grade. Please help me mark them. Zoe excitedly picked up the Tang sword in her hand, touched it with her eyes closed, and felt an indescribable sense of relief and satisfaction. Box 231. Finally, a high-quality weapons production site has appeared. Great. Zoe shouted. Yeah, it lived up to expectations. Connie's also exclaimed happily, and tiredly drew a small red heart on the box. At this point, the two of them could finally take a break. They leaned against the shelf, feeling relieved. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Look at me, I'm sweaty, smell it, ha. Go away, you disgusting person, Connie said with a wink. Let's take a shower together tonight. My shower gel smells so good. Oh my God, are you a child? You can wash by yourself, and you are not Chun Fong. Connie's rolled her eyes shyly and turned away. We checked 100 boxes today, and finally found one that we were satisfied with, which made them very happy. They then lay down on the pile of papyrus on the ground and started playing around, totally disregarding their image as girls. "Oh, don't tear it, my skirt is very expensive." Zoe was lying on the ground, at a disadvantage, looking like she had surrendered. Her stockings had been torn by Connie, and one of her shoes was missing. The guard standing at the door would occasionally peek into the warehouse, and it sounded quite lively. "There will be one last batch of samples tomorrow. After screening, they can be ordered in full and then airlifted directly to the backyard of the villa." It has to be said that the market in Dragon Country is indeed a mixed bag. Zoe selected 200 manufacturers and stores on the shopping platform, but only a single digit of them met her requirements. If it were anyone else, how could they buy high-quality weapons through Longua's online shopping platform? But compared to the advantages, these disadvantages are nothing. Because Dragon Country's industry is so large and comprehensive, it is possible to find agents for almost all national weapons. Interestingly, Zoe bought everything at unit price, had no idea what discounts and wholesale were, and had never contacted the manufacturer. This is at least twice the price normally negotiated, but this is the best the two girls can do with their social contacts. Who made Chun Fong trust her and let her do things like purchasing? As long as the results are good, there shouldn't be any problems. There were countless more pairs of mysterious eyes, tracking Chun Feng's movements and monitoring all information related to him. In fact, when public opinion was growing, he should have thought of it, but Chun Fong didn't take it to heart and continued to buy in large quantities. These unusual actions attracted the attention of numerous institutions. There are counterterrorism investigations, transnational crimes, financial security, homeland security. They were like police officers conducting body searches, each of them eager to step forward and search everyone. Every transaction related to Chun Fong, the companies and people involved, his daily schedule, and the movement of funds were searched thoroughly. Even the communications had been tampered with, including Chun Feng's mobile phone and computer, which were invaded and monitored in every possible way. Everything was silent, and nothing had changed as usual, but undercurrents were already surging deep in the lake. Chapter 37. Prepare to report to the Safety Committee. Langley Building, Virginia. This headquarters, which is integrated into the ordinary buildings in green shade, consists of two buildings from different periods, with a construction area of 196 acres and a total area of 849 acres. Although the park is huge, the main building is not conspicuous in appearance, which is also related to its special status. It is the world-famous Central Intelligence Agency. Along with the KGB, MI6, and Mossad, it is also the most powerful intelligence agency in the world. This intelligence agency, which has close ties with national security and the president, has recently received frequent urgent emails from the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Network. The number of emails exceeded the largest scale since 9/11. Although they came from different institutions and fields, they all pointed to one person, Chun Fong. They accused Chun Fong of unusual behavior of making large purchases of supplies and reported every detail of his itinerary, phone calls, company contacts, and transaction information. The content is roughly divided into four aspects: food and fresh produce, hundreds of billions of loans, arms deals, and corporate acquisitions. The total amount of food supplies is scary, but from the overall survey and feedback, apart from spending money everywhere to stock up goods, this person has not caused any adverse impact on society. Moreover, the clues were lost after the materials entered the warehouse, and there was no conclusion without follow-up action. If there is suspicion of market manipulation, it does not seem likely based on the transaction information and personal contacts. In terms of bank loans, the three listed companies that are currently mortgaged are all operating normally, their profits are steadily increasing, and there is no crisis of trust. The company's acquisitions were all legal procedures and did not affect national interests. Although everything was normal, the content of the emails consistently requested the CIA to intervene, hoping to thoroughly investigate Chun Fong and the warehouse supplies in the villa. What aroused suspicion among various departments was not the social impact, but the unknown security threat. After all, the 9/11 terrorist attacks are still fresh in our memory. Instead of injecting funds into his own company after borrowing hundreds of billions, he stockpiled huge amounts of supplies. This must be preparation for some purpose. In short, any abnormal behavior of the Dragon people will be classified as a possible security threat, let alone such a big capital tycoon. This is also the biggest headache for Director Fatalai. The case has attracted widespread attention from all sectors of society, and the intelligence network has been reporting it to the police, but they are unable to analyze the motive behind it. The biggest potential threat was the meeting with Lockheed. The content of the conversation is unknown. But this time, 15,000 military vehicles were put into storage, which could not help but arouse his vigilance and association. In the office, just when Fatalai was in a state of panic, the intelligence analyst walked in. He once again submitted a briefing on Chun Feng's recent movements. Director Fatalai waved his hand, motioning him to go down, and then looked at it alone. On the morning of October 23rd, we contacted 3 military-industrial enterprises, completed the military-industrial contracts of the 3 enterprises in the afternoon, and paid a deposit of $1.5 billion. At night, a woman named Monteray entered Chun Feng's bedroom. The sound came from someone beating someone. The girl seemed conflicted and scared, begging for mercy. On October 24th, the warehouse received a batch of motorized off-road motorcycles. At night, a woman named Irene entered the bedroom. From the sound analysis, she was screaming violently and rapidly. On October 25th, the warehouse received a batch of Hummer military vehicles and a batch of armored pickup trucks. At night, a person named Connie entered the room, and the sound analysis was humming intermittently. On the morning of October 26th, just now, I contacted an oil company. These are all information collected by CIA insiders themselves. Although it has penetrated into Chun Feng's privacy, there is not much valuable information compared to those external information. Instead, you have become a ridiculous voyeur, listening to things going on between men and women all day long. Indeed, Chun Feng's athletic ability is enviable, and the CIA's eavesdroppers are probably ashamed of themselves. I copied fuck. After reading it, Director Fatalai became annoyed and threw the document on the table, as if he had been humiliated. He immediately called the executive assistant and ordered, "Notify everyone to hold an emergency meeting of the internal leadership team immediately." "Okay, boss. I'll do it right away." 10 minutes later, Director Fatalai adjusted his mindset and entered the airtight high-level conference room. "We have seen it all. We have been monitoring for 3 days, and there is no substantial difference between the information reported by various departments. Apart from the meeting with Lockheed and the military vehicle deal, there is no other valuable information. But we can preliminarily conclude that this series of events is not isolated, but premeditated. I can't wait any longer. I hope to report this to the Security Committee so that I can get the right to act in greater secrecy. You can discuss it and give your own suggestions." Director Fatalai displayed the various suspicious aspects of Chun Fong on the slides and expressed his attitude. This clearly indicates a major safety hazard. Sitting back in the chair, Fatalai put on a confident demeanor and waited for other suggestions. "I think we should get to the bottom of this before reporting it. We have only been investigating for 3 days. Chun Feng's identity is also quite special, and he has a high reputation in the Senate. If there is any misunderstanding, I'm afraid even the White House will be scolded." A director of the analysis department looked up at the screen, tapping his fingers on the table, and said worriedly, "What you said makes sense, but it is definitely not about public sanctions or blatant actions. Secret investigation and action are necessary. So many military vehicles, just imagine the scale, and think about the $30 billion Lockheed earned. How could there be no arms trade? As for the time you mentioned, I don't think it's necessary to delay it. We must not let things become passive." Fatalai still sticks to his original point of view. He believes in his years of experience and intuition. And if you want to win credit in front of the president, you must be ahead of all intelligence agencies. I think we should take more radical measures. After all, we have used the most advanced monitoring equipment, but still found nothing. If he really has a problem, it must be a big deal. If it is not dealt with in time, it may be another 911 incident. Chun Feng's warehouse is indeed suspicious. A director of the technical department tilted his head and agreed, saying that he fully affirmed the director's abilities. "What you said is particularly important. It must be given enough attention." Fatalai nodded. He firmly believed that this was not only a major crisis, but also an opportunity to make a great contribution. If he could help avoid this security incident at the White House, the president would definitely re-employ him. There are many former CIA directors who have been promoted from the CIA to the presidential cabinet, and he can perform well this time. Moreover, he has been coveting the position of Minister of Defense for a long time, hoping to enter the upper echelons of politics. This time the FBI was like a dud, with no response at all. Such a good opportunity must be utilized. Are there any different opinions? If not, let's adjourn the meeting. Fatalai looked at the deputy director next to him, then asked the people below. The group leaders below looked at each other, then spread their hands and stopped making any suggestions. They knew that this meeting was just a formality, and no one could stop the director from doing anything. Chapter 38, Complete Acquisition of Energy Company. Chun Fong continued to look up a large amount of information, preparing for another large-scale acquisition. The secretary has contacted the relevant personnel and prepared the procedures as he instructed. Although the CIA was secretly monitoring him, it had no impact on Chun Feng's daily purchases. He has extensive connections among high-level officials, and no one dares to stop him as long as it does not cause major market fluctuations. With the addition of fighter jets, drones, military vehicles, and Doomsday vehicles, the demand for fuel has naturally increased dramatically. Simply stockpiling fuel will not be enough to solve the problem for the next few decades, so it is necessary to purchase the technology and equipment for oil extraction and refining. For this purpose, Chun Fong specifically browsed the operating conditions of major energy companies and finally found a company that was listed for sale. It is a coincidence that a refinery with a daily output of 600,000 barrels, which is definitely not bad in terms of capacity, has been put up for sale. After asking around, it really makes people sigh. The company, Sinclair Energy, produces gasoline, diesel, injector fuel, specialty lubricants, and various chemical products. It owns 7 refineries with a total processing capacity of 670,000 barrels per day and is headquartered in Texas. Due to mistakes in decision-making and siege by several external energy giants, the company's market share has been plummeting year by year and has now reached a point where it can no longer be sustained. However, Chun Fong was indeed surprised that no one was willing to buy it at such a low price of $10 billion. Maybe it is a burden to other bloated energy companies, but for Chun Fong, it is a huge bargain. In the end times, the modification and utilization of various mechanical devices will reach an unprecedented level. No one cares about the environment and severe pollution. The operation of those engines, diesel engines, power generation units, transport machines, and defense modules all rely on a large amount of fuel. Sinclair still has 12 million barrels of crude oil in storage after it stopped operations. The oil extraction and refining equipment are in good condition, and the mining and processing technologies are all complete. They can be purchased all at once for $10 billion. The timing was just right. If it was later, there might really be a company willing to acquire them. But now, they were discovered by Chun Fong less than 2 days after being listed. We have to hurry up for the afternoon schedule. Why haven't you come yet? Chun Fong impatiently put out his cigarette and was about to call to urge her when Millie pushed the door open gently. She reported under her breath, "Boss, all the documents and personnel are in place. Just waiting for you to get on the plane." "Very good, let's go." Chun Fong put on a thick windbreaker and sunglasses and went out. But Millie still maintained her elegance and followed him out wearing a pair of high heels that exposed her instep and a thin business suit. There are still 2 hours before Chun Feng's special plane arrives. Governor John Young and President Circe, along with a group of senior executives, were waiting at the gate early in the morning. The temperature outside was only 4 or 5 degrees. It was freezing cold, and there was a strong wind. In this kind of weather, it would be too shabby to arrange an open-air reception outside the airport. For this purpose, the governor asked the airport to build an aircraft bridge for Chun Feng's special plane to be used for trial use, so that they could arrive at the hall directly. However, Texas does need the attention of big capitalists like Chun Fong to create more jobs locally. The Sinclair Company's shutdown directly left nearly 5,000 local people unemployed, and the workers' families lost their source of income. This is the most worrying thing for a governor. In order to save Sinclair Company, the governor tried every way to attract investment, but he could not find the right person. Those entrepreneurs were unwilling to pay even half of the selling price. And they were really in the embarrassing situation where big companies looked down on small companies and could not afford them. Fortunately, Sinclair Corporation is lucky enough to meet a big capitalist like Chun Fong. President Circe's heart was pounding with excitement the moment he received the call. In order to increase the chances of purchasing at the original price, he immediately notified the governor. Once the company successfully injects capital, it will create thousands of jobs. The governor is, of course, 100% willing to come and support. You can also make yourself familiar to Chun Fong and attract other investments. He rushed over right after lunch and instructed the airport to provide the highest standard of reception. "Governor, the weather in Texas is just like the fortunes of our company. Ups and downs." Circe sneezed and looked up at the covered bridge that was creaking in the wind. "This cold snap is really strange. I have never encountered such abnormal weather before. But don't be such a pessimist and let this business go by chance. No matter how cold the weather is, we can still overcome it." At this moment, John Young looked even more nervous than Circe. This was related to his position as governor, and he could not take any jokes. Well, go ask the airport to turn up the central air conditioning. I still feel a little cold. The governor wrapped his coat and gave instructions to his assistant. This was the first time in recent years that he had worn slightly thicker clothes like this. With an average temperature of 20 degrees in Texas, even in winter, the temperature in the South has never been so low. 2 hours later, the governor received a notification from the airport tower that Chun Fong's plane was about to land. Hurry up, everyone. Tie your bow tie, it's crooked. The governor and the president immediately returned to the covered bridge. He straightened his clothes and also reminded his entourage. After a flurry of activity, the group of people retreated to the exit of the corridor bridge, leaving only the president and the governor to meet in the corridor bridge. Chapter click. As the cabin door opened, the two finally saw Chun Fong, who had a powerful but polite aura. He took off his sunglasses and smiled grimly, which seemed to make people feel that he had a little interest in this trip. Zelixi immediately came over as if he had seen a relative. Welcome to Texas, Mr. Chun. This is our Governor John Young. I have heard the story of your building a business empire a long time ago. The governor's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked up as if he had seen God. Oh, really? Chun Fong shook the governor's warm hand and could feel his excitement and nervousness. Then you must be the president of Sinclair Corporation. Chun Fong turned around and shook hands with Circe again, with a curl of his lips. That's right. Thank you for your respect for our company. We will definitely not let you down. Zelixi shook Chun Fong's hand vigorously, with redness in her eyes. Chun Fong nodded and entered the reception hall under the guidance of the two people. Then a group of senior executives and concierge ladies cheered and scattered ribbons and sequins, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Chun Fong patted the ribbons on his body, feeling weird. He hadn't even signed a contract yet, and didn't know what to celebrate. But since I'm here, I'll just go through the motions according to their arrangements. He then boarded a Rolls-Royce and headed for the refinery at Sinclair's headquarters. Chapter 39, Hurry up and refine the oil. The weather wasn't that cold before I arrived in Texas, but after I arrived, I suddenly realized that the ice season has gradually begun. The temperature dropped sharply in various places. Although it was still within an acceptable range, Chun Fong had already guessed that it was a bad sign, because according to the schedule of the previous life, the ice season should have broken out in 12 days, but strangely, it has already begun to arrive. This means that the end of the world will come earlier, and Christmas can only be the latest deadline. Maybe tomorrow, maybe in 10 days. This time bomb is no longer on a timer, but can explode at any time. This undoubtedly increased Chun Fong's anxiety, but fortunately, this fuel purchase was almost coming to an end. The convoy quickly drove into the dedicated lane in the refinery. It was very large, and the convoy entered like ants marching. The vast land of more than 15,000 acres is filled with pipelines and towers, with hundreds of oil storage tanks and large boilers arranged in arrays. The dense and huge oil refining equipment and chimneys reach into the sky and are connected by countless pipelines in an orderly manner. However, this factory, which owes 3.5 billion yuan in debt, no longer has the smoke and the sound of running machines. Even though it had only been out of service for a week, you could still smell the strong odor of heavy oil in the air. Boss Chun, how about we get off the car and take a look? Our equipment is basically brand new. We replaced it 5 years ago, so it will be no problem for it to continue to operate for another 50 years. As soon as we drove into the big factory, Circe, who was sitting opposite us, couldn't wait to introduce it, with pride on his face. However, in order to have enough appearance, he specially rented this extended version of Rolls-Royce. Even if you are in financial distress, you still have to show your strength. This is a negotiation strategy. It's cold outside, let's talk in the car. All right, I'll do as you say. Then Chun Fong turned around and patted Millie, signaling the professionals behind to go out and evaluate. Of course, he cannot be careless when acquiring a company, especially in an unfamiliar field. Although he has money, valuation is necessary. Soon, Circe saw the convoy behind him begin to disperse and split into several groups to go to different parts of the factory. Of course, he knew what Chun Fong was going to do, but the selling price of 10 billion was indeed not too high, so there was no need to worry. As Chun Fong's special car continued to move forward, Silicide began to introduce these oil refining equipment in a torrent of words. This is our crude oil processing area. That is the boiler, and behind it is the distillation tower. They are all newly installed. Heavy oil processing area, hydrogen production, hydroprocessing, catalytic and cracking units, diesel, gasoline, kerosene storage tanks. There is also a gas fractionation device, which is also a treasure. Circe pointed back and forth at the moving scenery with large movements and a spontaneous excitement. He is very familiar with these new devices that incorporate the latest technology and is full of pride. If he hadn't owed a huge debt, he would never have sold these equipment and technologies. The equipment is indeed new. I remember they asked me to come and cut the ribbon that year. And the factory is located in Texas. It's amazing. It's just a pity that it was targeted by the giants. The governor, sitting next to Circe, gave a thumbs up in affirmation. At this time, we should naturally go all out to support each other commercially. He knows the value of this giant factory. Once it is operational again, it will not only create jobs, but also boost the Texas economy. If Chun Fong could settle here, his business legend would surely be replicated on this land. By then, I can still rely on him to become a member of Congress. Yes, our company definitely has an advantage in the latest developed technologies. So we added 13 more sets of these expensive equipment later. But the market changes rapidly. Circe had a look of unwillingness on his face, feeling as if he had been fooled by the failure of his previous decision. He found out that he had lost before he even started the race. However, Chun Fong did not understand the professional terms he used, so he could only watch the fun and nod to indicate that he heard it. In fact, he came here just to get fuel, so the oil reserves were what he was concerned about. He asked, "How much finished oil do you have left?" Hearing this, Silasai became more energetic. He changed the subject and calculated. "Oh, the reserves of high-quality refined oil are still quite sufficient. There are 300,000 tons of gasoline, 400,000 tons of diesel, 200,000 tons of aviation kerosene, and 50,000 tons of other special maintenance oils. As long as the oil can find a seller, the company will be able to turn losses into profits and return to normal operations." At this time, Silasai was still thinking about how to revive his company. But how could Chun Fong possibly sell it? It wouldn't be enough if he just stored it all. "The oil you were talking about is in those upright storage tanks?" Chun Fong inquired. "Yes, there are diesel and gasoline areas over there." "Well, the oil already has a buyer. Don't touch him." Chun Fong patted Zalixi's shoulder and replied coldly. But in his heart, he felt an indescribable joy and satisfaction. This amount of oil is more than enough. And with the addition of oil extraction and refining technology, the system can continue to operate after Doomsday. One can imagine that in the end of the world, a strange factory is still running, with chimneys rising from the ruins and billowing black smoke. I believe that people who see it will no longer think of it as pollution, but rather as a will and hope of civilization. This, Circe and the governor were shocked and stunned by the sudden good news. I've heard that Chun Fong is amazing, but I didn't expect him to be so exaggerated. These 950,000 tons of oil were the result of the giants spending half a year to blockade, but Chun Fong actually found a buyer so easily. The two were silent for a moment. They didn't know what expression to use when facing this god, except admiration and looking up to him. If the company is handed over to such a boss, it can definitely surpass ExxonMobil and become the #1 in the United States. Half an hour later, after making a circle, Chun Feng's car finally arrived at the starting point. His assessment team was also waiting there and had completed the assessment of all the equipment. After getting off the car, several leading professionals gathered around and reported, "Boss, this factory is indeed very expensive. The selling price of 10 billion is completely the cost price. The equipment is all new and has been in operation for less than 5 years. Not only that, it also contains 1.65 million tons of crude oil and 950,000 tons of various refined oil products. These oil reserves alone are worth nearly 3 billion. Some of them expressed confusion because 10 billion was indeed a big bargain, which had never been seen before in historical acquisitions. 1.65 million tons? That means we can continue refining oil. Chun Fong suddenly remembered that this was indeed the case. Since it can still be refined, we can start now. While there is still time, stock up more. At that time, the equipment and personnel will be transferred, the equipment will be directly scanned into the system warehouse, and the technicians and workers will directly move into the Doomsday Fortress. At Chun Feng's command, all the personnel returned to their respective cars because it was too cold and it was more comfortable to talk in the car. This Rolls-Royce extended business car fully meets the needs of small meetings and negotiations. It is spacious and comfortable with a sofa, desk, and TV. Chun Fong got back into the car with the 10-page assessment report. He read it for a few minutes and closed it with satisfaction. At this time, The governor and the president were sitting opposite. They stared closely at Chun Feng's every expression, and even took every breath with extreme caution. As soon as Chun Fong frowned, the two men were frightened and broke out in sweats. How about this? Are the contracts ready? Just sign them at your selling price. What? We can sign it now, the two exclaimed in unison. They really didn't expect Chun Feng's efficiency and thought they would have to go back and forth and lower the price. Now I can finally relax. This troubled factory is finally saved. Of course you can sign the evaluation report if there is no problem. Why are you so nervous? Chun Fong shook his head and took the contract. After looking at the approximate numbers and amount, I signed my name on the last page. Then he ordered, "Seriously, hurry up and make arrangements. Start working tonight and continue refining the crude oil. Call all the workers back. I will pay them double wages." "Okay, boss. With what you said, I will solve it quickly tonight and won't let you down." The governor was also nodding excitedly, his head almost shaking off. He was so excited that he was speechless. After a while, I finally organized a few words of gratitude. "Boss Chun, on behalf of the people of Texas, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely give you the best discount. We are a land of abundance in Texas. You will love it." Chapter 40. Take over 2,000 warehouse supermarkets. After signing the contract, Chun Fong immediately sent everyone out of the park, and he was the only one left in the empty factory. Of course, 950,000 tons of oil cannot just be left here. After making sure that there was no one around, he walked to the distillation tower near the oil storage area. This tower is suspended in the air on all sides, about 100 meters high, and is very dangerous. Apart from an enclosed platform every 5 meters and a vertical ladder, there is no other shelter. Chun Fong spent 8 minutes climbing to the top of the tower. Actually, I am a little afraid of heights, but my physical fitness is much stronger than before, so the whole process was quite easy. In the distance are densely packed oil refining equipment and towers, with various oil tanks, pipelines, and towers intertwined. However, this altitude plus the strong smell of gasoline can really make people dizzy. Although you can see far enough, compared to the vast land of 15,000 acres, you can only see a small part of the factory. But the more than 200 huge oil storage tanks are still within sight, neatly stacked 500 meters ahead. In the cold wind, Chun Feng's eyes fixed on that location, and suddenly virtual numbers appeared in front of him. As the scanning area expands, the numbers continue to pile up. 5000 ton oil storage tank times 1, times 2, times 5, times 10, times 200. Ding! Scanning completed. 950,000 tons of fuel oil confirmed to be stored. Receive. Coward. As soon as the words fell, a gray air pressure rumbled out from the storage tank area and then spread to the surrounding areas. Chun Fong only felt a gust of warm wind blowing past, and the oil tanks and oil in the distance disappeared instantly. The factory area that was filled with equipment suddenly revealed a large open space of more than 10,000 square meters. Except for the huge pits and oil pipelines, everything else has disappeared. Fortunately, no one was there, otherwise there would have been another round of exclamations, shocking the world. Because this trick of instantly moving 950,000 tons of oil is beyond the scope of any magic. Even Hollywood blockbusters don't dare to shoot like this. Magic isn't this exaggerated. Then, Chun Fong then went to the scientific research laboratory and the core archive building of the park and took away the scientific research equipment and technical information there. At this point, fuel and coal, doomsday vehicles, aircraft and weapons and grain, fresh fruits and vegetables have all been negotiated. Has been modified more than halfway after working day and night. After explaining the follow-up matters of the factory, Chun Fong quickly boarded the plane back to Chowa. In fact, there is still a lot of work waiting for him to do. The main warehouse of the villa and the subsidiary warehouses in various locations are almost full, and they have to be stored in the system space immediately after returning. When money is spent, the corresponding rewards will also come in an endless stream. Compared with US dollars, material supplies give people a much more solid feeling. The only plan left is to buy all kinds of heavy metals needed for the Doomsday Fortress, such as steel, gold, silver. It really gets more and more urgent towards the end. I hope it ends soon. Fortunately, there are several women at home to take care of things, and the new ones can also do some things after training. Whether it is purchasing or receiving goods, delivery of final payment, or evening service tasks. Of course, how can something that happens at night be called a mission? Only at this time do they release themselves, and they are crazier than ever. 5 days passed. Chun Fong and Irene have completed another difficult task, which is a breakthrough in the field of daily necessities. The two of them acted separately and spent a huge amount of money to obtain the short-term operating rights of 2,000 warehouse supermarkets in Yingjiang, including Walmart, Kohl's, Sam's Club, etc. They are all department stores covering an area of over 10,000 square meters, stocking everything from clothing, electrical appliances, snacks, and daily necessities, and use its complete internal supply channels and logistics system to quickly fill the shelves with excess stock. However, within 2 days of taking over, Chun Fong announced the temporary closure of all stores, citing the black people's $0 shopping and the freezing disaster. From the moment the store closed, these daily necessities would no longer be available to the Eagle Sauce, but would all become Chun Feng's personal reserves, and store them all into the system space. Don't answer calls like this in the future. Just unplug the phone line. Okay, boss. In the morning, countless calls came into the villa, all protests from local white and black people. They asked Chun Fong to open the business immediately and not close it at the critical time of the ice and snow disaster, disregarding the lives of local people. Millie politely rejected all the calls with professional words, but calls continued. Of course, Chun Fong had no time to care about it. It was almost the end of the world, so why was he still caring about other people? He didn't even know if he could survive the end of the world. At the same time, Chun Feng's private airport suddenly became busy since morning, with planes taking off and landing nonstop in the backyard. Logically, apart from Chun Feng's business partners, no one would dare to fly to this airport. What's going on in the backyard? Millie, go check it out. Just as Chun Fong was about to pick up the teacup, the lid and window started buzzing again. If it wasn't so cold outside, he would have gone to check it out himself. At this time, it was already minus 10 degrees Celsius outside, raining and snowing, and the ice season officially entered the 5th day. But Chun Fong knew that this was nothing. There are still minus 30 degrees and minus 60 degrees waiting in the future. But it's so cold, and there are so many planes taking off and landing. It must be some emergency supplies. Boss, do you remember that you asked Zoe to purchase cold weapons? When Chun Fong heard this, he immediately remembered that it was his cold weapon that had arrived. It's a close call. If it had been a little later, logistics flights would have been completely interrupted, and these things would have been impossible to transport in. But Zoe and her team did a good job and arrived before the window period. These planes are from Dragon Country's online shopping companies. Zoe and Connie's specifically requested permission to land. Millie continued, her face relaxing. She was indeed worried about the two people's tasks and thought that they would not be able to complete the boss's tasks. But now they can breathe a sigh of relief. Not only will the two girls not be scolded, but they will also be appreciated by the boss. What? Online shopping? Damn, are you sure? I have to go check it out. Chun Fong was caught off guard and spat out the tea he had just drunk. Rushed out of the office immediately. This scared him so much that he broke into a cold sweat. You know, now we have entered the cold season, and it is almost impossible to purchase again. He knew all too well about those unscrupulous online shopping merchants in Long Country. How could he possibly buy reliable things there? Chun Fong has seldom shopped online in recent years, especially for business matters. This time, the two little girls really scared him so much that his hair stood on end. It's okay to buy shoes and skirts normally, but why do you buy such important things there? After the end of the world, both hot weapons and cold weapons are very important. You can't live long without one of them. If the quality of cold weapons cannot be guaranteed and they cannot be enchanted, how can you play in the later stages? Don't they all have to be barbecue? It's cold outside. Put on some clothes. Millie followed him out jogging with a windbreaker in her hand, and she asked with concern. Although I don't understand why the boss has lost his color, he must protect his body. After all, he is his man. Chapter 41. Scares Zoe to tears. Villa backyard. Chun Fong took the elevator up to the 70-meter high tower. This is his private dispatch center and also the tallest building in the suburb. Standing here, you can not only see the entire airport, but also the entire area within a radius of 10 kilometers. It is the ideal position for vigilance. Since the hyperthyroidism incident, this place has been completely transformed. The tower is rectangular in shape, like a tower made of reinforced concrete, very imposing. There is a direct elevator inside. The top is slightly larger than the building, octagonal in shape, and divided into 3 floors. The first floor is a circular glass room used to control and coordinate aircraft takeoffs and landings, and is equipped with complete communication equipment. The second floor is Chun Feng's exclusive area, used for decision-making and command, with advanced radar and observation equipment. But this is more like a comfortable circular lounge, and the furnishings are similar to those of the villa's living room. Although it is only over 100 square meters, the lighting and view are very good. The top floor is the armed area, which can be used for preemptive strikes and is equipped with artillery arrays and sniper positions. 8868 can take off. Please be safe. 1607, please wait for your landing. There is no seat for you now. Has 3617 cleared the cargo hold? Time is still limited. Please hurry up. As soon as Chun Fong entered the dispatch room on the first floor, he was shocked by the busy scene inside. There were only 3 air traffic controllers, but the monitor showed that there were nearly 60 planes. Some were hovering in the sky, some were staying on the ground, and some had reported in advance. All these planes come from Longhua. They are special express planes for SF Express, Waikyo Express, and Postal Service, and are basically Boeing's long-distance cargo models. Faced with dozens of aircraft taking off and landing requests at the same time, the control personnel were calm and professional enough. Normally, this is an idle job, but it never fails at critical moments. Especially the amazing speaking speed, beep, 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 just like a Gatling machine gun. Zoe and Connie's were also in the dispatch room at this time. They pointed left and right at the window and jumped up and down excitedly. Because it was too noisy, Chun Fong went straight up the stairs in the dispatch room to the rest area on the second floor. Now it is finally quiet and the sound insulation is really good. It is like suddenly pressing the mute button. There is no buzzing sound at all. Chun Fong stood in front of the French window, looking at the 10 Boeing 747s at the airport and the planes circling in the sky. For the first time, he felt pain in his heart. If these weapons are of inferior quality, it would be a huge loss. 2 million weapons cost $200, which is 400 million. What kind of operation is it to spend 400 million on some rotten metal? Chun Fong shook his head and returned to the sofa, suppressing his anger and commanding. Go and call up those 2 people down there. Oh, boss. Millie quietly left the room. When I walked downstairs, the noisy sounds began to be heard again. The 2 little girls were still jumping in front of the glass window, pointing here and there as if they had never seen the world before. Look, that plane is really big, and there's a bulge on the nose. What? All 747 seem to be like that. Don't pick up weird things and say. Connie's patted Zoe lightly, seeming a little shy. Maybe she was fantasizing about something again. But I recognize that logo. It should be the largest company in Dragon Country, called SF Express. Zoe continued to look into the distance, recalling the past. Seeing that Zoe was still so serious, Connie suddenly felt that she was not pure. I actually thought of something else. Connie's is a dreamy girl. She is slightly older than Zoe and naturally knows a little more. But Connie's has definitely never seen a plane as big as the C5. Otherwise, she would definitely be even more shocked and would think of Chun Fong. Millie walked over and patted Connie's, as if waking up a dreamy little girl. Then Connie's body trembled and she realized what was happening. She turned around and saw that it was Millie. Hey, Sister Millie, did the master call us? Seeing Chun Feng's personal secretary, she could naturally guess it. Well, hurry up and get on. Millie nodded and pointed upstairs to the lounge area. I knew it. Come on, the master is upstairs. Connie smiled excitedly, then grabbed Zoe's hand and ran upstairs impatiently. As soon as she pushed the door open, she was ready to pull Zoe to report happily. But when she got closer, she found that the atmosphere was wrong. Chun Fong sat there with a serious face, rubbing his temples, and seemed unhappy. There was also a bottle of strong vodka on the table. Seeing that things were not going well, the 2 of them immediately lowered their heads obediently. It was almost a conditioned reflex. No matter what the reason is, it is right to lower your head first and let the master calm down first. This was what Sister Irene had instructed them to do, and they kept it in mind, but it really worked. Chun Fong paused, picked up a small glass of liquor on the table, and drank it. It looks hard to swallow, but the owner finishes it in one gulp. The 2 of them looked up and peeked, then looked at each other blankly, waiting for their master to speak. Tell me about the arrival of the goods, how many weapons there are, and how much they cost. Arms. You decide. They both spoke in unison, but Connie's quickly stopped and let Zoe continue with her answer. The weapons cost 500 million in total. 500,000 have arrived so far. Another 500,000 are in the sky, and 1 million are on the way. 500 million? Whose idea was it to buy online? Chun Fong was amazed and speechless. He spent 500 million on a pile of rotten metal. Zoe thought Chun Fong thought it was expensive, and immediately said embarrassedly, "It's a bit expensive. I just bought it by unit price based on quantity. I didn't know how to negotiate, and I eliminated a lot of them through trial and error. But the ones that have arrived are definitely mid-range and top-end. There is also a batch of knives and swords from Longquan that can be called top quality. Great value for money." Although Zoe tried her best to minimize the extent of the loss, it could still be lowered. If it is really a good stuff, according to Chun Feng's method, the price can be reduced by another 1/3. But this is no longer about money. The main reason is that it's not worth it. Even spending 100 million on online shopping is too expensive. The quality is above average, and there are also fine products. Tell me where you bought them. Chun Fong was a little unbelievable, and he smiled. Pink Sixi, Taobao, Tao, Jingdong Douyin, and so on. Zoe counted carefully, with a look of confidence on her face. In her opinion, these weapons are all genuine, and they are worth it even if they are expensive. After all, it is the first time I helped my master complete a mission. Kano, Douyin, Tao, Taobao. Chun Fong almost fainted just by hearing these names. What he wants is real weapons, not garbage. This is not the way to send money to Longhua. You bought all the so-called fine products here? Wake up, it's fake. Chun Fong shook his head in firm denial, his voice a little loud, showing unprecedented disappointment. But what else can I do? Should I scold them and drive them away? They are all powerful people after the apocalypse. It would be a loss if they were lost. It's true. Please believe me, master. Seeing her savior's disappointed face, Zoe suddenly knelt on the ground and wiped her tears, too scared to even speak. Perhaps because of fear or the breaking of some kind of dependence, her tears suddenly burst out. It was the first time Chun Fong met such a pure girl, so much so that she couldn't help but kneel down and express her grievance when he spoke a little louder. Let her cry. When she cries too much and no one pays attention to her, she will know what tears are. But then again, since you are a strong person, shouldn't you use ordinary people's thinking? Those who are gifted may seem careless, but the results always point to the right direction. This kind of thing is very common in life. Maybe it was because of his fluke mentality, but Chun Feng's eyes immediately brightened up. What if it was true? So he asked again with the intention of giving it a try. How do you know those aren't fake? Are you so sure? When it comes to weapons, Zoe immediately straightens up as if she has some kind of support. They're all top quality, whether it is the selection of iron sand, the processing of molten iron, or the hammering of iron embryos. It's no exaggeration to say that it's been tempered 1,000 times. I can feel the tempering process. Give me a piece of iron, and I can prove it, whether it's the casting process or the quality of the final product. Chun Fong heaved a sigh of relief after hearing her talk, but he still needed to verify it further. But her eyes and state were completely different from before, like an extremely mature woman. Maybe there is another soul living in her body. Chapter 42, Building an Armed Force. After a conversation, Chun Fong no longer looked so angry. Only then did Connie's dare to squat down and comfort Zoe. She rubbed Zoe's back, trying to give her more encouragement. Fortunately, her condition has improved a lot, and her red eyes have regained their clarity. Then Zoe put aside her previous grievances and stood up. After looking at Connie for a few times, she smiled again. Since you are so sure, I will go and test it. If it's really as you said, then you are a hero. I can give you any reward you want. Oh yeah, Connie's is involved too. Although Chun Fong had probably believed it. After all, she was a strong person waiting to be awakened. But there are some uncertainties in living a second life, and this is a good opportunity to dispel some concerns. And the price of 500 million is indeed a bit high. If I don't prove it, I will always feel like I have been taken advantage of. That's great. If you could give me a cute limited edition bag, I would be so happy. Zoe turned around, took Connie's hand, kicked her feet excitedly, and whispered. For her, the reward means Chun Feng's recognition of her, so it is of great significance. Yeah, then I want a dress. Actually, I like that one. Connie's agreed. Which one? It's the one I took from the master's villa last time I came to pick you up. Oh, it's that black lace dress. Although the two were leaning against each other and talking, their voices were not low at all. In fact, they were speaking intentionally for Chun Fong to hear. It hasn't even started yet, and you're already eager for the reward? Yes, what I said is true. At worst, I can just wait a little longer. Zoe rolled her eyes mischievously and said confidently. Chun Fong also shook his head, poured another small glass of vodka in a good mood, and drank it in one gulp. It was indeed more enjoyable than the previous drink. It was comfortable to drink this wine in a cold weather, and it warmed my whole body. Okay, you guys go back to the warehouse first. I'll explain things here. Oh, so we're leaving? Go ahead. Chun Fong waved his hand, then picked up his phone and looked for a number. After searching for a long time, he was too lazy to look for it anymore. So he just threw the phone to Miriam and said, "Call Longting Security Company and transfer all 1,000 elites there to prepare to station them in the villa." "Okay, boss." Millie immediately looked up the number and opened her laptop. A formal email was sent to Longting Company. There was heavy snow outside, and the weather was getting worse every moment. The road leading to the villa was covered with a layer of snow and ice ruts. 30 minutes later, 1,000 elite soldiers from Longting Company finally arrived at the villa. At ease, stand at attention, look left and right. Running. In an instant, the parking lot west of the villa became busy, with 20 or 30 buses parked there. The bodyguards who came down from above were all very disciplined. After organizing the team, they ran towards the villa warehouse. When Chun Fong entered the underground warehouse, 1,000 people had already gathered there. Seeing Chun Fong arrive, Instructor Chow immediately ran over to report. "Boss, everyone is here. You can give instructions." "Have you brought everything you prepared?" Chun Fong asked. "I brought them all. They're in the back." Instructor Chow pointed to the hard objects piled behind him. "There are pig bones, cow heads, cow bones, straw mats, iron buckets, and bundled steel wires." Chun Fong glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Your task this time is to help me test these newly arrived weapons. Pick 100,000 cold weapons from the pile, and then chop them 100 times. If there are any cracks, bends, or deformations on the blade, they will be numbered and recorded immediately. Since there are so many, I will offer a reward. If you can break one within 100 times, I will give you $500. There is no upper limit for each one." After explaining the rules, Chun Fong felt a little nervous. After all, the strength of Longting Security Company was there, comparable to that of well-trained special forces. Whether the weapons can withstand the test is completely unknown. Of course, this task is not easy either. It is a brutal test of explosive power and endurance. Each of the 100,000 weapons must be chopped 100 times, and each person must do 10,000 chops on average. How thick must one's arms be to be able to withstand this? Okay, then we won't be polite. Don't worry, it just takes some time to get 100,000. When Instructor Chow heard that there was money to be made, he immediately agreed. With his explosive power, he could easily destroy an opponent within 20 times. This kind of record was demonstrated as early as when new students were being trained, and some even had their knives broken on the spot. "I'll come over to hear your report in 7 days. "Yes, I'll get ready now." After saying that, Instructor Chow immediately turned around and went back. He dispersed the 1,000-man team and gave each soldier a batch of hard objects for chopping. Instructor Chow doesn't want to waste any time. He is very confident not only in himself, but also in the elites he has trained. He declared, "Those who want to make money should pay more attention. Just chop the grass mat the way you normally do in training. Chop the rolled-up grass mat at a 45-degree angle and control the strength well. The money is right in front of you. Go get it yourself. You'll get 500 yuan for breaking a knife. You won't be rewarded for taking shortcuts. You can only cut on the hard objects prepared for you." After announcing the rules, Instructor Chow also dragged himself dozens of boxes of weapons. Of course, he had to do it himself if he could make money. Soon everyone got into the mood. The whole warehouse was filled with the sound of chopping and the debris flying everywhere. Of course, these elites were not called here just to test the weapons. Chun Fong planned to form his own armed force with these people. After all, the end of the world is coming, and public opinion is becoming increasingly unfavorable to me. Chun Fong always felt that there was a force secretly watching him. In order to avoid being passive and prevent unexpected events from happening, it is necessary to make good armed defenses before building a fortress. Including the original security of the villa, Chun Feng's armed forces now have 1,500 people. These people will become Chun Feng's loyal soldiers, ready to be deployed at any time. After 30 minutes, the quality of the weapons was indeed gratifying. Chun Fong, turn around. The bodyguards were hacking with all their might, but the swords remained sharp with no signs of chipping. Connie and Zoe followed Chun Fong, but they didn't care about the progress of the weapons at all, because the result Zoe can predict. Just seeing Instructor Chow sweating profusely made them feel indescribable joy. All weapons have been inspected by Zoe herself, so there will be no mistakes. The probability of scrapping is at most 5 out of 1,000 swords. $100,000 is 500, $250,000 is shared by 1,000 people, $250 for 7 days. They will be exhausted. When Zoe thought of the rules that Chun Fong had just announced, her heart began to beat fast. When she bought it, 200 yuan was already expensive enough. But Chun Fong said that if she broke a sword, she would get 500 yuan as reward, with no upper limit. How much trust does this show in her? Although he usually said coldly, Zoe could still sense some details. Since the master trusts her so much, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some expensive gifts, right? I must complete more tasks in the future, and then fill the whole house with the master's rewards. Zoe looked at Chun Feng's handsome profile and couldn't help but be intoxicated. After a long time, Chun Fong looked around again, and seeing that there were still a few inferior products, he was too lazy to wait any longer. He turned to the two of them and said, "You continue to stay here and receive the subsequent weapons. Don't be too happy too soon. I will wait for the final result." "Oh, I see." After Chun Fong left the warehouse, the two of them jumped up and down to celebrate. Chapter 43, God Punishes Mankind, and the Eagle Sauce Panics. After 7 days, the cold weapon test was satisfactory. Among 100,000 cold weapons, only 900 are defective, less than 1%. After 1,000 soldiers had been hacking and chopping for 7 days, most of them had blisters on their hands, and their arms were so swollen and painful that they had difficulty even lifting the rice bowls. But this is nothing compared to the devilish training at the security company. I can recover after 2 days of rest. Zoe predicted 500, but it was a bit surprising that it exceeded 400. I guess the hardness of those iron wires, iron barrels, and cow bones was not accurately grasped. However, Chun Fong was still very satisfied and gave them corresponding rewards. Chun Fong didn't have to spend much effort on the prizes. The villa's cloakroom and dressing room are fully stocked with bags, skirts, jewelry, etc. Any item you pick out is a limited edition in the world and worth tens of millions, which is more than enough to make 2 girls happy. Zoe and Connie were also amazed by the dazzling array of luxurious accessories. Neither of them knew how to choose because each one was so beautiful and was a limited edition by a famous designer. However, they still stayed true to their original intentions and each chose a cute bag and dress. Although I really want the others, I can only fight for them in the next mission. The weapons issue has come to an end, and good news has come from Lockheed that the last batch of weapons has been delivered to the nearest warehouse. After spending the whole morning storing all the thermal weapons sent to him into the system space, Chun Fong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The longer the night, the more trouble there is. If the authorities knew about this, something big would definitely happen. Now I don't have to be afraid at all. As time goes by, the ice season shows its terrible fangs around the world. There are 50 days left until the scheduled Doomsday, which is the latest date, but it will almost certainly be earlier. But Chun Fong had no idea about the exact time. If he made the worst-case scenario plan, there might be less than 40 days left. The weather continued to deteriorate, and for the first time humans felt their insignificance and powerlessness. After the temperature drops to minus 50 degrees Celsius, the number of frostbite and freezing to death increases. According to statistics, 1.35 million people died in America alone. Now it seemed that all the alarms had been sounded except for the air raid sirens and the wartime sirens. Supplies were in short supply everywhere. Roads were paralyzed, power and water outages occurred everywhere, and in some places, storms and earthquakes occurred frequently. Lives were lost every day, either from freezing to death or frostbite, and people were in an unprecedented panic. The sun hanging in the sky didn't have even a trace of warmth, as if all it was shining down was cold air, and it got colder as it approached noon. Times Square in New York is no longer as bustling as it used to be. It is snowing heavily, stores are closed, subways are out of service, and there are almost no pedestrians on the streets. Who would dare to go out in weather like this? Even the cars parked on the roadside have frozen into thick ice coffins. For the first time ever, the iconic NASDAQ advertising screen did not show any advertisements. What was broadcast was news from the Washington Post. According to reports from the Washington Observatory, a strong cold wave is sweeping across the United States. Under the combined effects of strong winds and low temperatures, the perceived temperature at night has reached minus 78 degrees Celsius. Please pay attention to anti-freeze safety and refrain from going out unless necessary. Even if you go out, please try to avoid exposing your skin. If you stay out for more than 5 minutes, you will be at risk of frostbite. It is expected that the temperature will continue to drop, and freezing disasters will continue to occur in the next 3 days, and freezing rain and sleet will become the norm. Storms and heavy snowfall have hit record highs for 5 consecutive days. Not only that, researchers have detected record low temperatures in both polar regions. This widespread cold wave is caused by the storm in the Arctic entering the large low vortex cyclone in the Connie region and slowly moving eastward. The specific reason is related to the development of blocking high pressure in the upper North Pacific. No matter how experts explain it from a scientific perspective, it cannot cover up the fact that God is preparing to punish mankind. Abnormal weather is just a small sign. Maybe it was just a sneeze. But all this has caused the eagle sauce to panic, and business activities have almost come to a standstill. In such extreme weather, the only way to connect with each other is through the internet. So people move most of their activities online. At this time, Chun Fong was half lying on the sofa in the living room. The indoor temperature was 26, but he felt more comfortable than at other times. On the table was a cup of warm red wine that the maid had prepared for him, which gave off a faint scent. After drinking a few glasses, I immediately felt tipsy. Chun Fong continued to browse his phone. In addition to weather reports, the above also contains interpretations from various self-media and experts. They are just using a familiar narrative, saying the cold wave will pass in the next 7 days and asking people not to panic. But what is more interesting than this is still the group of angry young people on the internet. They are against Chun Fong all the time. This time, they once again stood on the moral high ground and started to cyberbully him. And many people followed suit and spoke with one voice. On a social platform, capitalists are disgusting. People are starving, and yet they remain indifferent. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? You're right. With a net worth of hundreds of billions, shouldn't you take on some social responsibility? Why are you hoarding so much goods and not selling them? If you can share some of them, it will solve many problems. Yeah, there are corpses everywhere on the streets. What should we do? He can obviously save more people. It's out of stock now. We're hungry. How about we rob his stores? We have Act 47 to protect us anyway. It seems to work. Someone gave my friend $900 a few days ago, and he helped that person rob a jewelry store, and he hasn't been caught yet. What the hell are you implying? Perhaps he saw through the nature of public opinion. Even when subjected to all kinds of violence from netizens, Chun Fong just laughed it off and remained unperturbed. The internet environment is the same all over the world. Envy and dark sides are infinitely magnified, and nothing can be surprising. The more they acted like this, the more ridiculous Chun Fong found it. Everyone spoke with great righteousness. The disaster has lasted for so long that those who should have been prepared have already made preparations. Are they waiting for him to open a warehouse to provide relief? Those who attacked Chun Fong were nothing more than his fellow capitalists or businessmen who took the opportunity to incite hatred. On the surface, they are upholding justice, but in fact they are using netizens to achieve their own goals. Everything made sense when he thought about the fact that someone had been paying 3 times the price to buy his goods during this period. After being rejected by Chun Fong, those people created moral pressure on the internet, hoping to achieve their goals. Supplies are even more scarce now than during the rainy season, and flights and road traffic are simply unable to operate. The local area can only rely on a small amount of inventory to survive. If they can force Chun Fong to sell the stockpiled supplies, they can make a fortune. But this is really a wrong calculation. Chun Fong's supplies were not meant to make money from the beginning. In addition to saving his life in the apocalypse, he also had to rely on them to expand his power. Food is the most important thing for people. It is much more useful than money. This wave of public pressure will not hurt him at all, even if it damages the company's image. The 3 companies had already mortgaged their shares to redeem money and had no intention of continuing to operate. Although there is some trust crisis, it is not serious enough to freeze the account. The main point is self-preservation. Let them freeze and starve and fend for themselves. Chun Fong turned off the screen of his mobile phone and lay on the sofa to continue tasting red wine. The house was filled with hot steam and surrounded by maids. It was freezing cold outside at this time, and we could only wait until the ice season was over before we could continue purchasing heavy metals. So let's enjoy the beautiful night. Zoe is the bed warmer tonight. She has finished her bath and is waiting in the room. Chapter 44, Rebirth of the Eagle Sauce. Spending 100 billions to build Doomsday Base 43822, the final procurement plan. The cold wave is difficult for everyone because supplies have always been a problem. However, the entire Eagle Sauce was not idle, and a $0 shopping trend was staged in various places. The middle class is suffering from cold and hunger, while the poor are living in great prosperity. This is the true portrayal of the past 10 days. It's not about how much money they made, but whether they managed to grab enough food. As long as the amount does not exceed $1,000, you will be pardoned or given a lenient sentence even if you are caught. This is also the most bizarre part of Eagle Sauce. $0 shopping is no longer a crime, but a new way to alleviate poverty. The logic behind this can be seen from the fact that various departments reduce or delay police dispatch, raise the threshold for conviction, and treat the police indifferently. That is why so many poor people are so unscrupulous and join the ranks of looting shopping malls, regardless of the risk of frostbite. Some even froze to death on the way to looting. Today, the snow of the ice season finally stopped, and the ice is slowly melting. However, most supermarkets were looted and few survived. In addition, the highway system is under full repair, large trucks cannot take to the road, and supplies are still in short supply. On the streets, many people lined up outside shopping malls. Due to purchase restrictions, they could only buy enough food for 2 days at most. Fortunately, the ice season stopped raging, and they regained their vitality and broke free from the panic. Chun Fong's inaction is still being criticized online, especially when the whole country just entered the disaster relief stage and needed support. Chun Fong announced that 2,000 warehouses and supermarkets had been looted. This is too much of a coincidence. Netizens would never believe that anyone would dare to rob Chun Fong's store. This news shattered the dreams of countless people, and they could do nothing but express their strong indignation. There are 43 days left until Christmas, and according to the worst-case scenario, Doomsday could happen in 33 days. The situation is heading in an unpredictable direction. Due to the storms and earthquakes caused by the cold wave, many medium-level virus laboratories have experienced leaks to varying degrees. Infections broke out in many places, and some livestock showed rabies-like symptoms, but the news was quickly blocked by the military. However, Chun Fong also learned some information through his own channels. Fortunately, the food has been collected, otherwise it would be difficult to ensure the safety of food and drink in the future. This is another hidden time bomb that may explode at any time. At this time, Chun Fong was in the office of the villa, planning a heavy metal procurement plan. But at this time, people kept calling and harassing me. Millie reported immediately after answering the phone. "Boss, there are a few people who want to buy our supplies, and they offered 4 times the price." "You didn't reject them?" Chun Fong asked. This is their second attempt to purchase goods following the cyberbullying. If they are willing to pay 4 times the price, it must be profitable, which shows how tight their local inventory is. I said I had to report to the boss and asked them to wait a moment. Millie replied happily. In her opinion, this is good news anyway, and if it can be sold, it will indeed relieve some of the pressure. The boss has been stockpiling goods for some time and has spent 2/3 of his money. If he doesn't make a profit, he won't be able to repay the loan. No, reject them all. From now on, just tell them directly that the goods have been sold out. Chun Fong refused without even a second thought. This wave of operations really made Millie a little confused. Experts said that there would be no more extreme weather after the ice season. If we don't seize this opportunity, how are we going to pay back the 100 billion yuan loan next time? Does the boss have any other way to fill the gap? Any questions, Millie? Hurry up and do as I say. Seeing Millie in a daze, Chun Fong immediately urged her. He naturally knew what the secretary was thinking, but there was no need to explain it. Everything would become clear after the end of the world. Okay, I'll go right away. Seeing that her boss was so determined, she had no way to change it, but she would support her boss no matter what he did. If she can be of any use to me, I will do my best. She is grateful for how her boss has treated her over the years. When Millie went down, she felt a romantic feeling of dying together. Perhaps this is the special feeling between master and servant. But when she thought about it carefully, what could a weak woman like her do to help? Just stay by his side quietly, provide necessary assistance, and do everything he is told to do. In the afternoon, good news came from Longfei Airlines. Nelson lived up to expectations and completed the modification ahead of schedule. 500 large Doomsday tanks are all equipped with brand new armor, waiting for Chun Fong to inspect them. So fast. This Nelson is really something. When Chun Fong first heard the news, he was a little bit unconvinced. After all, the temperature in the ice season is minus 60 degrees Celsius, and nearly 10 million people in the United States have frozen to death. But since he called, it means it is true. There is nothing to be suspicious about. I can just go and check it out. The modification of the Doomsday chariot has been completed, which is an important milestone. At this point, cold and hot weapons, transportation vehicles, aircraft fuel, and ammunition are all available. The addition of Doomsday Chariot makes it even more powerful. All the hardware facilities and material reserves are complete, and the only thing left is to purchase precious metals. Chun Fong became extremely excited when he thought of this. He finally had a little courage to fight against the terrible Doomsday. I can't say I can compete with her, but it's more than enough to save my life. Isn't this what we've been working for all this time? Although he was happy, Chun Fong still did not dare to slack off. The more critical the moment, the calmer you must be. If you can't collect this last precious metal, the Doomsday Fortress module will not be built, and all previous efforts will be in vain. Even if you have a lot of supplies, without shelter you will die. Not to mention wanting to build a powerful kingdom of your own in the end times. Million, I have an important task for you. I have written down the plan on paper. You must follow the instructions above, and don't be careless. By the way, how much money is left in my account? Chun Fong paid more attention to this mission than ever before. His tone of voice became more formal, and his pronunciation became clear. Boss, there's still 30 billion left. This is our last remaining fortune. Millie glanced at the thick account book with a serious expression. In this way, 10 billion will be left, and the rest will be invested in the precious metal purchase plan. It's clearly marked on it. The 50 million tons of steel will be given to Longfei Aerospace Company. You are responsible for the other 10 billion alloys, titanium, gold, silver, aluminum, copper, and other precious metals. These are the keys to turning things around. Don't worry about anything, just buy them boldly. Chun Fong patted Millie's shoulder, seeming to convey a sense of confidence. Boss, this. Millie's eyes widened, somewhat stunned. It's unbelievable that 100 billion was spent like this. Maybe the boss really has divine power, and I can turn the situation around? Never mind, just listen to the boss. Okay, I will definitely implement it according to the above plan and won't let you down. Millie was no longer in a daze this time. Instead, she felt a sense of mission. Looking at the boss's expression, it seems that he is really going to do something big. In this case, we must not let them down and must get things done. After giving the instructions, Chun Fong rushed to Longfei Airlines without stopping. He put some thought into the Doomsday Chariot and was really looking forward to seeing the blueprint become a reality. An hour later, Chun Fong appeared at the headquarters factory of Longfei Airlines. The person who met him was still his most trusted partner, Nelson. Chapter 45, Mobile Steel Fortress. Good afternoon, Director. Yeah, how's it going? Chun Fong asked with his hands in his trouser pockets and walked towards the workshop door in a leisurely manner. We succeeded. All 500 tanks have been modified according to your requirements. Nelson followed behind, reporting in a spirited and proud tone. But from the dark yellow complexion and heavy dark circles under the eyes, one can still see the hard work behind it. The dozen or so executives following behind him were also exhausted. Ever since the ice season started early, Chun Fong gave them a strict order to complete the tanks as soon as possible. To this end, the factory entered a 3-shift system and operated 24 hours a day, and even senior engineers and logistics personnel joined the modification team. Only Nelson himself can understand how much effort is hidden behind a simple word of success. Fortunately, the workers met a boss like Chun Fong, who calculated their wages 5 times, so it was worth it even if they risked their lives. There will always be brave men under a lot of money. Money is never a problem. Thanks for your hard work. Chun Fong patted Nelson and looked up at the huge closed-door curtain. No, isn't that what we should do, Chairman? Nelson quickened his pace and ran to the front, quickly pressing the lift button. As the 10-meter-high gate curtain rises, the huge monster inside was revealed. Although it was covered by black cloth, it still gave off a strong sense of oppression. You can feel the mysterious shock from the lingering smell of steel welding and the sharp parts protruding from the front end. A huge and oppressive aura burst out from the black cloth. Nothing could stop it. Entering the spacious factory, the people look like tiny toys and are inconspicuous against the backdrop of the huge machines. This workshop is more than 3,000 square meters, just enough to accommodate 5 tanks and various heavy equipment. Nelson led Chun Fong up the escalator to the second-level platform of the workshop, 8 meters high, and barely got a full view of these huge machines. Quickly pull back the curtain and let the boss inspect it. After reaching the second floor, Nelson immediately urged the operator to start the crane and pull open the drape. Whoa! Grunt grunt. As the hook moved, the wrapping of one of the chariots slid to the side. A brand new, shiny black metal monster suddenly appeared, and every protruding part showed its sharpness. Chun Fong suddenly felt a powerful protection. This was his Doomsday Chariot, a powerful weapon to fight against zombies. As shown in the drawing, the driving deck of the tank has been widened and built with 20 centimeters bulletproof glass and a titanium alloy frame. There are 10 huge headlights on the frame, and turning them all on can make the night as bright as day. In addition, a grille protection is installed in front of the bulletproof glass to defend against attacks from armor-piercing projectiles. The grille net can be electrified to prevent monsters from climbing and approaching, and the edges are equipped with special-shaped blades and serrations. Further down is the front air intake cover of the car. It was modified into a V-shaped obstacle-clearing front shovel extending forward, covering the lower part of the vehicle body. At the same time, it is covered with retractable steel spikes, all made of sharpened titanium alloy steel pipes, which can also spray 1,000-degree high-temperature flames. It can easily pierce the thick skin and flesh of high-level zombies when colliding. The front shovel can be closed or opened, revealing a 2-meter-high chassis, like an open mouth of the abyss. Inside are densely packed gears, spiral steel knives, and crushing wheels, which are the crushing mechanisms in the belly of the tank. Any object that enters will be crushed. At the same time, there are retractable baffles on 3 sides of the chassis, with saw teeth and spikes attached. Once inside, there is no escape. The side of the tank is also protected by a huge grille with irregular steel spikes welded on it to allow high-voltage electricity to pass through. There are also 3 flamethrower guns installed on top, which can spray up to 20 meters. The rear of the vehicle. It is the heavy fire output position of the entire tank, equipped with 5 Gatling machine guns and 3 high-rate howitzer machine guns. It can instantly unleash a powerful torrent of firepower, destroying all armor and zombies. This location was originally an open-air truck bed used to carry cargo. However, it has now been changed to a semi-enclosed box structure that is only open to the rear, which can provide powerful firepower while ensuring the safety of combatants. The entire box is 10 meters long, 9 meters wide, and 4 meters high, like a huge steel safe house, with 2 floors connected by a ladder. There are portholes on both sides for observing the situation outside. This safe house can accommodate 30 soldiers at a time, and the upper floor is a warehouse large enough to store 30 tons of supplies. These arrangements are nothing compared to what is even more explosive. The top of the box is where the action is. There are 20 rotating mine-laying launchers installed on the top. Each launcher consists of 30 mine-laying tubes and can launch anti-infantry and anti-tank mines in 360 degrees. This is a terrifying trump card weapon, and it is not usually used lightly. It is equivalent to a bomber walking on land. In one round, it can throw 600 mines nearby, which will explode if they touch anything. Specially used to quickly deploy defense lines, create battlefields, and block restricted areas. In terms of the tank's power reserves, Nelson installed 5 sets of large-capacity batteries. Even if the tank is in trouble and forced to stop, the crushing mechanism and power grid can continue to operate for 5 days. However, this situation will rarely occur, because there are also 5 grenade launchers installed on the top of the front of the vehicle. Grenades can be launched over a large range to clear obstacles in the distance. With a suspension system that allows the vehicle to be raised and lowered 3 meters, most rubble can be easily crushed. The sides of the giant tires are made of alloy fenders, so there is no need to worry about the zombies gnawing at all. Chun Fong has 500 such steel chariots. If all the zombies come out in full force, it will be no problem for them to sweep across the entire state of Chuyo. What a great mobile Doomsday fortress. Well done, Nelson. Chun Fong was so excited that he walked back and forth on the platform. He took in every detail of the chariot. It was simply flawless. Many of these places were not on the original drawings, which shows Nelson's intentions. Nelson, who was praised, immediately felt relieved of his fatigue and became full of energy. As long as the director is satisfied, all the hard work will not be in vain. We will definitely live up to the chairman's expectations and continue to work hard to create greater success. As soon as Nelson finished speaking, Chun Fong laughed. So if I don't give out an award, I'll seem stingy? Not really. But if the boss is willing, we don't mind. Nelson joked, not hiding his pride. Normally, he would never dare to say such a thing, and he would always do things very cautiously. Chun Fong is famous for his high demands, fearing that the chairman would start over if he was not satisfied. It was totally beyond my expectation that the boss was so satisfied this time. Don't worry, you will get the reward. Let your subordinates and all employees go back and have a good rest. I will give you 3 days off to spend more time with your family. What could be more practical than spending time with your family before the end of the world? Chun Fong cannot guarantee that everyone will survive, but he can make these people cherish what they have now. Of course, Chun Fong still values senior engineers like Nelson and the elite talents behind him. They can be lucky enough to enter his Doomsday fortress. Thank you so much, Chairman. This reward is just what I need. Nelson looked at his tired subordinates behind him and couldn't help but sigh that the boss still cared about them. The senior engineers and technicians behind him also looked at each other and were very moved by the boss's decision. No need to say thank you, but there is something important that I need you to do in person. Hearing this, Nelson's smile immediately dimmed. As expected, he still had an important responsibility. Chairman, you said, Chapter 46, the company's stock plummets. Look how nervous you are. Don't worry. This is easier than modifying the car. I was going to ask my secretary to pass it on, but since you're all here, I'll just give it to you directly. Chun Fong patted Nelson and spoke as he walked down the stairs and headed outside. Whatever the chairman needs me to do, don't worry. I will do my best. Although Nelson was tired, he had done a good job on the surface and remained in an excited state. Yes, we will start purchasing steel from now on. The quantity will be very large. Be prepared. Chun Fong walked out of the workshop, looked back at the tank with satisfaction, and then lit a cigarette. So that's what it is. That's easy. I'll make a plan later. Nelson raised the lighter and lit it for Chun Fong, and a smile appeared on his face again. As expected, this was not a modification task, so it was relatively easy. All we had to do was to call for bids. Very good. Your attitude is exactly what I want. Chun Fong took a puff of his cigarette and continued. I have a budget of 10 billion. We must buy as much as possible. Understand? After hearing this, Nelson opened his mouth wide, looking extremely shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. Thinking he had heard wrongly, he immediately asked again, Chairman, are you sure you didn't mean 100 million, but 10 billion? You have to know that steel prices are very cheap now, and there is serious overcapacity. 10 billion can buy at least 50 million tons of steel. What kind of operation is this? As for building airplanes, these steels are not needed at all. Building ships and aircraft carriers is possible, but how can an airline have experience in this area? The more Nelson thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. As a vice president, of course, I would consider how to help the company make a profit. But what can I do with 10 billion yuan of steel? Isn't this just a pure loss of money? Yes, is there any problem with 10 billion? Chun Fong glanced and said lightly. Nelson was stunned when he heard this. It really is 10 billion. Crazy, absolutely crazy. No matter what he thought, the steel was useless. He really wanted to remind his boss whether doing things this way was a bit risky. But when I think about the boss's recent series of actions and these 500 chariots, it seems to make sense. According to this logic, it is not impossible to build fortifications if profit is not considered. Nelson is indeed smarter than the others. He can guess something after careful consideration. This is also the reason why he was able to become the vice president. He thinks things through and boldly. But that was the limit. It was impossible to guess Chun Feng's thoughts any further. What? Just do it if you're asked to do it. Don't hesitate. Seeing that he was in a daze, Chun Fong immediately kicked him. Nelson finally came to his senses and agreed immediately. Yes, boss. I'll take care of this matter. Don't worry. Although I'm not sure about all this, if something really happens, it's still a good idea to hold on to your boss's thigh. After all, the hard power is there. Who dares to be presumptuous? Chun Fong put out his cigarette and prepared to leave. As he walked towards the Rolls-Royce, he said, We can lower the price as much as possible, but the quality must also be guaranteed. Understand? It seems that the boss cares about this matter as much as the 500 tanks. Nelson also immediately gave a reassurance and replied, Don't worry, boss. I still have some negotiation skills. Then Nelson opened the car door and Chun Fong got in. Boss, just wait for my good news. After saying that, Nelson closed the car door, waved, and watched the convoy leave. At this point, all employees were finally able to take a holiday and left the company early. A week has passed, and there are only 35 days left until Christmas, and the end of the world is getting closer and closer. As the temperature rises in the past few days, the ice and snow have completely melted. The sun's rays finally have warmth, and its light spreads all over the earth. Everywhere is filled with a warm atmosphere. To be honest, this doesn't mean anything good is happening, because the world is deviating from its original track. As the temperature rises, more and more strange things happen. Through some channels, Chun Fong learned that strange diseases were beginning to appear in various places. Not just livestock, but also some humans with weak resistance. For example, Some infants and the elderly have shown indiscriminate aggressive behavior. Obviously, these were caused by virus laboratory leaks. The military's secret research is the root cause of these strange diseases. While the authorities and the media were trying their best to cover it up, strange disturbances also occurred in some military camps. Chun Fong was really afraid that one day the zombie virus would suddenly appear around him. A sudden outbreak from within is the most terrifying and impossible to guard against. But it has not reached that point yet. Accidents in all places have been effectively controlled and have not spread. Under the cover-up propaganda of the official media, everything seemed fine, and people also emerged from the depression of the ice season. There are finally more vehicles on the streets of Choyao, including rescue vehicles and trucks transporting supplies. Supermarkets no longer limit purchases, and scarce vegetables on the shelves have been replenished. On the surface, just as the experts said, order has returned to normal. The rich continue to be happy, while the poor continue to starve. All the cold was dispelled, and all the ice and snow melted. But Chun Feng's life did not get better. It's still those annoying public opinions. How wonderful it would be if there were no computers, no mobile phones, and no internet in this world. Someone with ulterior motives dug out Chun Feng's account balance and reported it widely. He once again became the focus of public opinion and was repeatedly mocked by the crowd. Capitalist Chun Fong is on the verge of breaking his capital chain due to hoarding supplies. Hashtag the account balance of capitalists with a debt of 100 billion is less than 20 billion. Hashtag the airline suddenly bid for 50 million tons of steel. What exactly does Chun Fong intend to do? Hashtag he is really crazy. He is still purchasing when he is almost bankrupt? Die quickly. I can't wait any longer. If I remember correctly, his 100 billion loan seems to have a term of only 3 months. Bankruptcy is just around the corner. Let's count down together. With such a short time, I'm afraid the interest will crush him to death. Why are you still bidding? Are you sleepwalking? Let's go. He's sick. Very sick. We still have so many supplies. It's a pity to let them rot in the warehouse. Let's exchange them for money. They are worthless now, and no one wants them even if they are sold at a reduced price. The latest news is that several large steel companies have been selected, and it is said that domestic steel exports will be suspended for a short period of time. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Is something serious going to happen? A capitalist wouldn't be so stupid. There must be some secret behind this. Don't guess. We are all mortals. Just watch the fun. Go to sleep. Dreams can hold anything. It feels like Chun Fong is going to die this time. The majority of comments were gloating. After all, Chun Fong did not come out to provide disaster relief in times of crisis, and was indifferent to the people's demands for explanations. The issue of the capital chain hitting rock bottom has been mentioned repeatedly on the internet, and unpopular insults are rampant. Everything is like a falling domino, which has completely affected the stock fluctuations of Chun Feng's 3 listed companies. I really underestimated these people. They actually created a collective momentum. Does it work, clowns? Chun Fong sneered and turned off the computer. Then he lit up a cigarette and started puffing smoke in the office. The market value shrunk by 20% in an instant. Damn, 90 billion evaporated from these 3 companies. Although Chun Fong did not feel any pain, he was somewhat unhappy. After all, these netizens were collectively targeting him. Millie, who was standing next to him, didn't know how to comfort him and could only stand by silently. She was terrified that if the stock price continued to fall, the bank's credibility would be in jeopardy. If it leads to forced delisting, it will be even more troublesome. Chapter 47, Pressure from all sides is coming. Millie hadn't dared to speak since she entered her boss's office. Looking at the boss blowing smoke rings, I guess he must be in a very bad mood. She hasn't figured out how to report what happened outside. At this time, Millie stood beside Chun Fong, holding the notebook tightly in her hands, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Although the boss had learned about the stock issue from the internet, the subsequent impact spread quickly and had already reached the villa. Please fill up the teapot. There's no water. What's wrong? Why are you so distracted? Chun Fong came back to his senses from his thoughts and was about to drink some water, but found that there was no water left. He looked at the secretary standing next to him and asked in confusion, "Oh, sorry, boss." Look at me." Seeing the boss looking at her, Millie trembled in embarrassment, then hurriedly picked up the teapot and poured it over. She bent her body and brushed past Chun Fong, emitting a warmth and body fragrance. The secretary is 1.7 meters tall, and she looks particularly attractive in her high heels and black professional skirt. Chun Fong leaned back and watched from bottom to top. A feeling of intoxication filled his heart, and time seemed to slow down. The white and tender legs looked particularly straight from the back, wrapped in thin stockings, stretching upwards comfortably and secretly, and standing tall and straight. Millie has been following Chun Fong for many years, but she still never gets tired of looking at this pair of long legs, which just touches Chun Feng's heart. As the tea was poured, Millie hooked one of her legs back, and this unintentional movement really tickled Chun Feng's nerves. "Boss, it's okay." Millie's reminder made Chun Feng's gaze move upwards, and he immediately came back to his senses. "By the way, you should report the situation. You seem to be worried." Chun Fong touched the back of his head and sorted out his thoughts. "I feel much better than before." Millie took a few steps back to the table and was relieved to see that her boss didn't seem to be in as bad a mood as she had thought. She had better report honestly, as the things happening outside were almost suffocating her. "Boss, there are indeed many unexpected things happening. Just received an email from your friend in Congress, revealing some important information. Because of the steel issue, the United States is putting pressure on Congress, saying that all the steel they imported from the United States was blocked by us. This will cause a large number of their factories to stop production due to supply cuts. At the same time, they sued our electronic technology company for infringement, trying to usurp the patents we licensed to them. The government has weakened its protection of us, and suddenly it has taken this matter seriously, saying it will set up an investigation team immediately. Also, Jerry Tan's son, the loan shark, called and said he wants to have dinner with you. At the same time, other banks also called to express their condolences, and in the same tone, they wanted to invite you to dinner." Millie reported the bad news quickly, without a pause. This way it doesn't seem so heavy. It just proves the saying that when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. When a drum is broken, everyone beats it. Even the small country suddenly became bold and launched a challenge to Chun Feng's business empire. This time, the government and Congress did not side with Chun Fong Capital, but accepted all the unreasonable lawsuits. The reason behind this is very strange, as if someone is secretly pushing it. But for Millie, all this could have been avoided. But the boss's series of actions are very confusing. Even when public opinion was most unfavorable, he did not do any public relations. "Okay, I know everything. Don't worry about this little thing. Everything is normal. No one can stop this plan to purchase steel." Chun Fong no longer cared about any external pressure. As long as he successfully bought the last piece of steel, everything else was not worth mentioning. "Yes, boss." Looking at the determination and strong aura in Chun Feng's eyes, Millie knew that she could not change any of her boss's decisions. Instead of worrying, let go of your concerns and give your full support and assistance. This is what a personal secretary should do. Don't worry about Jerry Tansen. I'll handle it. Go down and get busy. Get the steel business done. By the way, come to my room tonight. Chun Fong spoke in a serious tone, but the last sentence made Millie's heart beat wildly. Normally, she was like a qualified servant, but sometimes she was more like a woman in need of nourishment. Chun Feng's words instantly made Millie's face flushed. She bit her lip and agreed. "Well, I'll be in your room on time in the evening." After saying this, Millie obediently left, closing the door gently as she left. After Millie left, Chun Fong immediately began to think. This series of events came upon him like a flood. At this point, even if you are disdainful, you have to sort it out again. Things on the internet are indeed strange. The person who can dig out his private account and fully expose it is definitely not an ordinary person. Who has such great power, the FBI? I don't think so. They're just old-timers who are only concerned about protecting themselves. I don't think they would dare to do that. The agencies of the Ministry of Justice are all stubborn. It is impossible to retrieve private information without formal procedures and solid evidence. If it's not the FBI, then it must be the CIA. This infamous Peeping Tom scandal has spread so widely that leaders of all countries are trying to avoid it. Even the officials of the United States are terrified when talking about it. If this is true, then the higher-ups are deliberately taking action against him. Isn't the CIA the other hand of the White House in the dark? Their actions are more or less in line with the highest will of the president's cabinet. When you think of this, everything becomes clear. The higher-ups really put a lot of effort into taking action against him. Taking advantage of the existing public outrage, the public accounts caused panic among many parties and then put pressure on the old rival Congress. No matter how much influence Chun Fong has in the two houses, he will not be able to withstand the joint pressure from these banks, the public and foreign-funded enterprises. But what can we do? Chun Fong took a sip of tea and felt relaxed. Want to investigate him thoroughly without solid evidence. It has to go through various committee hearings and the review of the 2 sessions, and the whole process will take at least 50 to 60 days. By then, the zombie virus would have already broken out. If they really want to impose sanctions, Chun Fong would be willing to compete with them in the end times. Now, it would not be difficult to ask our friends in Congress to help and buy time with the White House. If you know who the enemy is, there is no need to panic. Just take appropriate measures. As for the loan sharks, Chun Fong didn't care about them at all. They were just a bunch of low-class trash. But Jerry Tansen is a bit tricky. Gangsters naturally don't follow procedures and laws. If you make him angry, he might end up in a desperate situation. Ding-ling. Just as Chun Fong was thinking about how to respond, the phone on the table rang. Hey friend, I finally got in touch with you. How about we make an appointment? I wonder if I can have the honor of having lunch with you. Chun Fong picked up the phone, and before he could say anything, a rude voice came from the other end. There's no need to guess from the tone of his voice. It's undoubtedly Jerry Tansen. Just tell me what you mean. Don't beat around the bush. You are not qualified to have dinner with me. If you have nothing else to say, I will hang up. I am busy. Chun Fong was also not in a good mood and replied contemptuously. He really looked down upon this kind of low-end trash. Although he is still a creditor in name. Hey, don't. Okay, let's get down to business. You're a big capitalist. People tend to forget things. Do you still remember the $20 billion I lent you? I'm a little short of money lately, so I wonder if I can get this money back first to help me out. As expected, gangsters are gangsters. They don't even read the contract and ask for money whenever they want. He had the wrong man for this insolence. Oh, are you here to ask for money? Just follow the contract. 3 months. You won't get it even if you miss a day. Chapter 48. The gang leader is asking for a debt. Jerry Tansen had long been dissatisfied with Chun Feng's tyranny. Not only did he borrow 20 billion yuan, but he also snatched a whore from under his crotch in front of him. I could have had a great time, but he forcibly stopped me. It was such a shame and humiliation. I lost all face. Jerry Tansen must avenge this. The money must be returned, no matter the date. Chun Feng's account already has less than 20 billion, and if he delays any further, he might lose everything. When he borrowed the money, he used up most of his assets. No matter how dirty the money is, it didn't come from the wind. He must take back what belongs to him. Chun Feng's situation is hopeless, and I'm afraid that most people have already turned against him in secret. It would be better to be the first person to reap the benefits from him at this time and ensure that the 20 billion yuan loaned out and the interest are all recovered. Jerry Tansen touched his chin and threatened Chun Fong on the phone. Oh, that's a difficult question. You know the public opinion out there. Should I believe it or not? I emptied my family savings when I lent you the money. Now hundreds of brothers are waiting for food. If they come to your company to cause trouble and steal something valuable, I can't stop them. Jerry Tansen showed a wicked smile, suppressing the brutality and ruffianism in his heart. At this moment, he was lying on the sofa in the presidential suite, with a cigar in his mouth and charming women in his arms on both sides. One of them helped him hold the phone, while the other pressed on his body. You mean I have to pay it back? I still say that I won't give you a cent before the deadline. There's no need to explain. Your hundreds of people are very capable. Call them all over here. I will accept all of them. Chun Fong was not afraid at all, and teased him contemptuously, not taking Jerry Tansen seriously at all. Jerry Tansen was so angry that he slapped the woman next to him in the face and snatched the phone away. Fuck, get out of here. He kicked the woman out and turned to hug another foreign girl on his left. He continued to yell at the phone. Fuck, you don't know how to appreciate it. I'm going to say this. If the money isn't in place within 3 days, don't blame me for taking action. Do you understand? You'd better pay the money back, or you'll die a horrible death. After saying this, Chun Fong immediately responded without any ambiguity. Oh, so fierce. If that's the case, I'll definitely take 20 billion from you. Just use whatever skills you have. I'm waiting for you. Don't even think about the money, and don't even bother calling me. I'll give you a big gift tomorrow. Bang! How dare you? Jerry Tansen's body trembled, and he jumped up from the sofa in fear. But Chun Fong hung up the phone before he could finish his words. The negotiation broke down in less than 2 minutes, 20 billion. Jerry Tansen suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He slapped himself angrily, then smashed the red wine and ashtray on the coffee table to pieces. It's no use regretting now. Not only did you not get the money, you might also be assassinated by the other party. In terms of personal strength, Jerry Tansen had already seen how powerful Chun Fong was and was no match for him at all. He was just threatening me just now. I thought he would be nice to me since he has lost his power, but I didn't expect him to openly challenge me. As a gang boss, it would be a joke if he couldn't even get his own money back. At this moment, Jerry Tonson's scalp was tingling, and he wished he could cut Chun Fong into pieces. Fuck. I will kill you with my own hands. I will definitely not lose. Ward fake. Jerry Tanson slammed his hands on the coffee table, like an angry ape, furious. His eyes were throbbing in his sockets, and his whole body was trembling. He seems to be mentally disturbed, with a fierce look on his face and mood swings. The two women realized it was a drug addiction attack and fled the room immediately in fear. After a while, Jerry Tanson finally regained his composure. He paced back and forth in his hotel suite, thinking about what to do. I have no choice but to give him my all. Let's rob his company first. But you still have to save your life. Otherwise, you will never get the money back after you die. As long as I am alive, I will keep fighting him. Chun Fong could never have imagined how much mental pressure his words caused to the gang leader. It almost drives me crazy. However, he just said a few words indifferently and hung up the phone, completely ignoring it. But he had to do what he said, and he must keep the money openly. I originally wanted to cover it up and give him face, but he actually dared to threaten me, so I had to be rude. The money came from unknown sources, and the contract contained unfair terms. It would be useless even if he called the police. This is what they call black eating black. If he has the guts, he can go back and risk his life. Inside the villa, Chun Fong continued to be busy. He made several calls to his friends in Congress, the chairman of various committees. These senior executives who are supported by Chun Fong are as loyal as ever, and on some level they can be said to be a community of interests. So they would naturally help Chun Fong buy as much time as possible and withstand the pressure from all sides, especially from the White House. Chun Fong guessed that something must have gone wrong with Lockheed Martin. Otherwise, why would the White House make such a fuss? If the arms order is really exposed, Lao Deng will definitely be unable to sit still, especially since he is a dragon citizen. Judging from the current situation, they probably haven't obtained conclusive evidence. I guess it's just the CIA reporting some suspicious situations, so there's no need to worry for now. After everything was done, Chun Fong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Jerry Tanson also needs to keep calm, because if something big happens, public opinion will take advantage of it. So Chun Fong picked up his phone and called Chao Yinsheng. Take a group of people to find the location of the gang leader Jerry Tanson, and chop off the heads of several of his men and make wreaths to send over. Okay, sir. I'll get everything done for you by tomorrow. Chao Yinsheng is the chief instructor and captain of the Longting Security Company. He recently moved into the villa with 1,000 elites. Chun Fong has promoted him to be his deputy guard, in charge of assassination and protection missions. Generally, things that you don't have to do yourself can be left to him. If they still dare to cause trouble after we deliver them, we will just kill them. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fong lit a cigarette with a hint of coldness on his face. If the situation outside had not been tense, he would have killed Jerry Tanson directly. The loan of $20 billion is just a loophole, and once a person dies, it will definitely be traced back to him. This undoubtedly gave the higher-ups another excuse to conduct an investigation. The most important thing now is to ensure the normal procurement and transportation of steel and other precious metals. If the case leads to the freezing of funds and the seizure of construction materials, all our efforts will be in vain. As night fell, Millie arrived at Chun Feng's room on time and waited. At this time, she deliberately changed into a simpler OL outfit because she knew that the boss liked this. Besides, her legs are very slender, and they can only be highlighted to the fullest by wearing a super short hip skirt. I will serve my boss well tonight, and I also want him to take good care of me. Chapter 49. The Doomsday Fortress appears. With 20 days left until the end of the world, America has entered the festive Christmas month. On the streets, restaurants, and shopping malls all hang up Christmas signs, and there are all kinds of beautiful Christmas trees and decorations. Beautiful Christmas patterns and snowflakes are posted on the windows of every household. The gift shop selling decorations was crowded with people, all with expectant smiles on their faces. Even in Dragon Country, it is about to enter the 12th month, a month to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. It means that the day of family reunion is getting closer and the festive atmosphere is gradually getting stronger. However, the biggest difference this year is the climate. The Eagle sauce did not stop after experiencing two major disasters. Although people were smiling, this Christmas month was quite strange for them. Normally December is a cold day, but right now it is extremely hot, and I have the illusion of being in summer. The Christmas trees on the street are decorated with snowflakes and stars, but in fact this sky has nothing to do with snowflakes. The sun was high in the sky, and the whole of Chuyo was rolling in heat waves. People were wearing extremely short sleeves, shorts, and skirts, and the fabric was getting shorter and shorter. The air conditioner in every store is set to the lowest temperature and runs at overload 24 hours a day. Ice cream shops were also extremely popular, with the streets full of young people holding cold drinks, milk tea, and ice cream in their hands. People who are a little older don't dare to go out. If the date on the phone hadn't shown December, the scene would have looked like June or July. The bad thing is that this is another extremely rare type of extreme weather. Disasters are raging everywhere, and news of extreme heat is everywhere. This is another extreme weather after the ice season, and the global temperature has risen sharply. Some rivers are starting to dry up, and the water in freshwater lakes is evaporating at a very fast rate. Experts explain that this is related to the abnormal crustal activity in recent years, which has led to a large number of volcanic eruptions around the world, including the revival of some extinct volcanoes. Take the most typical example of a small country, where as many as 20 volcanoes have been erupting recently, causing countless forest fires. Experts suggest that people stock up on masks, as air quality will deteriorate further in the future. The following is a report on the situation abroad. The following is a real-time report sent back by the station reporters. Lake Baikal in the Bear Country, Daunting Lake and Poyang Lake in the Dragon Country, and Lake Victoria in the Black Slave State have all experienced large-scale droughts, with the lowest water levels in history detected. In some areas, the lake bed is even exposed and cracked. Currently, the glaciers and soil layers in the polar regions are showing signs of melting and loosening. The polar biosphere system is shrinking at an accelerated rate. Whether on the streets or at home, news about various climate disasters is everywhere. They can be found everywhere like scattered household garbage. Climate experts, scholars, and journalists seem to have suddenly become a hot industry. Chun Fong almost vomited after seeing this garbage, which kept appearing over and over again every day. But as a reborn person, there is nothing to complain about. After all, the real doomsday has not yet come, and this alone is worth being thankful for. At this moment, Chun Fong especially cherished what was in front of him. He was holding his mobile phone and browsing various videos and news. He, who usually didn't like melons, has become a loyal melon eater, paying attention to everything. Because such a lively scene will disappear forever in a few days, and humanity will be completely silent. By that time, it will be difficult to find companions to survive together, let alone continue the flame of civilization. Boss, I will buy all the precious metals for you and put them all in the vault of the villa. And the 50 million tons of steel from Longfei Airlines has also arrived. Millie suddenly opened the office door excitedly and reported to Chun Fong. Although her face was filled with fatigue, what she reported was inspiring enough. Very good. You have worked hard during this period. Go back and have a good rest in the afternoon. I will not assign you any tasks for the time being. Go ahead. Chun Fong stood up and patted Millie's back happily, then walked to the desk and looked at the drawings intently. Everything has been in preparation for this, and now we can finally start construction without any worries. The drawing on the table is the primary form of the Doomsday Fortress. Chun Fong added some things based on the original design of the system. Now everything is finally ready. Millie thought she could have more physical contact with her boss, but she didn't know that he wasn't interested in that at all. But there was another thing that gave her a headache. Seeing her boss engrossed, she couldn't bear to disturb him. After struggling for a while, he still set it under pressure. "Old boss, there is only 10 billion in our account. There are only 30 days left on the bank's loan. What should I do next? And how should we explain the financial statements to shareholders?" Millie's facial expression was extremely helpless when she said this. If she hadn't been at her wit's end, she would never have asked her boss such a series of questions. This is simply asking for trouble. The 10 billion in the account can barely maintain the daily operations of the three companies. But the most fatal thing is the bank's repayment. How is it possible to collect 100 billion in 1 month? This was the day with the least funds for Millie since she followed Chun Fong. She felt desperate, like a tiger in trouble. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, go back and have a good rest. Don't think about anything." Chun Fong looked up at Millline and comforted her calmly. "I was prepared to be scolded, but the boss was not upset at all. The less money he made, the more at ease he seemed. I really don't understand. Boss, you should also take care of yourself. I'm going to sleep." After hesitating for a while, Millie turned away dizzy. She was really too sleepy. "By the way, please inform housekeeper Irene to continue to check for the remaining 10 billion. Just as he reached the door, Chun Fong added. Okay, I'll do it. Hearing this, Millie was stunned again. She had no idea what her boss was up to. If it was just for seeking refuge, the amount of money spent was too outrageous. But there's nothing I could do about it, so I'll just do it. As soon as Millie left Chun Fong, she stretched her muscles excitedly. It's almost time right now. Although there are still 20 days left, the zombie virus will definitely break out earlier. Chun Fong turned around and adjusted his position, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking into the distance. If you had a miserable end of the world in your previous life, then make up for it in this life. I hope all the preparations will not be in vain. I must survive to the end this time. I don't believe that tens of millions of tons of material reserves can't survive in the end times. As Chun Feng's eyes flickered slightly, the system's fortress module finally woke up. Order. The Doomsday Fortress can be activated at any time. Host, please decide whether to build it. Put up. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge rumbling sound was heard and the earth shook. With Chun Feng's villa as the center, changes occurred within a radius of 10 kilometers. A huge 30-meter-high wall suddenly appeared at the edge, and the entire border was instantly divided. With a huge tremor, an epic fortress. Construction is breaking ground on the vast territory at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 50, The Indestructible Underground Palace. The entire Doomsday base is very vast, located in Westchester County in southern New York State. The border is with the Bronx in New York City and is a large suburb covered with vegetation. The 30-meter-high giant wall, like the Great Wall, stands proudly at the border, enclosing an exclusive land of 30,000 hectares. Every 100 meters along the city wall there is a pier and a fortress for storing supplies and ammunition. Various types of heavy artillery and machine guns can be installed on the battlements at the edge. And below, there are giant gears, spikes, and electric grids used for defense. The passage on the city wall is 20 meters wide and can accommodate 2 Doomsday chariots passing side by side. The most terrifying thing about the end of the world is the massive siege by zombies. And this giant city wall is enough to resist this. This 30,000-hectare area is the fortress base that will stand in the end times. It is equivalent to the land area of the entire Queensboro in downtown New York, and all food, clothing, housing, and transportation are carried out within it. At the center of the base is Chun Feng's 800-acre villa estate. It is equipped with a 3,000-meter runway. As the core area of the base, the villa is also systematically built into a defensive fortress with a metallic texture. The building is entirely framed with titanium alloy structure, and the doors and windows are replaced with higher-level bulletproof steel plates and glass. The entire manor is also surrounded by solid reinforced concrete walls, with a fire bunker every 50 meters. Can deal with any riots and emergencies. While the exterior of the manor is stunning, the heart of the fortress is the underground portion. Taking the elevator inside the villa down 30 meters is the underground palace that can withstand a nuclear explosion. The supporting facilities are complete and extend downwards for 6 floors. The interior decoration is all designed according to the villa on the land, which is extremely warm and luxurious. Although the pipeline network below is complex and the passages are crisscrossed, there is a special underground transportation network that leads in all directions. Car access, high-speed tracks, and vehicles are all available. These passages can go from the villa to any area of the base, and then from underground to the ground. All of them are for Chun Feng's exclusive use. Of course, the first layer of defense of the entire fortress is not the city wall, but the outermost layer of faintly visible green protective shield. It was like a large transparent bowl upside down on top of the Doomsday base, wrapping the entire area tightly and isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, Chun Fong was very excited. A holographic map suddenly appeared in front of me. This feeling is like being the creator, with perception and perspective completely widened. He can easily control the power of life and death within the base with just a thought. Sign up. The virus detection module has been turned on. Those who carry the zombie virus will appear in the host's field of vision at the first time. Order. Loyalty module has been activated. Within the base, all personnel entering will display their loyalty index. Order. The creator's attitude module has been enabled. Within the base, the host can move in space and grab items from a distance for production and construction. Order. The thought stamp module has been opened. All personnel in the base must obey the defense dispatch under the host designation. The initial state limit is 10,000 people. Order. The Creator Mall module has been opened. Looking at the series of functions activated on the screen, Chun Fong felt a sense of relief. I originally thought that it was just about building a solid shell, enclosing a piece of land, and then developing slowly. Now I think that my vision is too narrow. I didn't expect the system to provide so many production and construction functions. Such a large piece of land can now be deployed at will with the power of the mind, without the need to be on-site to command. This saves a lot of trouble and can also expand the power in a short period of time to fight against the ever-changing evolution of the zombie tide. At the same time, as the earth-shaking continued, everyone gathered in front of the villa's square in a panic. They panicked for a moment, thinking it was another extreme disaster. But something was soon discovered to be wrong. An earthquake is coming. Go find the boss. That's not right. Where is this? Why are there so many houses and fortifications that are as strong as iron walls? Yeah, is this still the boss's villa? It has completely changed. I'm going to Iron Castle. Look at that shiny texture. It should be titanium alloy. What happened? It wasn't a dream, was it? They saw that the boss's 5-story villa had been renovated and was covered with many metal protections. It has turned into a huge metal fortress. Soon, all these surprise reactions died down, replaced by the command that lingered in my ears. Quickly head to the city wall area and prepare for defense. Guard the fortress. They were at a loss, as if they had been assigned some kind of task, and they acted unconsciously. Following the instructions, they descended into the mysterious underground transportation network. Then it was deployed to the city wall 10 kilometers away viaduct high-speed vehicles within a few minutes. Meanwhile, thousands of people were flocking to their respective walled areas. Is the deployment complete already? This is so efficient. Chun Fong used the system skills and exclaimed. This test really opened his eyes. Figured out how to play. Command and dispatch can be achieved through the thought stamp module. It's not about completely controlling their minds, but about putting a task in their brains that they have to complete. People are still independent individuals, but they are very obedient and follow instructions to complete tasks. Chun Fong thought that he was using his own will to control a person or a group of people. It would be tiring if it were like that, but it isn't. This skill can not only command 10,000 people, but also assign different tasks to each of them. The more Chun Fong thought about it, the more excited he became. He was wondering how to build and defend the base next. Soon, he issued a series of instructions to Irene. Aaron, go to the secretary's office and make a phone call. Tell the airlines to bring the Doomsday chariots over here one after another. There are also C-5 transport planes, B-1B bombers, and F-22 fighters, all flying over here, and all advanced missiles are also being transported here. Notify Longsheng Pharmaceutical Company and ask them to transfer the antibiotics, antiviral drugs, and equipment there. Call all their employees and technicians, and bring their families to the base. Chun Feng's long string of instructions was like a continuous barrage of artillery shells, and the tasks were more intensive than ever before. Hearing the sound, Irene was so anxious that she took notes all the way and almost cried. But in the end, she found that she could remember all these tasks independently, as if they were imprinted in her head. It's strange to say, but after the villa changed, something seemed wrong. She was just about to help her boss check for missing supplies and see if there were any supplies that could be replenished. As a result, I heard these instructions from the boss. What was even stranger was that her body unconsciously moved towards the secretary's office, as if he knew what she was going to do. When I entered the office, my hand unconsciously moved to the phone and started making a call. Chapter 51, Eagle Sauce is shocked. The island country is in danger. The moment the fortress base was completed, a strong earthquake reached the center of Chuyo City. Large numbers of people rushed out of high-rise buildings and gathered in the open square in the high temperature of nearly 60 degrees. Central Park was blocked by the huge influx of people. There have been earthquakes all over the place lately, and here comes another one just a few days later. It's really impossible for people to survive. Help! There were storms and tsunamis a while ago, and now there are earthquakes and high temperatures. Is this really the end of the world? Everyone, please store more food. Maybe something will happen. There are disasters everywhere now. At this time, traffic in the Manhattan area was almost paralyzed. Traffic lights were flashing, cars were rear-ending each other, and accidents were occurring frequently. A large number of people rushed to the road, causing traffic jam and traffic jam. Wasn't there an earthquake? Why are there no cracks? It should be an aftershock from somewhere, right? As for earthquakes, you can't run away from a big one, and you don't need to run away from a small one. That's the situation. Drop. Drop. It looks like we'll be stuck in traffic for a long time. How about going out for dinner? Get off later, it's too hot. The drivers were hiding in their cars and didn't dare go out because the heat wave outside was simply life-threatening. They really admired those people who ran out of the building, facing the sun directly. You'll definitely be skinned when you get back. Save my child, he seems to have heat stroke. Help, my mother has a heat stroke and needs to go to the hospital immediately. As time went by, people began to faint. Suddenly, there were many people asking for help on the road. They looked at the traffic jams with great anxiety, and some even squatted on the ground and cried in despair. Even at this point, no one returned home because no one knew whether there would be more aftershocks. A building collapsed a few days ago, killing nearly 1,000 people. For a moment, the city was in chaos, and the sirens of ambulances and police cars were frequently sounded. The mere start of construction of the fortress base caused such panic in a city of millions of people. It was not until late in the evening that order was restored in Chowa City. When people returned home and turned on the TV, they realized what had happened during the day. The news reported that a huge city and defensive fortress suddenly emerged in the north of the city. As television cameras panned over Westchester County, an epic and huge fortress is displayed before people's eyes without reservation. In the eyes of most people, this is simply Noah's Ark on land. The strange and huge city wall is like a crawling dragon. It has a strange shape and a hard material. Its black color looks like it is made of meteorite iron. The construction within the city is more massive, and the facilities are complete. Not only are there various fortifications, but also various areas are fenced off. There are special agricultural areas, industrial production areas, urban living areas, livestock breeding areas, forest cover areas. Everyone was shocked. This is a completely self-sufficient ecosystem. Not only the official TV, but also the internet is boiling. Hashtag mysterious fortifications suddenly appeared in the suburbs of Chowa. Hashtag giant fortress base completed. Aliens visit. Hashtag Noah's Ark. Who built it? Hashtag another human miracle. Biosphere 3. Hashtag could the earthquake during the day be related to this place? After an earthquake, fortifications suddenly appeared here. What do you think? Looking at the level of construction, if this thing develops, won't it become the second ugly contract? How cool! A self-sufficient steel castle. No, isn't this building in the middle Chun Fong's villa? Why is it also covered with a layer of metal shell? Could it be that this capitalist possesses some kind of alien technology? Damn, it's possible now that you put it that way. Maybe he built this whole place. Besides him, who else has this ability? Yes, borrowing money, hoarding supplies, acquiring companies. Think about his previous actions. It's terrifying when you think about it. Horrible. It really is the end of the world. Damn it, I'm not even ready yet. Let's get ready. Something serious might happen. You guys are too naive. Even if the world really ends, he can't handle it like this. They're all ground buildings. People are stupid and have a lot of money. Humans are so insignificant. Stop struggling. You advise others not to prepare, but you are actually stockpiling goods to death. Don't listen to this kind of person. It's disgusting. There are endless topics and comments on the internet, all revolving around this base and the end of the world. Although the owner of the base is not sure, it is definitely related to Chun Fong. As more pictures and videos came out, the entire Eagle Sauce community was in an uproar. Some have already started planning to build bunkers, and some bosses have simply closed their supermarkets to store food. Farmers from all over the world have also joined the craze of building fortresses to prevent disasters and riots. They also don't want their wealth to be looted by those refugees. However, experts began to come out at this time to quell the unrest. But apart from some students, who else will listen to them? Some media outlets, like sharks smelling blood, rushed to the outside of the base walls to shoot footage. But a group of people placed their hopes on this base that appeared out of nowhere. They believed that as long as they were qualified to enter, they could avoid the disaster. So they formed a migrating army and headed to the outside of Chun Fong's fortress base in the sultry weather. There are 15 days left until Christmas. Only 5 days have passed, and the world outside has changed dramatically again. Judging from the announcements and news released by various countries, the virus seems to have spread wildly, but the reasons are different. As temperatures rise, the Arctic ice cap continues to melt and the permafrost in northern Alaska thaws. The vegetation that has been frozen for millions of years is now exposed, and bacteria and viruses are ready to move. But in contrast, the United States is the country that has been hit hardest. Volcanoes erupt, Typhoons rage, seawater backflows, earthquakes occur frequently. These are just external disasters. Internal nuclear pollution and infectious diseases are more deadly. The earthquake caused the floating island nuclear power plant to leak again, and more extensive groundwater contamination spread through undercurrents. A group of hungry people frantically hoarded the latest packaged nuclear-irradiated food. Because of its good quality and low price, they finally couldn't resist the temptation. At least it's better than starving to death. Live one day at a time. However, the disease soon followed, and the hospital was overcrowded. A large number of patients developed ulcers on their faces, ulcers in their mouths, exposed teeth, and their temperaments changed drastically, becoming extremely ferocious. Some people who look normal seem to be extremely aggressive. Experts interpreted it as the brain being radiated, and the best thing to do was to tie him up. The Prime Minister is considering whether to declare a state of emergency across the country, while also sealing off areas and establishing quarantine measures. He had to take tough measures because nearly 100 countries announced the suspension of flights to the island nation. This place has become a poisonous island isolated from the world. During these 5 days, Chun Fong was very busy and had no time to pay attention to the refugees crying and wailing outside the city. He started infrastructure construction in the base because there would definitely be an explosion within a few days. Everything from the external firepower network distribution and personnel arrangements to the internal production processes and channel connectivity are taken into consideration in detail. The imported refining equipment, medical equipment, energy coal, gasoline, and diesel are all deployed in different areas and managed by dedicated personnel. The construction of warehouses, greenhouses, and agricultural areas, livestock breeding and cultivation, and seed research and development for extreme weather conditions are all proceeding in an orderly manner. It is not just technicians and researchers who are playing a role in their respective fields. There was also a group of black and white laborers at the lowest level carrying supplies and doing manual labor. This 30,000-hectare land is home to 100,000 residents and is now being put to use. After learning that this was a treasure trove, they didn't want to move at all. Not only can everyone be self-sufficient, but they can also work in the position provided by Chun Fong. Those with low loyalty indexes were eliminated one by Chun Fong and thrown out of the city. Chapter 52, Zombies are appearing. There are 10 days left until Christmas. An invisible bloody mouth is showing its power. As temperatures continue to remain high, riots and forest fires are intensifying in various states across the United States. Large areas of national parks and nature reserves were destroyed, and 90% of vegetation could not survive. The authorities tried their best to cool down the situation, but were helpless. What is even more regrettable is that under the scorching high temperature, heat stroke is spreading across the country like an infectious disease. The death toll is incalculable. Coupled with the food scrambles and riots caused by panic and the water and power outages caused by the earthquake, countless people died of thirst and starvation. The extent of this damage cannot be summarized by a simple number of casualties, because it has reached the point where the population has plummeted. Some scholars have boldly speculated whether this disaster has caused the death of 1/10 of the population of Taiwan. This series of disasters has left the government exhausted and overwhelmed. They can no longer try their best to collect evidence whether Chun Fong was related to terrorists or along with spies. Because compared to dealing with natural disasters and man-made disasters, the harm Chun Fong caused is far less. However, the most tragic scene is inevitable. During the peak days, tens of thousands of people gathered outside the city, and thousands were burned to death on the spot by the scorching sun, with corpses everywhere. People were begging to go in under the distant city wall, crying and howling like ghosts, and no one could tell whether they were ghosts or humans. No skin is perfect. In order to relieve the pressure, Chun Fong used thousands of high-pressure water guns to shoot out rain curtains from the city for several consecutive days. This is precious fresh water, and it's already very generous. Only a limited number of people are allowed in. In the end, Chun Fong selected several thousand top scientific and technological talents and dragon people from these people. At least we saved these elites and compatriots. They will be useful in the future. As for the other people outside, Chun Fong really hoped that they would go home earlier and not seek death here. Compared with the scorched earth outside, this base is simply a summer paradise. The refugees, who hadn't seen vegetation for a long time, were extremely happy. They were so excited that they burst into tears of gratitude towards their children who were embraced by nature. Walking on the road of the base is like entering the cool autumn. There were a lot of trees, the dead leaves rustled, and the breeze was very comfortable. It wasn't too cold. This place is just like my old home, with fresh air, no disasters, and a leisurely and comfortable atmosphere. In the distance, there are artificial lakes, water collection systems, and warehouses everywhere. Urban agglomerations and industrial areas are operating normally, as if nothing had happened. Looking at the looming protective shield in the sky, an invisible sense of security enveloped the earth. It is worthy of being called Noah's Ark with high-end technology and civilization. The outside world is a hell, like a fire, only here is full of life. Where else could be safer than here? The bell of Doomsday is still ringing, and the most anxious person at the moment is still Chun Fong himself. In order to ensure the safety of the base in all aspects, he has not slept for several nights. At night, he stood in the glass room of the tallest tower of the Villa Airport. Looking out the window at the operation of each sector, I couldn't help but feel worried about the unknown. This was his first time to transform such a large base and manage a large population, so he was afraid of missing anything. It should be almost done. Is there anything else that needs to be changed? Filtration and purification, medical protection, supplies, armed forces. Just when Chun Fong was lost in thought, Millie suddenly pushed the door open and interrupted him. Boss, something big has happened. It seems like someone is being cannibalized in the little country. The public and the police are fighting and killing each other. How scary. Millie approached Chun Fong with the tablet, her arms shaking. Don't be nervous. Let me see. Chun Fong stroked Millie's shoulder, took the tablet from her delicate hands, and clicked on the unfinished video. As expected, the riots there have developed to the point where they are difficult to quell, and as far as the virus is concerned, at least 200,000 people have been infected. The video shows the entire country of China in flames, with one conflict after another. Not only among the people, but also within the officialdom and between military bases. The initial source was an outbreak in military camps and hospitals. The Supreme Commander blocked all national borders and launched a large-scale stability maintenance operation. Cleaning the streets, houses, shopping malls, and hospitals, most of the rabies victims who bit people fell under the gun. Bloody human tissue can be clearly seen between the teeth. Those infected by the virus are just like the zombies in the movies. His face was hideous and his teeth were sharp. His face was covered with poisonous sores, and his eyes were bloodshot. The mouth seemed to be leaking, with mucus oozing out. Perhaps it is just the first wave of infection, and their bodies are not damaged, looking like normal people. Just the fact that his temperament had changed drastically and his face was covered with sores was enough to make one tremble all over. Those self-defense forces seemed to be killing crazy, attacking civilians indiscriminately, as if they couldn't tell the difference between normal people and infected patients. It's so horrifying to think that they are now massacring their own people. Chun Fong simply watched a few videos and did not feel any discomfort. He was already accustomed to these in his previous life. Basically, they still have the psychological quality and ability to bear it. It was just that the sense of crisis made him even more intense. But as dragon people, of course they hope that such an incident will completely destroy the Japanese country. It would be a wonderful thing to witness the destruction of our little country before the end of the world. There were no conditions at all in the previous life, so I must appreciate it well in this life. Watching it before going to bed should help you fall asleep better. I haven't closed my eyes for several days, so I should be able to fall asleep better now. But real zombies are much more powerful than these. It will only explode completely when the red sun appears, and that is terrifying. Even if they're missing arms and legs, they can still use their teeth to crawl on the ground little by little, and they have strong survival ability. Ordinary weapons will not work. You have to use a large number of bullets to bombard the head, turning it into a sieve shape or exploding the barrel. By then, the virus's infection rate will be 10 times higher than it is now. Boss, this is terrible. Maybe it will happen to us someday. Now there are also large-scale cases in neighboring South Korea and India, but Dragon Country seems to be prepared, and the casualties are not large. But some small countries and tribes in Southeast Asia are on the verge of destruction, and John Bull Country is still trying hard to save them. As soon as Chun Fong finished watching the video, Millie couldn't suppress her inner fear and worried. She moved her feet and approached Chun Fong nervously. These days, I've been working with my boss to build the base, and I have gradually regained my sense of security. But I still feel a little empty inside, and I want my boss to fill it up little by little. In her heart, she had long regarded Chun Fong as her own belief. Recently, she also discovered that her boss has the ability to predict the future. All the decisions were made just in advance of the inevitable development of events, which is incredible. And this base that appeared out of nowhere, could it really have superpowers? He must have. At this moment, a woman's intuition and imagination make it all make sense. She witnessed it all with her own eyes, and there was no explanation other than superpowers. Don't worry about that. You've been following me for a long time, so just tell me how I'm doing now. Chun Fong comforted with an extremely firm and calm look. Millie thought about it, and then raised the corners of her mouth slightly. An expression of doting was revealed in those crystal-clear eyes. Chun Fong did not wait for her to answer and continued. If you are happy with your life, what is there to worry about? It's like this today, and it will be like this in the future too. These words made Millie feel instantly safe, and her watery eyes were filled with admiration for Chun Fong. Okay, boss. I'll do whatever you say. Go down. I'll sleep alone tonight. Okay, boss. I'll come and accompany you tomorrow morning. After saying that, Millie left quietly. She knew that the boss hadn't slept for several days, so she didn't say anything extra. Chapter 53. The Eagle Sauce is torn into pieces. There are 7 days left until Christmas. The American people no longer have any good feelings about this holiday. They knew that the world was beginning to fall into chaos, so they were hoarding supplies and food like crazy, grabbing whatever they could. I don't even know if I can survive Christmas. I'm on the verge of collapse. At first it was just abnormal weather, an occasional earthquake or tsunami, and no one took it seriously. Now that it has developed into an abnormality between the entire plates, people are finally realizing it and starting to take it seriously. But it's too late to start preparing now. With the full-scale eruption of the Pacific Ring of Fire, the world has entered the most dangerous period. Immediately afterwards, the Eurasian seismic belt and the mid-ocean ridge seismic belt entered the active window one after another. At this moment, the Yellowstone volcano in Eagle Sauce also erupted completely without any warning. The world's most destructive supervolcano finally couldn't hold back. It's like a devil-bound underground suddenly breaking free. The surrounding civilization of more than 1,000 square kilometers was instantly engulfed by boiling lava. The choking volcanic ash spread across half the country, and the entire sky was dark, with no sunlight able to penetrate. All 50 states of the United States have entered a state of emergency, and the Doomsday has begun. Riots rage, panic spreads. Magnitude 5 earthquake, Magnitude 6 earthquake, Magnitude 8 earthquake. Decision-making bodies and municipal systems were instantly obsolete. In the past 3 days, the Eagle Sauce has lost 1 million people. And today, with another high tide, this number has exploded exponentially. It's unbelievable. The chain reaction triggered was horrific, including storms, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic ash, lava. The White House, the 5-story building, the Capitol, the Federal Reserve, all destroyed. Air Force Base, Army Base, headquarters, laboratory, explosive. The Statue of Liberty, the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, the Watsontown Monument, collapsed along with the ground. Not only the United States, but all state machines around the world have collapsed under this wave of disaster and entered a state of anarchy. People of all countries are on the brink of despair, helpless, and with no one to lend a helping hand. They can only bear it alone. Compared to larger countries, small countries have extremely limited tolerance, and some are wiped out from the planet before they even have time to react. There is no intact land in this world. It is all ruins and ravines, with cries and despair everywhere. But Chun Feng's base, this dreamlike place, was not damaged at all and miraculously avoided all disasters. The outermost protective shield makes this place a completely closed vacuum zone. It offsets all impacts from the outside world. Chun Fong didn't know the mechanism of this protective shield either. Maybe it was to provide a buffer period for the initial construction of the base? Whatever, at least it's still in effect now. Considering the future development of the base, Chun Fong made some preparations from the beginning. When public opinion was at its peak, it attracted many talented people. It would be a shame if these people perished in the apocalypse. As a chairman who founded 3 technology companies, Chun Fong understands the so-called 80-20 rule and has a deep understanding of it. Most of them are Longwa people, as well as some of Chun Feng's friends and partners in the circle, including Hertog, who had previously drawn the blueprint of the Doomsday vehicle for him. He is also a genius in the field of engineering design. Now the base's communication with the outside world is completely cut off, but fortunately the relocation work has been completed. The internal local area network has also been built and can communicate with each other. However, huge amounts of volcanic ash are still swirling in the atmosphere, and the outside world is filled with toxic gas and haze, with visibility less than 1 kilometer. The inside of the base was the same as the outside. The sun couldn't get in, and it was pitch black and particularly eerie. At this time, the base's large light ball, imitating the sun, came in handy. This brightness should be enough to meet basic daily needs. At least it won't make people feel depressed or scared. At this moment, inside the villa of the base, Chun Fong had just finished his work and was about to sit down to eat. 5 sexy women also sat around the table on time, but they were strangely quiet today, unlike before, and no one interrupted. Chun Fong took a look and, of course, made a rough guess. I guess he hasn't recovered from the fear of Doomsday yet. Eat it all. Just as he was about to pick up the chopsticks, several women suddenly spoke with a hint of blame in their eyes. Boss, why are you so mean? Yes, boss. You usually seem cold and arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be so considerate. That's just on the surface. In fact, you still take good care of us in your heart, right, boss? Seeing this, Irene couldn't bear to interrupt and said, Okay, don't disturb the boss while he's eating. I still have things to do in the afternoon. Chun Fong was surprised after hearing this. Shouldn't you be feeling down? Why are you talking so strangely? So he wondered, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word of it. Millian, you speak. When the boss called her name, Millie stood up immediately and replied, Boss, you don't remember? We met our family at the base today. I don't know how to repay you. Yeah, I thought I would never see them again. Monteray wiped her tears excitedly. After listening to the explanation, Chun Fong suddenly understood. It has been several days since we brought their family into the base. I would have forgotten about it if I hadn't mentioned it. So that's what this is. Isn't this all as it should be? You are my people. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 women burst into tears. How lucky I am to meet such a boss. This life is enough. And if the boss hadn't stockpiled supplies in advance, how could they have gathered here and eaten such delicious food? You have to know that those thugs outside the base are not even willing to sacrifice their lives for these things and are still killing each other. The women looked at each other and were so moved that they pouted their lips and tears filled their eyes. Soon, the maid brought up the last dish of soup, which smelled delicious. Okay, sisters, let me say something. We are lucky to be with the boss, so we must cheer up, help the boss build a good base, and never leave him. Housekeeper Irene suddenly stood up, speaking passionately, with an indescribable admiration and gratitude overflowing from her words. That's right. I think this is the safest place in the world right now. We must help the boss maintain this land. We can't lose it again. The others immediately understood what the butler meant and echoed him. Hearing the statement, Chun Fong smiled and waved his hand. He appreciated the kindness, but the days ahead were long and would become increasingly cruel. This is just the beginning. Let's eat. Let's not talk about this. We still have a lot of things to do in the afternoon. After saying that, Chun Fong looked at them a few times deliberately. Through the system's holographic image, their loyalty indexes were marked above their heads. Irene, Loyalty Index 100. Millie, Loyalty Index 100. Monteray, Loyalty Index 100. Zoe Connie, 100. Previously, they were hovering between 95 and 98, but now they have all been 100% conquered. 100 means that these women are willing to give more for him, even their lives. The important thing is that the 2 super awakeners in the end times are also 100. Now Chun Fong is completely relieved. After dinner, Chun Fong doubled the number of manpower and firepower deployed on the city wall. If nothing goes wrong, the red sun will appear soon. Living my life over again, I must at least make a good start in the apocalypse with the system. We now have tens of millions of tons of supplies. As long as we can get through this wave, there will be no problem in the future. The more Chun Fong thought about it, the more excited he became. He had been preparing for so long, just for the last moment of release. I was so weak and depressed in my previous life. Now I have to completely change the way I live and let the most violent factor in my body bloom completely. It's just a pity that we don't see any news about the demise of the little Japan. According to the time calculation, Mount Fuji should have erupted at this time, right? Chapter 54. A strange red sun appears. The next morning, no abnormal situation was reported outside the city, so Chun Fong agreed to take Hertog to the city wall for a visit. The good news is that there is much less smoke and dust outside, which is of great help to the city's defense. Chun Fong leaned against the parapet of the wall and looked hard into the distance, but still could not see any sign of any living creature. It must be completely ruined out there now. Thanks to you for saving us. Otherwise, our family. At this moment, Hertog stood beside Chun Fong and sighed, gazing at this magnificent fortification, and couldn't help but feel respect. On top of the city wall, the road is extremely spacious. If it were not clearly divided by the edges, it would be impossible to tell that it is on a 30-meter-high city wall. Hertog patted Chun Fong on the shoulder to express his admiration, then stepped back. Not far away were the tables and chairs that Chun Fong had prepared for him, all made of Wangwali wood. The dragon throne looks particularly gorgeous, and the reliefs on it are very vivid, giving people a spiritual feeling. It was the first time for Hertog to sit on this kind of wooden chair, and to be honest, it felt more refreshing than the boss chair. Surrounded by the unique wood fragrance, there is a feeling of self-cultivation, and time slows down unknowingly. Hertog twisted his body comfortably, crossed one leg, and looked around leisurely. On one side of the city wall, there were guards with guns standing in a row. There were so many of them that it was impossible to see the end of them. "Friend, why do you look more nervous than me? This is the strongest fortification I have ever seen. You don't have to worry too much." Hertog, who has a great talent for design, usually likes to find fault, but at this moment he was convinced by the city wall in front of him. He continued to pick up the teacup and took a sip with great enjoyment, then said slowly, "You know what this reminds me of? The Great Wall of Dragon Country. It is said that its crawling shape can be seen from outer space. This wall of yours is in no way inferior. It could be called another miracle of mankind." Hertog gave a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. After hearing this, Chun Fong turned around and said with a smile, "You also know about the Great Wall? That's great. Don't underestimate me. I have traveled all over Dragon Country, and I have a special feeling for it." Chun Fong walked over to the seat and sat down. He saw the loyalty number 78 displayed above Hertog's head and believed it. "You are worthy of being my friend. If you have any suggestions in the future, please bring them up. The base has just been built, and there are bound to be some imperfections. Be modest, my friend. Is this not perfect? My evaluation is impeccable." Hertog affirmed without a doubt. He had high hopes for this place where he would live for a long time, and he built a greenhouse at home and planted many vegetables. Chun Fong poured a small cup from the hot kettle. The tea soup was yellow-green and clear. "It is even more fragrant when you drink it." Then he raised his eyebrows and continued, "This city cost me a lot of money. The general direction won't be a problem. The main thing is the details. It is possible that a 1,000-mile dam could be breached by an anthole. It is better to be cautious." Hertog nodded, but at this point he couldn't help but feel worried. "Chun Fong, if I remember correctly, you should have borrowed a lot of money. Honestly, I don't have much, but I have made some money in recent years. If you need me, I will give it all to you." Chun Fong felt warm in his heart after hearing this, but this worry was completely unnecessary. "The banks are probably going bankrupt now, right? I didn't plan to pay it back in the first place." "Haha, Hertog, you haven't changed. How can you make money with your loyalty? Take the money and use it for yourself. If I wasn't sure, I would be sitting here drinking tea with you." Hertog breathed a sigh of relief. At least everything was fine. But when you think about it, it's true. After the volcanic earthquake outside, it should be almost destroyed. Who would come to collect the debt? Unless they also have a fortress comparable to Chun Feng's. Buy it, as expected of you. You are so accurate. You are amazing. Hertog, who understood what was happening, suddenly shouted excitedly. Chun Fong also smiled. "Calm down. Enjoy it all." Hertog shook his head in disbelief and continued drinking his tea. At the same time, the world outside the city was still in confusion and panic. The earthquakes and volcanoes finally stopped, and the deadly volcanic ash gradually dissipated. Outside the Walmart supermarket in New York City, the surviving humans came out of their houses and lined up in long queues. They were grateful that the world had returned to normal and the temperature had dropped to normal levels. They have almost suffered from insomnia these days. Some sleep under the bed and some sleep in the stairwell, fearing that an earthquake will take them away. Mainly because I was hungry and had to go out to buy food. Standing in the line, they all looked pale and were severely malnourished. However, some of the children quickly recovered and showed no fear at all. Maybe they still believe that a Superman will come to save the world. The children were so bored that they played happily in the street. But when they looked up at the sky, they soon noticed something strange. Through the mist in the air, they vaguely discovered that the lower left corner of the sun was tinged with red. And as time went by, the blood-stained area became larger and larger. That's right. This is the red sun that Chun Fong encountered in his previous life. This strange phenomenon will become more and more obvious along with abnormalities in the human body until it gets out of control. And it will rain red like tears of blood, which will be quickly absorbed by the skin when it falls on the body surface, which is very strange. At this stage, the virus officially begins to spread. The terrible changes will hit the human world silently, and the world will be completely turned upside down. After a few hours, most of the sun was dyed red. At this moment, everyone on the street noticed this miracle. All the objects illuminated turned dark red. People subconsciously felt fear and flocked to Walmart supermarkets. The children were so scared that they ran around, screaming and shouting that there was a ghost. Normally, adults wouldn't pay any attention. But after experiencing a series of disasters, their spirits are extremely tense, and even some small noises can cause panic. Just like that, the crowd was led by a group of children, and some adults nervously escaped from the team and ran to the wall. Although most of the city is in collapsed ruins, it still maintains the most basic order. This is thanks to the fact that people went out with guns and exercised utmost restraint. Some spontaneously organized militias also took to the streets to maintain the operation of the city. At this time, the security guards in the supermarket were also ready with live ammunition. They were frightened by the $0 purchase. Therefore, they have prepared enough ammunition in advance. And if anyone acts recklessly, they will empty the magazine without hesitation. Oh my God, it's all red outside. What's going on? We'll go home right after we finish shopping. Hope everything goes well. Kill me. I really don't want to endure this anymore. A black man suddenly complained in frustration from behind. Soon, a sturdy white man challenged with a sense of racial superiority. Hey man, don't be so discouraged. If you really want to die, go for that security guard. I promise no one will stop you. What are you talking about, fuck? Don't you understand, man? I'm telling you how to get out of this, nigger. Obviously, this skin color is not very popular among the white team. However, the fundamental problem is not race. Because the red sun changed their character. The young people all felt strangely restless, like a powder keg that could catch fire at any time. Completely out of control of reason. The situation became tense in an instant, and the crowd made way for each other. Chapter 55, Desperate Resistance. Due to the strange celestial phenomena outside, more people flocked to Walmart supermarket, trying to buy enough food to take home quickly. The entrance hall was crowded. Just now, two violent young men were wrestling with each other and tearing each other's clothes. Shut up, we black people have dignity too, asshole. Fuck, don't you see where this is? Just like that, the two men punched each other, and the depressed crowd around them became lively. Beat him, right? Kick his giant eagle. Hey. Get up quickly. For a moment, the children and some white people watching became excited, as if they were watching an unruly boxing match. More people joined in, stepped forward to cheer, and swept away their previous fear. It can be seen that they haven't been so relaxed for a long time. Even the security guards nearby came over and helped maintain order without any panic. Outside, red rain began to fall without any warning. At this time, a crowd of people gathered outside Walmart to avoid the rain. Why is it raining suddenly? This is so weird. This rain is red. Oh, it's gone? A woman curiously caught a raindrop falling from the eaves with her hands, but the raindrop melted into her skin in an instant. Just when I was wondering, I saw someone who was getting wet in the rain fall to the ground not far away. Bang, bang, bang. Call 911. The person has fainted. The woman was about to rescue them, but she was powerless as she watched more people fall down. Their heads hit the ground without any warning. Soon after, they were twitching on the ground, as if they were having an epileptic seizure or rabies. Is it true? The woman couldn't help but think of a similar rabies case that was previously exposed by Eagle Sauce. But it's all very mysterious and was easily downplayed by the authorities. All of these are really happening right before our eyes. The woman looked at the people around her. They were all as surprised as she was and did not dare to approach rashly. Of course, only those NI brothers were so casual that they didn't even take shelter from the rain, and now they all fell to the ground. All over the street, many black people were lying on the ground, twitching and making strange roars. After a while, someone came to his senses and warned loudly. Don't go out. They were touched by the rain. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, those who fell to the ground turned over, revealing their bloody foreheads. Their eyeballs became cloudy and bloodshot. Look, he's up, the woman screamed, taking a few steps back in panic. The woman covered her face with her hands in fear. helplessly watching what was happening before her eyes. Bang! The fear lasted for a while, and the woman also fell to the ground. She looked at her hands, as if she understood something, and suddenly showed a look of horror. After a while, she lost consciousness. Her body twitched, and her eyes rolled up. A man nearby found her and helped her up. "Hey, are you okay? Wake up. Can you hear me?" There were some cracks on her forehead, and her eyes rolled back and bulged out. The protruding blood vessels on the neck were black and continued to extend upwards. The whole face was twitching. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, the man immediately threw her out. "Wood fake zombies," he shouted in panic. Hearing this, the people around came to their senses and were shocked. Really zombies? They looked at the twitching woman in surprise, with horrified expressions on their faces, and thought of the horrific scenes in the movie from time to time. "God, you've got to be kidding me." Some devout people began to pray and made the sign of the cross on their chests. In the supermarket, the crowd was still watching the fight enthusiastically. I have to say that the black man is still powerful, both in terms of arms and body shape. He is slightly better. The white man was pressed to the ground with a bruised face and nose, gasping for breath. "Nigger, kill me if you dare. Go on, garbage man." The white man was indignant and cursed. The black man could no longer bear it and angrily knelt on the white man's neck. In just over 10 seconds, the white man's face turned red and he almost died. "Hey, stop it. I'm going to shoot." The security guard couldn't stand it anymore and immediately raised his M16 rifle and pointed it at the back of the black man's head. He quickly pulled the bolt and put his hand on the trigger without hesitation. The blacks were still immersed in their anger and completely ignored the warnings. Bang! Just heard a gunshot. The black man's brains instantly burst out of his forehead and sprayed onto the white man's face. "Fuck out." The white man wiped the dirt off his face in disgust and sat up while spitting. But before I could catch my breath, I heard someone outside shouting, "Zombies, run! Go into the supermarket quickly and don't get bitten." Seeing the commotion outside, the security guards and the crowd looked towards the entrance. I saw a group of panicked people rushing in from the entrance, followed by a group of people walking in strange ways. Their faces were covered in blood, and they were limping as they chased after the enemy. Their bodies were extremely twisted, but they were fast, like starving ghosts. Seeing such chaos, the security personnel did not dare to shoot and could only move backwards. The white man sitting on the ground finally had the strength to stand up, but the crowd had already retreated. Before he could figure out the situation, a zombie pounced on him and bit his neck. Puff! In an instant, blood spurted out like a column. His face quickly lost color, became dull and shriveled, and his eyes rolled back. The zombies seemed to be injected with strength. They roared even more excitedly and continued to tear apart the corpse. Then more zombies gathered around and bit them, while the others continued to chase the fleeing crowd. Run! Wow! Ah! Take out your gun and shoot him. Bang, bang, bang. There are too many. Too many. We should find a place to hide quickly. No. Find a way out. For a moment, everyone was in a panic, and some were so nervous that they shot and killed their own people. Some women didn't have time to escape and fell into the mouths of the zombies. The entire mall was a pool of blood, with blood clots and human tissue scattered all over the place. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and it was extremely foul. Many people couldn't suppress their nausea and vomited directly, vomiting while running away. What was even more terrifying was that the corpses that were torn into pieces and had bloody flesh actually slowly stood up. Some of them were missing limbs, but their upper bodies were still crawling on the ground. As time goes by, the sounds of screaming, cursing, crying, and bullets were heard one after another. After sacrificing countless compatriots, the people in the supermarket began to fight back in an orderly manner and found their respective positions. They attacked with fire axes, wrenches, iron hooks, baseball bats, and other weapons, and finally created a clear line between the zombies and the crowd. Afterwards, the security personnel and the civilians with guns each took a group of people and hid in the temporarily blocked positions. There aren't many bullets. Try to hide as much as possible and only shoot if necessary. Yes, try to use sharp iron tools. There are too few bullets. Experienced people offered their suggestions one after another, and the security personnel held their magazines tightly and kept on guard outside from time to time. However, these are just their wishful struggles. Without any preparation and sufficient ammunition, the hope of survival is slim and the resistance cannot last long. The zombies seem to be more agile than in the movies, and they poured into the supermarket like a tide, one after another. There are infected people outside, and inside is a closed space. It would be better to keep a bullet and shoot it at yourself than to be so despairing. If you don't starve to death, you will be bitten to death. From the moment the red rain fell on the earth, the entire eagle sauce was plunged into the chaos of the zombie tide. Most people feel helpless and desperate, just like the people in the supermarket, watching my compatriots and myself being bitten into pieces. Chapter 56, Status Highlighted. Soon, the eagle sauce fell into a huge population deficit. The country had never suffered such losses before. On just one day, the city of Chio lost hundreds of thousands of young lives. They were completely changed by the virus and turned into another terrifying existence, zombies. The virus is still eating away at a terrifying rate. Times Square, the most prosperous commercial district that Choiwa was once proud of, it has now become the area where the virus is most rampant and zombies are most densely populated. Hundreds of thousands of zombies suddenly appeared here, and people's gun barrels were red, but the more they fought, the more zombies there were. One wave falls, and another wave rises up. They seem starving and ate everything. They bite anything they see, and are especially bad if they smell blood. Even if the stomach is bloated and the intestines are ruptured, it will not affect the ability to continue eating. They even don't spare the neon lights and electronic advertising screens on the street. They keep gnawing at them even when they are burnt black by electricity. How crazy! The traffic flow of fleeing vehicles was completely paralyzed. Huge smoke billowed from the entire block, and car crashes occurred frequently. The sounds of explosions, gunshots, sirens, and ambulances running were heard one after another. Human tissues and organs were scattered everywhere in the streets and alleys, and thick blood covered the ground. What is frightening is that the nurses, police, soldiers, and rescue workers were also infected, and none of them were spared. They were extremely cruel and merciless. They seemed to be on their way to rescue, but in fact they had become part of the zombie army. They dropped the guns they were supposed to hold and used their teeth to bite and kill their compatriots who called for help. Order no longer exists. If you want to survive, you have to desperately find ammunition and use your gun to shoot your infected relatives and friends. They might be very kind to others in normal times, or even have helped me, but now I must clear my mind and kill them ruthlessly. The process is painful. You have to shoot bullets at them while crying, even if they are kind people or just a group of children. Many people cannot get through this stage and would rather be bitten to death by them, still clinging to illusions when they die. Many people fell from tall buildings filled with black smoke, jumped from bridges, and escaped from cars. Some had just experienced a narrow escape from death, and just when they felt a glimmer of hope, they found that thousands of zombies were pouring in from outside. Everything is like a collection of countless disaster movies, presenting a vivid story of tragedy and despair. Under the rendering of the red sun and the red rain, the world seems cruel and terrible, just like hell. People were powerless to resist, but some otakus were lucky enough to escape the disaster at home. Some wealthy businessmen and sinister and cunning people also survived by being ruthless. They did whatever it took to gather survivable food and ammunition from nearby locations. With the original supplies and firearms he already had, he built a simple shelter in his own manor villa. The rules have changed now. Kindness and justice are no longer effective. The evil of human nature will eventually be infinitely magnified in order to resist the invasion of the virus. In this world, if you have enough guns, you can be king, you can kill people and burn things, and you can also create slaves. Plunder is more of a means of survival and must be practiced diligently. Those who are not awake are still living in the dreams of the past, while those who are awake have already started fighting. Selfishness, violence, supplies, and weapons are the rules. Compared to the ugly city of New York, which is like hell on earth, Chun Fong's base has become a paradise that the Americans yearn for. In the evening, the red rain finally stopped. The engineers sent to the periphery to repair the network finally opened up the backup network channel. Looking at the mobile phone that had just been connected to the internet, Chun Fong couldn't help but sigh. This thing would be useless if there was no internet. At this moment, the phone keeps ringing. Text messages, news, and missed calls bombard me. Through the above information, Chun Fong finally knew everything that happened outside. Compared with what happened in Choiwa City, Chun Fong's battle on the city wall seemed much easier. From the moment the red rain began to fall, large swarms of zombies began to emerge outside the city, roughly numbering in the tens of thousands. If it weren't for the protective shield, I'm afraid a catastrophic scene would have occurred in the city. Those zombies that had changed their appearance were like evil spirits, and they quickly pounced on the city wall. Although not a single soldier was lost, over 100,000 rounds of bullets were consumed. These bullets are as precious as meat and are considered hard currency in the apocalypse. The value of a bullet has increased more than 100 times, and its value is still soaring as consumption increases. This is a life-saving thing. It can be used to build armies, plunder resources, and resist zombies. It is useful everywhere. Chun Fong has 1.5 billion rounds of ammunition stored in the base. And if we calculate based on the small caliber bullets that cost at least $70 each, this batch of bullets alone is worth hundreds of billions, so it would be a real shame to use them on the zombies. In order to ensure the efficiency of shooting, Chun Fong also ordered the production of a large number of Molotov cocktails so that too many bullets would not be consumed. Chun Fong felt somewhat ashamed after seeing the message. After all, I was only worried about the ammunition, but in Choiwa City, it was simply a matter of risking my life. It is no exaggeration to say that it takes an average of 10 people to kill one zombie. The number of corpses combined is far greater than the number of bullets he shot into the zombies. The end of the world is so cruel, no one can change it. It is exactly the same as the script of the previous life. The only variable is Chun Feng's Doomsday super fortress. It is not just a simple fortification, but also a small ecological world. It also covers several miniature cities for human entertainment. This is precious in these depressing last days. Chun Fong sat in the living room and picked up a steak and put it into his mouth. Monteray, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Not bad. Yeah, as long as you are happy, I will do it for you every day. Monteray took off her apron and stared at Chun Feng's profile with satisfaction. Although the world outside is extremely cruel, it is still business as usual here. She believed that as long as Chun Fong was there was no need to be afraid, as there was enough food and drink. Chun Fong continued eating, staring at his phone in fascination. Looking at the hot topics, he shook his head helplessly. At this time, public opinion changed drastically, leaning towards Chun Fong. Hashtag, maybe Mr. Chen's base is the last line of defense at the end of the world. Hashtag, how can I enter Chun Feng's base? How to save yourself when surrounded by zombies. Hashtag call on Chun Fong to save the eagle sauce, save the Chinese people, and save humanity. Hashtag Hawaiian sank, Australia sank, Guam sank, our daily life sank. Hashtag help, I'm trapped in the toilet. There are 3 zombies outside banging on the door. There's one outside my house, but it's not far from Chun Feng's base. What should I do? They are all zombies. What should I do? So hungry, no takeaway. Are there any friends nearby? Let's go to Chun Feng's base together. How are we going to get through? Are you looking for death? We can only try to get to the rooftop now, if we can get food dropped by air. Those who cursed Chun Fong online before should just execute themselves. They anticipated this by hoarding supplies, unlike US, who are still waiting to die. What about those people who are talking so much? Are they all silent? At this time, Chun Fong fell into thought, wondering what to do next. Seeing that Chun Fong was thinking about something, Monteray quietly knelt down beside Chun Fong and gave him gentle support. She's the one keeping company tonight, so she's ready to take things step by step. Chapter 57, The loan is written off. We need shelter. For a time, Chun Fong became the savior in people's hearts. Many people who lived nearby started to set off for Chun Feng's base. Faced with the tide of zombies, they could only take a gamble and move forward cautiously with their family. An unprecedented mass migration began in New York City, moving north to the Bronx County. Those who can survive to the end are lucky, and the base has become a pilgrimage site for countless Eagle Sauce people. In Dragon Country, because Chun Fong had posted 2 reminders before, many people were actually saved. They started preparing very early. Although there was total disbelief on the internet, the Chinese people were inexplicably scrambling for supplies behind the scenes. On the surface, they're trying to keep those around them indifferent, but in fact they are secretly hoarding goods crazily. After all, everyone knows to stockpile in case of an emergency, but the extent to which each person stockpiles varies. However, a considerable number of people were bitten to death in this disaster, and no one could save everyone. Whether they survive or not is their own choice. It was obvious that Chun Feng's prediction was accurate, and the people of Long Country began to look at this capitalist who saved them in a different light. Although capital is evil, Chun Fong was serving the eagle sauce and saved many compatriots. Everyone watched his every move and couldn't help but admire his ability to predict the future. It's really magical. Cut off 100 billion and then frantically hoard supplies in various states. It's a pity that Chun Feng's base is too far away, and they can't enjoy the protection of the base. Everything depends on yourself. Although the current internet remains somewhat accessible, it is completely different from what it was before Doomsday. All websites, channels, and social platforms are filled with bloody violence and panic. Of course, there are also many elites who contribute their own strength, sharing their experience in fighting zombies, the use of weapons, and the distribution of ammunition depots in various places, or the use of air raid shelters, caves, military facilities, and emergency medicines. People around the world have an initial impression of the virus and the people it infects. They will think of what they saw in the movies. Everything happened exactly as in the movie, but not exactly. The so-called zombies are completely different from the ones shown on TV, and there is no chance of winning against them. These zombies are nothing like those in the movies. They just move slowly and allow people to shoot them as targets. In fact, they are like terrorists and thugs infected by biological chemicals. Extremely crazy, not afraid of pain, and can still move even with broken hands and feet. They are like mad beasts that can run endlessly and even fly up and pounce on the crowd. Without exception, all people who are bitten will develop diseases within a few hours and become part of the zombie army. This is also the reason why humans are unable to prevent and deal with this virus. Many relatives who have been injured or bitten will hide the truth, and then the disease will suddenly attack at night. Night inside the villa. Dear boss, the zombies outside are so scary. Are we going to lose this place? Look at these videos, they're so cruel, I don't dare to go online anymore. Beside the pillow, Monteray couldn't help but flip through her phone a few times. She was terrified when she saw the zombies all over the city and the scenes of people running for their lives. So she hid in Chun Feng's arms and worried. It's okay, the zombies can't get in. We have everything now, so don't leave the city for no reason. Monteray looked up at Chun Fong, hugged him, and immediately felt safe. Okay, I will. I'm not afraid as long as you're here. I should learn more and help you more? I can't just cook like a fool anymore. As she said this, she got up and turned off the light, just like the first time she was in that small dark room with Chun Fong. 10 minutes later, a loud noise came from the dark room. Hurry, hit me. You are amazing, yes, that's it. Pinch my neck and suffocate me. Early in the morning, senior executives and presidents of major banks gathered anxiously in a high-end hotel. They brought their whole family here in the chaos. This is a top-notch hotel where many wealthy people live, and it is also the building with the highest security level in New York. It has strict protection and numerous security personnel. So this place became an important defensive fortress in Chowa. Fortunately, there were enough security and weapons in the critical moment, so the building was able to be defended. In the morning, the presidents and executives in suits sat in the conference room, anxiously discussing matters related to Chun Fong. Now all capable people are rushing to Chun Feng's base. These bosses who had lent money to Chun Fong naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to move into the base to save their lives. Although this hotel is impregnable, limited supplies and ammunition are there. Whether in terms of size or livability, it is a world of difference compared to Chun Feng's base. Compared with the identities of the others, they were still confident that they could convince Chun Fong to agree to let them seek asylum. After all, he had lent so much money to Chun Fong before the end of the world. As long as the terms were negotiated well, he would definitely get the protection of his base. Faced with the hordes of zombies downstairs, they had to make concessions on the debt so that Chun Fong could accept it. This is their only hope of survival. But there was still debate in the meeting hall. Damn it, Chun Fong probably has no intention of paying us back, right? They borrowed hundreds of billions, stockpiled supplies, and now they've built an invincible fortress. Oh my goodness, he fooled us. We are now in a passive position. You can't just let the money go. Can you, everyone? The top management of Huachi Company is still not convinced. It is obvious that they do not recognize the current situation and are still cursing. The staff of Chase Company sat opposite, shaking their heads, looking speechless. Then, do you have a better solution? You have to recognize the situation. Money is a small matter. Saving your life is the most important thing. You thought we were arrogant creditors like before the end of the world? Now we are not sure whether others will collect the money from us or not. As long as his whole family can be safely settled in the base, he won't pay back the money. The chairman is right. As long as he is willing to come to rescue us, the money will be written off. Otherwise, why would he rescue us? There is a helicopter landing pad on the roof of the hotel. We have limited supplies here, and we can't hold out for long. Well, I hope you will agree. At this time, the CEO of Bank of America nodded reluctantly in agreement, saying this was the best solution at the moment. Although Huachi said some angry words out of dissatisfaction, they also knew very well that the zombies outside did not want to wait to die here. After a long silence, the three banks finally gritted their teeth and agreed to offset Chun Feng's debt. As a condition, Chun Fong must send a helicopter to rescue them. The three banks decided to let Moses, the president of Chase Bank, go to negotiate. Soon, a call came into Chun Feng's villa, and it was answered by his secretary Million. "Hey, I'm Moses from Chase Bank, remember me?" Millie didn't say anything, thinking it was a debt collector, and was about to hang up. "Wait, I'm not here to collect debts this time. Don't worry." The other party seemed to know what Millie was going to do and immediately replied nervously. Millie was a little surprised and said hesitantly, "You're not going to collect the debt?" "Yes, Miss Millie. Please tell Chun Fong that we are sincerely asking for help. As long as Boss Chun is willing to come and rescue us, the loan agreement will be written off. Seriously. Not only our Chase, but also Huachi and Bank of America. All are written off. We will tear up the contract ourselves, and he won't be held responsible for anything." The other party explained hurriedly on the phone and was very cautious, fearing that the secretary would hang up the phone if she was unhappy. "Oh, I see. Then I'll go and report. How about I hang up first?" Millie said playfully. She immediately understood what was going on. "I was worried that the boss wouldn't be able to pay back the debt, but now it's all written off. The boss is really a smart person." "Wait a minute, beautiful Millie. Listen to me. This is very urgent. We need 3 transport helicopters. Our family members are all here." There was another extremely panicked voice coming from the other end of the line. They were afraid that they would never be able to contact Chun Fong again after hanging up the phone, so they immediately informed him of their needs and specific location. Chapter 58, President Eagle condescends. The waiting makes them painful, anxious, and uneasy. Dozens of bank executives and their families gathered in the hotel's conference hall, just waiting for a call from Chun Fong. There were thousands of zombies downstairs, and violent crashes and explosions could be heard outside through the windows. Everyone in the hall had sweat on their foreheads, and they were so nervous that they didn't know where to put their hands and kept grabbing at the corners of their clothes. They waited quietly. "Why hasn't the call come yet? Could it be that you were rejected? How can I refuse a chip worth hundreds of billions? It's already a huge concession. Alas, are we so humble?" At this time, the chairman of the 3 banks sat together, and the excessive tension made them start discussing again. Ding-ling. 10 minutes later, the phone finally rang. "Miss Millie, did Mr. Chun agree?" Moses answered the phone immediately, his eyes shining, but soon dimmed. "What, it's full?" No, you must be mistaken. It's impossible. 100 billion, Miss Million. He will definitely not refuse." The secretary on the other end of the phone pretended to be helpless, and finally said sparingly, "The boss said he would urgently airdrop 100 boxes of instant noodles to you because of our old friendship. The rest is up to you guys." Hearing this, Moses was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 100 billion for 100 boxes of instant noodles? He's playing with us? We are people of status, fuck. What the hell is instant noodles? What we want is rescue. Do you understand rescue? Moses lost his mind, and everyone immediately stepped forward to stop him, and Chuck immediately snatched the phone. "Excuse me, Miss Milline. I'm Chuck from Flower Bank. He was rude just now. I apologize to you. Could you tell me more about your boss's arrangements? Should I wait patiently for rescue? We still have supplies, but the most important thing right now is to enter your base as soon as possible, you see." Miriam suddenly became impatient. "Well, I think it's good enough to send you a plane to deliver the things, and you can figure out the rest yourself. Don't bother calling anymore. Our boss doesn't have time to answer." As a creditor, Chuck couldn't stand being treated like this. "You bitch, who told you to talk to me like that? If we don't lend money, can the base be built? If it weren't for us, would he be able to store so many supplies? Fuck, send us a plane quickly. Otherwise I will kill you. All of you. You will not die well." Drop, drop, drop. Chuck cursed loudly, and the person on the other end of the phone hung up coldly. Chuck was helpless and had no other options but to get furious. He threw the phone away and sat on the ground. "Wait for death. There is no hope. I told you it's unreliable. What kind of bargaining chip is this? You write it off. How ridiculous." Hearing this, everyone panicked. They were anxious, irritable, and blamed each other. Some threw things, while others squatted down and cried bitterly. But no matter what you do, it's all in vain and can't change the facts. There is nothing more painful than this, waiting for death in despair. The zombies downstairs are still gathering, rushing in from all directions, determined to engulf this place. Because this building is so attractive, there are at least 1,000 living people here. In the eyes of zombies, these are delicious delicacies. Compared to civilians, these elites who have shelters are relatively well off and can live a few more days. Of course, for a country's top elites and leaders, this time will naturally be infinitely extended. The White House was destroyed, Congress was destroyed, and most of the military bases were destroyed. But senior officials who have 3 boroughs still have room for choice. Call Chun Fong for me and see if I can talk to him right now. It's incredible that such a large base is built on our soil. We must be qualified to enter. That place is comparable to the Fortress of Doom. If we can find a way to seize it, we can rest easy. On Air Force One, the president sat in a luxuriously decorated office and held an emergency meeting with his cabinet, discussing the next arrangements and where to go. This plane, which was comparable to an air fortress, finally played a role in the Doomsday and saved the old man and his cabinet members. This aircraft has the most advanced defense system in the United States and a nuclear button facility. It has been hovering over Choiwa for 5 hours just to get into Chun Feng's base. While this base is indeed solid, if we can get it, we can rebuild our power here. But it's not easy to take over the base. We need to go in and manually survey and draw blueprints to facilitate surprise attacks in the future. Andrews Air Force Base has just fallen. There are only 2 places to go right now. One is Chun Feng's base, just below. The other is in North Carolina, Fort Bragg. The Minister of Defense sat on the sofa nearby and analyzed with a frown. Well, then contact Chun Fong first and see if we can talk and find out the defenses. The president nodded and told his secretary to make the call quickly. He didn't have any good feelings towards this dragon countryman. The CIA issued warnings to the Security Council several times, and nothing good happened. His reputation is now higher than his as president, and he must not be allowed to continue. They're using the Eagle Sauce's money to prepare for Doomsday and are lawless. We must take over the base. A few minutes later, the call finally got through. The secretary came over with the phone and whispered, "Mr. President, it's Chun Fong calling." The president took the phone. "Hey, young man, I'm the president of the United States. I have something to discuss with you." There was no response from the other end of the line, and the president continued, "My plane will land at your airport soon. I hope you will support me. I'm going to add some fuel to your place and regroup. What do you think?" Chun Fong was awakened by his secretary. He took the phone handed to him by the secretary and was told it was a call from the president. When I heard an old man nagging on the phone, I became a little impatient. "Which one?" "I'm sleeping." Chun Fong looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. He slept soundly last night. Fortunately, he has the capable Mill Lin. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death by all the calls for help. Millie rejected most of the calls from prominent politicians and wealthy people early in the morning, including the call from the bank president. But the call was from the president, so Millie didn't dare to make a decision for Chun Fong. "Ah, fuel. No, the fuel is empty. How many days?" No, it's full." Chun Fong sat up from the bed. Although the person on the other end of the phone was the Eagle Saw Supreme Commander, his face still showed rejection. "Isn't this just inviting a wolf into the house? The president should get as far away from me as possible and stop ruining my business." Chun Fong didn't have any favorable impression in his heart, but he still maintained the utmost politeness on the surface. But after just a few words, the president became restless. He lowered his face and discussed the conditions with Chun Fong. It turned out that it was not as simple as just refueling. "Mr. Chin, we can talk about anything you want. As long as I can enter the base, I can agree to all your requests. You can see that we have no way out. The nearest Air Force base was destroyed. If there was no other way, I wouldn't make this call myself. Don't you agree?" "What I want?" Chun Fong immediately became alert after hearing this, so he replied, "Hey, I do want something, but I don't know if you will give it all to me, Mr. President." Chapter 59, Migrate to the Base, Cruel Survival. Chun Fong picked up the phone, sat up from the bed, and put on his clothes. "Mr. President, I hope we can deal with the zombies together. I need a lot of lethal weapons right now. Ammunition, weapons, and equipment, the more the better. As long as you give the order, I believe the whole country will support this place and send what I want. If you agree, you can enter the base and stay as long as you want." Chun Fong had no intention of letting him in. Since he wanted to negotiate terms, he would have to pay a price. Of course, he is not so easily fooled. Although he is a bit old, he is not confused, so Chun Fong does not hold out much hope. After hearing what Chun Fong said, his face suddenly turned green. He held the phone with disdain and shook his head with a sigh. It's really not that simple. Chun Fong is definitely trying to gain power by himself. Rather than giving him weapons to build a wedding dress, It is better to use them for construction. What does he think of me? He thought to himself, and a feeling of contempt and hatred arose from the bottom of his heart. Young man, what you want is not simple. Do you know who you are talking to? Why are you asking me for weapons? It seems that Mr. President disagrees. Then fly somewhere else. There is nothing to say. I'm speaking to you in a nice voice now, not begging. You know what I'm talking about. It's the end of the world. It's not too much to ask for some weapons, right? Are you, an old man, trying to take advantage of my base? Chun Fong felt puzzled, as it was clearly him who took the initiative to negotiate the terms during this call. Hearing this, he became a little furious. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. Better be respectful, kid. I'm the ruler of this country, and if you don't want the base to be turned into a sea of fire. He then took out a black password box and tried to unlock it impatiently. The legendary nuclear button facility. On the other end of the phone, Chun Fong sneered. Threatening me? Forget it. Go away. Beep, beep. He was ready to continue threatening, hoping that the brat would learn to respect others. But he didn't expect the other end of the line to hang up directly. Mr. President, calm down. This base cannot be blown up. There are so many supplies and equipment inside, and so many of your voters. The Minister of Defense was so scared that he ran to the table and pressed the password box that was about to be unlocked. I said, I want to blow it up. Go away. He regained his senses, but his face was still full of anger. You're asking me for lethal weapons. You overestimated my abilities? No need to waste fuel. Just fly directly to North Carolina. I don't believe there is no other way. He threw the safe to his secretary. Yes, Mr. President. After saying that, the secretary immediately notified the pilot to go to the next destination. Outside the base wall, the population density of Manhattan is extremely high, so it is also the place where zombies are most seriously infested in Manhattan. Fortunately, after a few days, the situation has finally eased. The number of infections is no longer increasing sharply, but is in a slowly rising and falling trend. But the virus is still mutating, and it won't be long before it enters a new stage, when the zombie army will begin to devour and upgrade each other. Judging from the current development, it is exactly the same as the previous life. But humans in this life seem to be more enthusiastic and hopeful. Many of the survivors left Manhattan and their homes and moved to the northern suburbs with their families. They set their sights on Chun Feng's base, and so they formed small teams to migrate in an organized manner, engaging in guerrilla warfare with the zombies and moving forward slowly. In their eyes, it was the most solid existence in the Doomsday, with not only solid walls but also uncontaminated land. At this time, an inconspicuous team in the migrating army was struggling forward with the wounded. They groped their way through the withered jungle on the outskirts of the city, a tangle of dense, dead roots. The old trees are towering into the sky. Some are broken in half, lifeless and dead silent. The strong veterans and young men were holding rifles and pistols, while the unarmed were holding homemade weapons such as baseball bats and iron hooks. Their faces were covered in dust, and their lips were chapped. Most of them were exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Compared to densely populated cities, there are obviously fewer zombies in this area, which gives them the confidence to persevere. It's been 3 days. How far is there still to go? The base shouldn't be far away. We're almost there, hold on. There are 23 people in this team, including young girls, old people, and children. But there were 3 wounded, so the progress was very slow. The cruelty of the Doomsday changed their appearance. Not only did they look like savages, but they were also extremely cold and selfish in their hearts. Should we stop and rest? Rick's injuries seem to have worsened, and we don't have enough bandages and medicine now. The accompanying doctor reported the situation to Captain Thomas, but Thomas looked unhappy. He should have been left on the road a long time ago. All the medicine and bandages were given to these losers. Faced with the pressure of survival, the captain couldn't help but curse. In the beginning, they encouraged each other and seemed united, but as supplies decreased, many problems came to the fore. Why do you say that? He was also injured because of you? He'll get us killed. He's right to risk his life, but we can't put the whole team in danger because of him. What are you talking about? The doctor protested, but his voice faded. In her heart, she agreed with what the captain said, but she did not completely lose her sympathy as a doctor. But over the past few days, the team has been reduced from 30 people to 23, and what they have experienced is enough to change a person. Those who cannot provide value to the team will be slowly eliminated, especially those who are seriously injured. The current pace of progress is too slow, which means more physical energy will be consumed and one more day of threats will be faced. Food was running low, and Rick was a real drag. That was the truth. Let's take a break now. You'd better find a way to deal with him. Otherwise, I will do it myself. The captain raised his gun and spoke fiercely to the doctor. Thomas then announced that the team should rest in place and asked those with guns to continue to be on guard, and then distributed the limited food. Rick suffered a severe puncture in one of his thighs and had to be supported to walk. According to the doctor, he had to have his leg amputated. But the medicines and environment are not enough, and there is no time limit for entering the base. If this continues, there will be only one result. This time when the team stopped to rest, he was not given any food, which showed the team's predicament. He is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. If he is not a burden, then what is he? No one says it, but they must be thinking this in their hearts. Even the rations that belong to him, the team members would rather save them than give them to him to relieve his hunger. He was just a man who was about to die. His wife gave him his share of food and stayed with him silently. But as a man, tortured by guilt and impotence, Rick finally made his choice. "Baby, I'm going to the bathroom. Give me a stick to hold on to." When he left, he looked at his wife with rare tenderness, turned around, wiped his eyes a few times, and left. Just like that, he left and never came back. The anxious wife recalled the last farewell and understood something. Rick definitely didn't want her to have to watch, so he chose to leave. The wife cried helplessly. She needed to continue taking care of her 7-year-old son, so she could only follow the team. Everyone concluded that her husband was bitten to death by zombies, even though no one was sent out to look for him. This is the end of the world, the cruel wilderness, the brutal survival, the epitome of a group of survivors. 2 days later, the team finally arrived near Chun Fong's base, but only 13 people were left. They saw a huge monster crawling on the distant horizon, dividing the inside and the outside. The huge black city wall stretches out like an ancient dragon, sacredly guarding the land behind. "We have finally arrived. Look, that is Chun Fong's Doomsday base. OMG God, this is our hope." The magnificent city wall made the team silent for a moment, staring blankly. Chapter 60, Refugees Under the City. The team walked out of the dead forest, and the land beneath their feet suddenly became flat. Obviously, this is a large piece of barren land that has been artificially reclaimed, with a flat surface and an excellent view. In the distance is a huge black city wall, standing on a scorched earth. Below the city are vast defensive fortifications, which horizontally cut off the connection between the city wall and the outside world. Giant high-voltage power grids, steel spikes, minefields, and other defense lines are laid layer by layer from the inside to the outside. Huge spiral meat-mincing rotors and crushing machines are placed in the outermost gullies. It split the entire land, revealing creepy broken blades from underneath. There are many holes at a height of 10 meters on the city wall, as if some kind of flamethrower was installed. The 30-meter-high top battlements, piers, and bunkers were filled with countless heavy artillery, Gatling guns, and catapults. The entire city wall is tightly guarded by 3 layers inside and outside, as if it is not prepared to communicate with the outside world and let the public enter. On the outskirts of the defense line, there were countless dead zombies and human corpses piled up, with various body parts and pieces of flesh scattered around. The cracked land was dyed black and red by blood, and the pungent stench could be smelled from a long distance away. After seeing the whole situation clearly, the atmosphere of the team suddenly dropped to freezing point. Why are there so many people near the city wall? Can't you see? Chun Fong has no intention of letting the public in. No way. We went through so much trouble to get here just to see this. Those corpses, there must have been a bloody massacre here before. Horror. It's over now. It's all over. The shocking scene made the team panic, and they didn't know what to do. In the distance, there were countless refugees like them, all stopped 3 kilometers away from the city wall, not daring to get closer. As I approached the crowd, I found that they were all Manhattan refugees trapped here. They kept cursing and were full of resentment. From time to time, drones would fly overhead, sometimes getting close to the camera to take pictures in the face, and sometimes rising into the air to take panoramic pictures. Whoever launched the drone, shoot it down. Some black people were shouting angrily and throwing stones into the air. It must be those self-media outlets that are gloating over other people's misfortunes. Other refugees ignored him and continued to protest, cursing Chun Fong for his inaction. He picked up a pile of dead branches and lit them to create thick smoke, hoping to attract attention from the other side of the city wall. Faced with a vast open space, the refugees were very anxious and frightened. Everyone knows that once a zombie attacks from behind, there will be no obstacles to avoid. The only place to go is the base in front of you. They burned thick smoke, waved their fists in protest, and cursed viciously. It seems like venting and also like gathering strength. Chun Fong should let us in. Why did he build such a large base in our country? That's right. Why? You are so self-righteous. If you have the ability, you should step forward. We are not useless. So why don't you let us in? The dragon people are so selfish, they have no compassion at all. We are not zombies nor monsters. We are all unarmed civilians. Who can we seek justice from? Selfish people will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Fuck. Captain Thomas watched silently and almost couldn't help laughing shamelessly. He knew very well that these people were not as harmless as they seemed. Those who can reach the base alive are not simple, and their methods are cruel and unscrupulous. In the face of Doomsday, survival, morality, loyalty, and compassion are all tools to be used to achieve one's own goals. As for Thomas's own team, there were as many as 30 people when it was first formed. With the dual pressure of zombies and supplies, the number of people continued to decrease, and in the end, only 13 of them survived. The beautiful young woman and her child did not survive, and it is unknown how they died. Thanks to the fact that there are enough people in the group, they can use each other's tricks and exploit each other, moving forward on top of each other's corpses. Otherwise, no one would survive, let alone reach here. Those who were loyal all died while blocking the zombies for others. Those who showed compassion gave away their food and ended up starving to death. However, people who value responsibility and morality never demand this of themselves, in order to constrain others to make more contributions. So those who claim that dragon people are selfish are actually no less evil than man-eating zombies. Thomas held back his laughter, waved his fists, and joined the demonstration, shouting into the distance. The team members also followed around and pretended to imitate him. Let us in. As a big capitalist, accepting us is just a drop in the bucket. Why don't you let us in? Yeah, that bastard should have let us in. Let us in. They seem to have found some strength in their shouting, hoping that Chun Fong could see this scene and compromise and let them in. Soon, the sensitive Thomas discovered something was wrong. Those corpses piled up on the periphery are not just zombies. They're also uninfected humans. He doubted whether Chun Fong could really open the city gate and let them in. Everyone was shouting and begging in the open area. Some knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Some squeezed out tears of extreme pain, raised their hands high, and looked up at the sky. There are also those who condemn from a moral high ground. They think that Chun Fong should save all living beings, be kind-hearted, and should take on more responsibilities to save the people. But the vast city wall was like a dead person, deaf and dumb, with no response. Finally, someone couldn't stand the long wait anymore and led his team towards the city wall. Soon more people approached the city wall, shouting. It was a huge group with as many as 7,000 or 8,000 people. Thomas was not in a hurry to follow. He stopped his teammates from moving forward and wanted to take another look at the situation. Whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang. Damn it, Mr. Chun is shooting at us. Damn it, he really has the guts to do it. Get back quickly, those damn machine guns are shooting at us. Those who don't want to die, go back. Really. As soon as a large number of refugees set off, bullets whizzed in from the city walls like rain. Seeing this, the people who had approached the city wall earlier immediately retreated, shouting to run away. Some were shot several times, with large holes in their backs and bleeding profusely, but they were still running desperately, unaware of the situation. But in less than half a minute, they fell down one by one and never got up again. The scene was quite shocking, with countless bullets hitting the ground, raising dust. There were corpses everywhere on the retreat route, and it was unclear whether they were shot to death or trampled to death. Damn it, he actually shot at us. I will fight him to the death. The retreating people fell silent, but some blacks suddenly went wild, raising their rifles and shooting at the distant city wall. However, the body is very honest. It takes a few steps forward and then stops, for fear of walking into the range of the bullet. Seeing this, some people raised their guns, pulled the trigger, and roared. Damn dragon people, they should go to hell. We will never surrender. Destroy the base, damn it. Thomas now fully understood the situation and decided to return to a nearby farm to take shelter. Staying any longer will only attract more zombies, so it's better to evacuate early. He looked at the black men with contempt and shook his head. If he had the chance, he would definitely shoot those black people to death. Although it is rude to discriminate based on skin color, this is no longer a civilized society. Let's go, Mr. Chun won't let us in. Let's think of other ways to protect ourselves first. Thomas signaled his players to pack up and withdraw from the crowd. Then, they took advantage of the distraction of the large number of refugees to plunder their food and ammunition. Don't let any of them go. Take away all the useful ones. Food, ammunition, weapons. Take the most important ones. The 13-member team secretly did the dirty work behind the crowd, pretending to demonstrate and shouting down with Chun Fong. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Click, click. Ho, ho, ho. Son. The whole earth shook violently, and dull footsteps and low roars were heard one after another. Then the dead forest behind was covered with dust, and a large group of unknown creatures were rushing towards them. Oh my God, what is that? Those dead trees seem to have collapsed as well. The locust swarm is too exaggerated. There are too many of them.